War II, the Allies used economists and statisticians to analyze military strategies to figure out the optimal way to use men and machines to win the war. And one of the problems they worked on is the same problem I'm about to give you. The goal was to minimize the number of planes that were shot down by the enemy. So the military kept track of different bullet holes and created detailed damage reports identifying where the aircraft were hit. And it turns out they were mostly hit in the tail, the wings, and the fuselage. The generals wanted to add more armor, but that made the planes heavier, less maneuverable, and less fuel efficient. So what they needed was a little more armor, and they needed to know the best place to put it. Here's the question. Given this information, this damage report, these bullet holes, where would you put the armor? The generals wanted to put the extra armor where the most damage was, and that seems like a good idea. But enter economist Abraham Wald. He insisted that the extra armor should be placed where there were no bullet holes. Why? Well, that damage report is misleading. It includes only the planes that returned home. It doesn't include the planes that were shot down. The wings, tail, and fuselage are areas where a plane could take the most damage and still return home safely. So those are the areas that need the least amount of protection. Planes that took damage in other areas, like the engines and the cockpit, well, they never returned home, and those bullet holes aren't counted, but that's where you need to put your armor. This story shows you why you should learn, understand, and love economics. Oftentimes, the most obvious solution to our problems is actually quite flawed. For example, let's say there's a lot of poverty in your neighborhood and somebody says, you know what, to get rid of poverty, we should increase the minimum wage to $50 an hour. Some workers are going to be paid more, and if you just look at that, then yes, it looks like a good idea and a good policy. But economists are the first to point out that you got to keep in mind that some businesses are going to hire fewer workers, which could actually increase poverty. The point here is that thinking like an economist will help you be a better decision maker. It'll help you weigh benefits and costs, especially the hidden ones. This idea was explained by a 19th century economist, Frederick Bastiat. He said there's only one difference between a bad economist and a good one. The bad economist confines himself to the visible effect. The good economist takes into account both the effect that can be seen and those effects that must be foreseen. Now, this story also introduces the single most important concept in economics: scarcity. It's the idea that we have unlimited wants and needs, but limited resources. Ideally, you could put thick armor on the entire plane, but that's probably not going to fly. And even if it did, the resources, the steel, the manpower, the machines to do so couldn't be used to produce other things. Now, old school economists use the term guns and butter to describe this concept, right? You have to choose between military spending, guns, and consumer spending, butter. But this is not just a wartime thing. It also applies to you in your everyday life. For example, you want to have guns. You want to be strong and buff and be muscular, but at the same time, you also kind of want to eat unhealthy foods that are slathered in butter, and you have to make a choice. You want to have guns, or do you want to have butter? You can't have it all. That's scarcity. And this idea also applies to the government. Politicians on both sides often make ridiculous campaign promises, and understanding economics and scarcity will help you differentiate between policies that will actually help society and policies that are just designed to win elections.
I'm gonna give every single American $1 million. Ain't gonna be no more 1%. Everybody's gonna be million percenters.
A famous economist named Thomas Sowell said, "The first lesson of economics is scarcity. The first lesson of politics is to disregard the first lesson of economics." Regardless of your political party, we all want less poverty and unemployment and better healthcare, education, and security. But we can't have it all. And it's not because there's not enough money. Remember, money is not a resource. Money can't be used to produce things. So when economists talk about resources, they're talking about the factors of production: land, labor, and capital. The natural resources, the workers, and the machines that produce goods and services. Ideally, goods and services could just appear out of thin air, but they don't, which means resources used to produce one thing can't be used to produce something else. And that's why economics is so important. It's the study of how society and individuals deal with scarcity. And it's why economics is broken down into two disciplines: macroeconomics and microeconomics. Macro focuses on the entire economy, things like unemployment, inflation, government policies, and international trade. Micro looks at markets, businesses, and individuals, things like product markets and labor markets, maximizing profit, and finding the most efficient way to use our scarce resources. Both are extremely valuable and will help you understand the world around you, and more importantly, help you make better decisions. I've already made So quite frankly, it's kind of hard for me to be here around all these communists, right? I'm a free market economist, and all I see is red, 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 red. Joe McCarthy would just be turning in his grave seeing all these communists all over the place. But it sure doesn't feel like communism, right? Everyone's wearing different clothes, and there's people with cell phones. People are shopping at the stores. There's no ration cards. Even their McDonald's is red. Wait, McDonald's is always red. Wait, McDonald's? Starbucks, KFC. Red China is not very red. I mean, everywhere I look, all I see is markets. Markets everywhere. Take a look. You want to buy a hat? There's hats. You want to buy some sweets? You can buy some sweets. You want to buy some jewelry? There's jewelry. This place is the free market. This is not the government telling these producers what to produce. This is clearly capitalism. Right now, China has the second largest economy in the entire world. It's supposed to surpass the economy of the United States in approximately 2 decades. Why is there so much economic growth in China?
In my opinion, I think because China is a new country, we got a lot of opportunity. China is a new country, start from 1979.
What happened in 1979?
1979, our very famous premier named Mr. Deng Xiaoping. He's a very smart guy. He's the founder of a new country.
Okay.
He say, we want to build a new China, so we want to open our market. We want to everything new.
Xiamen is one of the original special economic zones created back in 1979. That means that it has a special government system that allows foreign investment and foreign trade. Did you notice that lady check me out? That means that it has a special government system that allows foreign investment and foreign trade. The idea works so well that Chinese government actually continued the process by establishing 14 more special economic zones. These are mostly coastal cities with access to ports. The result was this: double-digit GDP growth year after year for almost 2 full decades. Now, this is a communist country, and the Communist Party does control it. But it's very clear that this is open to the free market at the same time. It looks nothing like the classic centrally planned economy that you see in a textbook. China is a communist country, but it's nothing like North Korea. What's the big difference between China and North Korea?
You know, in North Korea, the government totally control the economy, but in China, Chinese government controlling part of the economy, and we have central planners, but that's not all. We still have free markets.
China is a great example to show you how the invisible hand of capitalism leads to more economic growth. But don't think that everything is perfect. There's no democracy or free speech, and the government heavily regulates foreign influences, so there's no YouTube, Facebook, or Twitter. The education system is very rigid and a little bland, and that's why I'm here, to get teachers excited about teaching economics. Chinese students are super smart and hardworking.
We start our class at 7:20 in the morning, and we finish our class at 4:30 at afternoon, and we have our self-study time 7 to 9:50.
Okay, so school ends, like studying ends around 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
There's no school sports except for PE, and there's no school mascots. And these are their toilets. Notice, no toilet paper. But this has nothing to do with their economic system. So, is communism really better than capitalism? Enough with the gong, okay? Communism is not the reason for China's success. It's a market economy with socialist characteristics. Chairman Mao is on the money, but Adam Smith is on their minds. Until next time. Pencil and a paper. When I say go, I want you to draw as many squares as you possibly can in 10 seconds. And I'll tell you when to start and when to stop. But there's a catch here. You've got to use your right hand. Even if you're left-handed, you got to use your right hand. So I'll give you a few seconds to get ready. Get set, go. Stop. Well done. Great job. Now this time you're doing the same thing over again, except switch to your left hand. Even if you're right-handed, you're doing this left-handed and you're drawing as many triangles as you can in 10 seconds. On your marks, get set, go. Stop. Great job. All right. Now let's see if you actually beat me. I got 15 squares and only 5 triangles, and some of those triangles are really rough. These numbers give you your production possibilities, the amount of squares and triangles you can produce in 10 seconds. And you can use these numbers to draw the very first graph that you learn in an econ class. The production possibilities curve illustrates a lot of the key concepts that you learn in economics. For example, notice that I can't produce 15 squares and 10 triangles all at the same time. I can't produce any combination that's outside the curve. Why? Well, because of scarcity. Any combination on the graph is possible, and it shows the idea of efficiency because I'm using all of my resources to the fullest. Now imagine instead I produce one square and only one triangle. Now obviously I'm underutilizing my resources. The pencil and my time is being wasted. So any point inside the curve is inefficient because I'm not using all of my resources. And the graph also shows the idea of trade-offs. When you produce triangles, you can't also at the same time produce squares, right? When you produce one, it means you can't produce the other one, again, because of scarcity. Now there's a skill here that you absolutely have to be able to do and practice. It's calculating opportunity cost. Now this goes one step further than the idea of trade-offs. Opportunity cost is the specific number of squares that you give up when you produce a certain number of triangles. In my case, I gained 5 triangles, but it cost me 15 squares. So each one triangle cost me 3 squares. Now if I put all my time in producing squares, then I have to give up the 5 triangles. So each one square cost me 1/3 of a triangle. That's my opportunity cost. My example is a little easier because there's only 2 combinations, and I'm assuming the opportunity cost is constant. That means every single time I produce a triangle, I'm going to give up another 3 squares. So another triangle, give up 3 squares. Another triangle, give up another 3 squares. You see? Constant opportunity cost. But calculating opportunity cost gets a lot harder when the curve has a different shape. For example, when it's bowed out like this. This graph shows the idea of the law of increasing opportunity cost, which is a lot easier to explain given a different example. So let's use playing video games and picking cherries. When you pick cherries, you don't start at the top of the tree and try to get the hardest ones to reach. You start with the easy ones, the low-hanging fruit. You grab those really quick and then move on to the next level and keep doing that over and over again until finally, eventually, you get to the ones that are on the very top, they're super hard to reach. Notice that the opportunity cost of each basket of cherries that you pick is not constant. It gets bigger and bigger. Now on the graph, here's the combination that you're producing if all you're doing is playing video games. When you go pick some cherries, that first basket is super quick and easy to fill, and you still have plenty of time to play a lot of video games. The opportunity cost from picking that first basket is really low. If you pick another basket of cherries, it's going to cost more time, and so now you have even more video games that you have to give up. The opportunity cost is a little bigger. And this keeps happening over and over again until that last basket of cherries, and you're spending all your time trying to get those cherries and fill that basket so you have no time for video games. Notice, increasing opportunity cost. But the most important thing is you have to be able to calculate the opportunity cost when you're moving between different combinations in the graph. If you see a straight line, that's constant opportunity cost, and that opportunity cost is the same. A bowed out curve means the opportunity cost is different. And in both cases, it all depends if you're moving up the curve or down the curve. This is a skill that you have to practice. And the good news is I have a resource that's going to help you. Not done with the PPC. Quick review. Combinations inside the curve are inefficient, on the curve are efficient, outside the curve are unattainable given our current resources. But what if we have more resources or better technology? Well, in that case, the production possibilities curve can actually shift. Notice that I still only have 10 seconds, but now I can produce more than I ever did before. This change in productivity allows me to reach combinations that were once impossible. And again, it's because I have better resources or more resources. Now this whole idea, the concepts in the graph can be applied to the overall economy. Combinations inside the curve show unemployment because we're not using our resources. Points on the curve show the idea of full employment and we're using all of our resources to the fullest, we're being efficient. And points outside the curve show you we cannot produce them because they're beyond our current resources. But if we have more resources like more physical capital like machines, tools, and factories, or if we have better resources like more human capital where there's workers who are more experienced and knowledgeable and educated, then we can produce more output and have economic growth over time. So what is the memory device for this episode? What's the widget that goes on the widget wall? Well, there's going to be 2 of them. One is the hat that I used in the other video that I made about the production possibilities curve. Cacti! And the other one's going to be my cool double pencil that shows the idea of productivity and economic growth. When you see these, I want you to remember the production possibilities curve, drawing all those triangles and squares, and the idea that the curve can shift. But don't do one thing that all economists agree on. It's that trade is good. Exchanging goods and services makes people better off. Think of the last time that you bought something at the store. You gave the cashier the money and they said thank you. They gave you the product and you said thank you. But why are you thanking each other? It's because it's a mutually beneficial exchange. You wanted the product more than the money, and they want the money more than the product, right? You both win. The economist Milton Friedman said, "The most important single central fact about a free market is that no exchange takes place unless both parties benefit. And that's how this guy Kyle ended up getting a house. He traded one single red paperclip for a pen, and then he traded the pen for a doorknob, the doorknob for a camping stove, so on until he finally traded and got the house. And each person that traded with him did so willingly because they wanted the other product more than the product that they were giving up. Now, this is a super simple concept, but in the econ class, actually determining how individuals, businesses, and countries should specialize in trade gets pretty complex. So put on your seatbelts, it's time to jump into it. There's three absolutely essential concepts that you have to be able to understand and practice. They're absolute advantage, comparative advantage, and something called terms of trade. To explain them, I'm going to go back to the production possibilities curve that you learned in the last video. Remember, in 10 seconds, I can draw 15 squares using my right hand or 5 triangles using my left hand. Now, assume that these squares and triangles were something that society actually wanted, that we need. And if I'm the only country in the world producing them, that's how much we have. We can't get any more. But we're talking about trade here, so let's bring in another person that's producing squares and triangles, except they have different resources than I do. It turns out that my wife Paula is ambidextrous, so she can write with her right hand and her left hand. So in 10 seconds, she was able to draw 16 right-handed squares and 16 left-handed triangles. Notice that she can produce more squares than I can in the same 10 seconds. That means she has an absolute advantage in squares. And she can also produce more triangles in 10 seconds than I can. That means she has an absolute advantage in the production of triangles. Absolute advantage is super easy. Just figure out who's better at producing each good or service. Now we're going to keep the same numbers, but let's convert this over to something that makes a little bit more sense when we talk about trade. So instead of looking at individuals, let's say we're two different countries, Palestine and Jacob Land. And instead of squares and triangles, let's convert those over to cars and planes. Again, notice that Palestine, given the same number of resources, can produce more cars and more planes. So that means they have an absolute advantage in both. At first glance, you might think that Palestine has no incentive to trade because they can produce more of both goods. But no. Both countries can still benefit. That's the idea of comparative advantage. So each country can specialize in just one product and then trade for the other product at a lower opportunity cost than if they produced it themselves. But to figure out how each country should specialize, you have to calculate per unit opportunity cost. We did this in the last video. So for Jacob Land, we know if they produce 15 cars, that's 5 planes they can't produce. So each one car costs 1/3 of a plane. And one plane costs 3 cars. That's the per unit opportunity cost. Now for Palestine, each one car costs 1 plane they can't produce, and each one plane costs 1 car. Again, that's the per unit opportunity cost. The reason you have to do this is because it puts everything in like terms and helps you figure out who should specialize in what. So who should specialize in planes and make only planes? Well, Jacob Land has an opportunity cost of 3 cars for each plane, and Palestine has an opportunity cost of only 1 car. Palestine has a lower opportunity cost, so that means they have a comparative advantage in planes. Right? Giving up only 1 car is better than giving up 3 cars. And Jacob Land has the comparative advantage in cars because they only give up 1/3 of a plane, and Palestine gives up 1 full plane. The big picture here is to understand that these countries can specialize and trade and get the other product that they're not producing at a lower opportunity cost than if they produced it themselves. And like Kyle McDonald, both countries can benefit from trade. Now, if you're a little confused with the calculations and the math, the per unit opportunity cost, that's okay. A lot of students feel like that. Don't feel bad. Unlike the production possibilities curve, comparative advantage is one of those things that you just won't fully get right away. You have to practice several times before you'll start feeling comfortable. And I still haven't even covered it all. I still have to talk about the idea of terms of trade. Now it's time to go to the next level and find something called terms of trade. This is trying to figure out how many cars should be traded for how many planes, or how many planes for how many cars would benefit both countries. We know Jacob Land's going to specialize in cars and they want planes. And if they decide to make planes themselves, it's going to cost them 3 cars given up. So Jacob Land will only trade if they can get planes for less than 3 cars. So if Palestine says, no, we're only going to trade 1 plane for like 10 cars, well, Jacob Land is going to refuse that offer. Why would they give up 10 cars for a plane if they can just produce it themselves and give up 3 cars? 1 plane needs to be traded for something less than 3 cars. Pakistan specializes in planes, but they want cars. And if they make cars themselves, they have to give up 1 plane to do so. So if the terms of trade were 1 plane for 10 cars, Pakistan would totally go for that. But remember, Jacobstan wouldn't. So to benefit both countries, the terms of trade needs to be 1 plane for something less than 3 cars, but something more than 1 car. For example, 1 plane for 2 cars would benefit both countries. Each country could specialize in producing 1 product and then trade for the other product that they want at a lower opportunity cost than if they produced it themselves. The benefits of trade. And again, if you understand this conceptually, that's good, but you have to practice. And I haven't even talked about the idea of input questions yet. There's actually 2 types of comparative advantage questions that you're likely to see in your econ class. There's output questions and input questions. Output questions are like the ones that we just did. We're talking about producing a certain number of goods given a certain amount of resources. So there's only so much time, we're trying to produce as much as we possibly can. An input question is when we're producing a certain amount of products, but the resources are variable. For example, one country might take 10 hours to produce a car, another country might take 5 hours. Since you want lower numbers, that's an input question. You want less hours, and so the country that has the lower number has the absolute advantage. I'm not going to do an input question, but my point is you've got to practice. You got to try output questions, input questions. You got to practice multiple times to feel like you're actually getting it. And that's what I'm here for. I'm here to help you learn and love economics. And I want you to think of something that you don't like to eat. I'm going to try to guess what it is. So right now, picture it in your mind, then take out a piece of paper and then write it down. Seriously, I'm going to give you some time. Go ahead and write it down.
We're going to DEFCON 5.
Oh, shoot. Now I could go with one of the classics like mayonnaise or liver or oysters or mustard, but I'm gonna go with something else. I'm gonna guess something else. Did you say poison? Or how about lava? Or dog feces? Now, you probably didn't write those down and you're saying to yourself, no, you asked me what kind of food I don't like to eat, but that's not what I asked. Take a look again. Do me a favor, I want you to think of something that you don't like to eat. So be honest here, which one do you prefer? Eating a spoonful of the thing that you said that you don't like to eat, or eating a spoonful of poison? Given this alternative, you might find the thing that you don't like is actually something that you prefer. So I guess it means that you do like it. And that's my point. Economics is the study of analyzing choices and making decisions, and most decisions are not set in stone. They significantly depend on the different alternatives. You probably never thought that you'd prefer a spoonful of mayonnaise, but under the right conditions, you would. Another one to think about. I'm sure many of you have a pet dog, so how much money would someone have to give you to give them your pet dog? Would you accept $100? How about $1,000? How about $100,000?
That's a lot of money.
And if you're still saying no to the money, then how about other things like your family? Would you prefer to keep your parents or your dog? Or how about your own life or your dog? Doing this thought experiment helps you figure out what you truly value. Some people say, oh, I love my house or my car, but under the right conditions and for the right price, they would sell them, so they don't really love them. In fact, the things that you truly love are the things that you would sacrifice your own life for. So your family or your friends or your faith, those are the things that are truly priceless.
There are some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's MasterCard.
Here is a mind-blowing fact. Every decision that you've ever made, you wanted to make. You preferred that option. Really? Yep. If you went to school today, you wanted to go to school. You weighed the benefits and the costs, and you looked at the different alternatives, and you chose school. The benefits of school are pretty obvious. On average, the higher your education, the less likely you are to be unemployed and the more income you earn. Those monetary benefits that can easily be quantified are called the explicit benefits. But don't forget, you also go to school because you want to see your friends or feel productive or maybe sit next to your crush. Those implicit benefits are harder to quantify, but they're just as valuable. Now, economists call the total benefit that you receive when you do something total utility. And to measure that, they have this term called utils. Think of these as like happiness points that allow you to measure the enjoyment of everything that you do.
This is worth at least 50 utils.
So if you went to school today, you must have assumed that the total utility you got from going to school would be greater than the total cost. Now, if you go to public school, you're probably thinking to yourself, well, there's no cost for going to school, it's free, public education is available to everybody. But remember, one of the key concepts in economics is everything has a cost. Now, for example, let's say you paid $3 to take the bus to school, and don't forget there's the taxes that you have to pay for the schools. Those out-of-pocket costs are the explicit costs of going to school, but don't forget there's also implicit costs. your opportunity cost. When you're at school, you can't be at the beach or an amusement park or sleeping or at work. And if you have a job and you make $10 an hour, going to school for 6 hours means you gave up $60 of foregone income. That's your opportunity cost of going to school. So your opportunity cost is the value of the next best alternative, the thing you gave up when you went to school. And remember, it's totally subjective and different for different individuals. But it's definitely a cost and something you should add in when you're making decisions. Anyways, my point here is public education is not free. Remember, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Actually, let's talk about your lunch. Hey Internet, this is Jacob Clifford and welcome to Econ Movies. Avengers Endgame
Probably stop staring before it gets creepy though.
Too late.
And you know,
you guys are losers.
Question, is paying $5 for your school lunch a cost of going to school? Well, not necessarily. You need to eat anyways, and if you were going to spend $5 on lunch, even if you didn't go to school, then you can't factor in $5 spent on school lunch as part of the cost of going to school. The same idea applies if you're deciding to move between two different cities, right? If the cost of living is the same in both cities, then you can't factor in and shouldn't factor in the cost of living when you move as a cost of moving. You're going to pay those costs either way. My point here is to maximize your utility, you need to make sure you're weighing in the right benefits and the right costs. And that's why you're taking an economics class. Remember, every decision you've ever made, you wanted to make. One time I was in class, I was explaining that concept, and the student raised his hand and he said, no, he has an example that disproves this fact. He said that he recently went on a date with his girlfriend. Instead of watching the action movie that he really wanted to watch, he agreed to watch the romantic comedy that she wanted to watch. And he confidently argued that this disproves this idea, that he actually did something that he didn't want to do.
I am not watching The Notebook again. Can somebody help me find The Notebook?
Now, if you understand explicit benefits and costs, then you should definitely understand why he was wrong. Let me know in the comments below, and let me know if you can think of any other examples that disprove this assertion. So as you know, every episode I put something on the wall behind me as a memory tool to help you remember that key concept. So to help you remember the idea of explicit and implicit benefits and costs, I have this. This is a tiny box with 2 pennies. Obviously to you it's worthless, but to me it's one of my most prized possessions. When I first met my wife in college, we listened to a song and it talked about having a penny with a hole in it. It kind of became our song, so I went and found a 1976 Canadian penny, because my wife is Canadian and she was born in 76, and a 1977 American pennies. I drilled holes in both of them, put them in a box, and gave it to my girlfriend, who's now my wife. On paper, it's literally not worth 2 pennies, but I wouldn't sell this for $100 or $1,000 or $10,000. Actually, maybe I would sell it for $10,000. Sorry, Paula. At this point, you're probably thinking to yourself, man, this stuff is really easy. Explicit benefits, explicit costs, implicit benefits, implicit costs. You got it. But trust me, on a test, the questions can get... Hey Internet, this is Jacob Clifford. Now, according to the Guinness Book of World Records, what is the longest roller coaster marathon? Take a guess. I don't know, do you think it's maybe 6 hours? Is it 12 hours, 24 hours? Like, how long can someone ride a roller coaster over and over and over again? You ready for this? It is 405 hours and 40 minutes. That's over 16 days on a roller coaster. That's insane. But I need to point out, for every hour, the guy had a 5-minute break and he could bank him. So if he rode the roller coaster for 3 hours, he'd have 15 minutes to go to the bathroom and do other things. But still, that is a lot of roller coaster riding. And the thing that makes it so weird is that we all inherently understand the idea of the law of diminishing marginal utility, right? We all get less and less satisfaction. So the first time you ride a roller coaster, it's awesome, it feels good, you enjoyed it. Second time, maybe not so much. Third, fourth, fifth time, you eventually get less and less additional satisfaction. That's what we're talking about in this video. I'm gonna talk about marginal utility and how to maximize your total utility. Let's stick with the amusement park and roller coaster riding theme as we talk about consumer choice. Recently, I went to Disneyland with my 8-year-old daughter Avery, and it was awesome, but I can't help but thinking about how you're using economics even when you're riding roller coasters. You're using economics all the time. For example, when you're walking around Disneyland, you have to decide which ride you want to choose. And you just don't do that arbitrarily. You're actually thinking about it. You're doing calculations in the back of your brain. You're thinking about, okay, what's the satisfaction I'm going to get from any given ride divided by the price? But right now you might be thinking, no, there is no price for riding the rides at Disneyland. Once you pay to get in, you don't have to pay again. All the rides are free. No, they're not free. There is a price. And I am currently paying it right now. The price to pay is the lines. That's right. So what you do is you calculate the additional satisfaction you're going to get from any given ride, and then you divide that by how long you have to wait in line for that satisfaction, and then you compare that to other different rides. So that's the reason why you don't ride like Space Mountain over and over and over again, or you don't ride Thunder Mountain like we're about to do over and over and over again. You kind of change it up. By the way, that video was part of another video I made about the economics of Disneyland. Check it out, it's actually really good. But let's stick to consumer choice. The concepts I'm about to show you and the skills that you need to practice, you need from microeconomics class. But if you're not in micro and you're in macro, or you're not even taking an econ class, you should still understand how economists assume people make decisions. And the first thing economists do is they simplify the world. So let's assume you're in an amusement park and there's only 2 rides that you can ride. We've got Big Thunder Mountain, and you can ride the Astro Orbiter, or the Rockets ride at Disneyland. Right here I have the total utility you get from riding the roller coaster. So the first time you ride it, you get a total of 120 utils. When you ride it 2 times, you get a total of 200 utils. Now, a util is just like a satisfaction point. It's just a number saying how much happiness and joy did riding that roller coaster give you. Utils depend entirely on the individual. So you might get a 7 and I might get a 10, or some other person might get a 200. It all depends on that person, how many times they've ridden that ride, and other factors. Like, for example, I get more utils when I'm riding with my daughter. It's fun, I get to see her laughing and enjoying it, so that increases my utils. So utils represents your satisfaction points, which is completely arbitrary, but you can quantify. I can put a number on my satisfaction. It's called a util. This is worth at least 50 utils. Now again, this is the total utility. You have to be able to calculate the marginal utility, the additional utility you get from each time you ride the roller coaster. So go ahead and calculate that. Stop the video, then start it back up again. It's really important you actually write these down. Don't just do them in your head, because I'm going to ask you some questions based on this data in a few minutes, okay? So write it down. In this case, you're calculating marginal utility, but you're going to be doing this calculation a lot with marginal cost and marginal revenue and marginal resource cost, marginal social benefit. You're going to be calculating this idea of marginal. So make sure you understand marginal is the change in the total. So for the very first time you ride the roller coaster, you went from no utility because you didn't ride it to 120. So the marginal is 120. But when you ride it a second time, your total utility goes up to 200. So your marginal utility is 80, right? The change between 120 and 200. And you just keep doing that over and over again. So it's 40, 32, 16, and 4. Again, this is the additional satisfaction you get from riding this roller coaster 6 different times, over and over and over again, up to 6 times. So let's do the same thing with the other ride, the Rockets ride. So right here you have the total utility, the first, second, third, and fourth, fifth time you ride the Rocket ride, calculate the margin utility. So the first one gives you 30 additional satisfaction, then 20, then 16, 8, 4, and 2. So now we can calculate margin utility. And you can actually use this to make decisions. So if I'm trying to decide which one I want to ride, well, obviously I do the roller coaster first because it gives me more margin utility. 120 is more than 30. In fact, if you look at this data, I would continue riding that roller coaster 4 times before I'd even think about switching over to the Rockets ride. But that's assuming that the price or the cost of riding these 2 rides is exactly identical. And it's not, right? The roller coaster always has a longer line, and since you have to factor that in, that's going to affect your decision making. In fact, that's one of the reasons why at amusement parks they post how long the wait is, because it helps you make that decision, right? If you had no idea how long the wait was, then you couldn't really make good decisions. But they post it so you go, okay, how much satisfaction am I going to get for that roller coaster, and how long do I have to wait in line? By the way, since we're talking about world records, take a guess on how long someone had to wait in line for a Disney ride. So what's the longest any individual had to wait in a line for just one ride? You let me know in the comments below, and then take a look at the description and I have the answer for you. So take a look. That is the longest anybody has ever had to wait. In this case, in fact, let's get rid of time and let's go throw in some dollars. So let's just say, and I know it's not realistic, but let's just say that riding the roller coaster costs $4 for each time you ride it, and the Rockets ride costs you $2. And to help us to make a decision and use this concept, let's give you an income constraint of $16. So I have 2 questions for you here. First one, if you only have $16, what combination of the Rocket ride and the roller coaster ride will maximize utility? How many times should you ride each ride with your $16? And last, what is the total utility you're going to get from maximizing it? In other words, what's the total amount of utility you could possibly get from $16? Now there's several different strategies you can use to figure this out. First, you could list out all the possible combinations. So right here, you can ride the roller coaster 1 time and the Rocket 6 times, the roller coaster twice, and the Rockets 4 or 3 and 2 or 4 and 0. Those are all the possible ways you can use this $16. Instead of adding up the total utility for each one of these combinations, you can do something else, and that's how economists assume that you actually think. You calculate margin utility utility per dollar. It's the marginal utility you get from good X divided by the price of good X. So let's go back to the numbers you already calculated and now add in the marginal utility per dollar for each one of these. So do these calculations, stop the video, then start it back up again. Good luck. The reason why it's valuable is because we can use it now to figure out what you want to do. Again, stop the video. Good luck. So the first thing you want to do in this situation to get the most utility per dollar by riding the roller coaster. 30 is the highest you can get, so you ride the roller coaster first. Done. I've spent $4. Now I still have more money, so I'm also going to ride the roller coaster a second time because 20 is the highest utility per dollar I can get at this situation. So now I've spent $8. Next, I'm going to go ahead and switch over now to the rockets because 15 is the highest utility per dollar spent. I get over here. So now I've spent $4, $8, $10. I still have money left over. I'm going to go ahead and ride the third time and the second time. So third time on the roller coaster and the second time on the rockets. And there's your right answer. The right answer here, the right combination that'll maximize your total utility is 3 times on the roller coaster and twice on the rockets. And that's the skill you need to be able to do over and over again with different numbers and different scenarios. Just calculate the marginal utility, calculate the marginal utility per dollar, and then compare them until you run out of money. But we're not done. Let's go ahead and answer the second question. How much is the total utility you're going to get at this correct combination? Again, stop the video, do the calculation, see if you're right by starting the video back up. Good luck. The answer is 538. No, just joking, just joking. The answer is 290 utils, right? So you get 120 from the very first time you ride the roller coaster, and an additional 80 when you ride it the second time, an additional 40 from the third time. So that shows you how much total utility you get from riding the roller coaster. You get another 30 from the rockets, another 20 from the second time on the rockets, for another 50 of the rockets. You add them all together, you get 290 total satisfaction points. I actually did the math for you, so you don't have to go back and do this over again. But to prove the concept, I went back and looked at the different combinations you could do, and you find out that that is the highest total utility, right? Now your economics textbook or your professor or teacher will most likely show you this equation. It's the utility maximizing rule, which looks complicated, but it's not. It's literally what we just did. You look at the marginal utility per dollar of 2 different things you're going to do, good X and good Y. And basically, if the marginal utility per dollar is higher for one of them, you keep doing it. And because of the law of diminishing marginal utility, eventually that number is going to start going down. And then when it goes down to Y, and Y is higher, and you get more marginal utility per dollar from doing and consuming good Y, then you do that instead. And you keep doing that over and over again until they equal each other. But
and since demand has to do with buyers and consumers, I'm going to explain it all consuming this gallon of milk. Let's start it up. That first taste of milk is just wonderful, right? Cold, refreshing. The first thing you have to understand about demand is the law of demand, which says that there's an inverse relationship between price and quantity demanded. That means when the price goes down, the quantity demanded increases. If the price goes down, the quantity demand goes up again. So take a look at this demand schedule. As you can see, when the price goes down, the quantity demanded goes up. When the price goes down to 4, 3, 2, and 1, the quantity demanded increases. Now when you plot these points, you're going to get a demand curve, which looks like this. It's a downward sloping curve showing the law of demand. Now there are 3 reasons why the demand curve is downward sloping. It's the reason for the law of demand. It's the substitution effect, the income effect, and the law of diminishing marginal utility. Substitution effect says price goes down for milk. People are going to buy more milk because they're going to move away from other products that are now relatively more expensive. So instead of buying juice, people will turn around and go buy more milk. Now it goes the other way. When the price goes up for milk, the quantity demand for milk is going to decrease because people are going to move away from milk and go find a different substitute product. I wish I could find a substitute product. Now the income effect says that when the price goes down, people buy more milk because their purchasing power has increased. So if you go to the store and you find out that milk is on sale and only costs $1 for a gallon of milk, you're going to buy more because you can buy more. The amount you can buy with each dollar has increased. And of course it goes the other way. If the price goes up for milk, people are going to stop buying milk because their purchasing power has decreased. Each dollar gets them less milk. Now the third reason for the law of demand is something called the law of diminishing marginal utility. Remember, utility is satisfaction and marginal is additional. So this is the law of decreasing additional satisfaction. Whew. The law says as you consume anything like milk, the additional satisfaction you're going to get is going to start to eventually decrease, which is exactly what's going on right here. That very first sip was super refreshing, but that last one, not so much. Now this law applies to somebody drinking sips of milk, but it also applies to purchasing gallons of milk. That very first gallon of milk that you get for your family is awesome. It gives you a lot of satisfaction. You can have your milk and cookies, and you can eat your cereal. The second gallon of milk gives you some utility, and the third gives you some utility, but the law says eventually each additional gallon of milk that you consume is going to give you less and less additional utility. This concept explains the law of demand and the shape of the demand curve because they get people to buy more quantity of milk. The price has to go lower because they get less and less additional satisfaction from each gallon of milk. It's getting warm. It's getting warm. So a change in price moves along the demand curve, but if something else other than price changes, it'll actually shift the demand curve. For example, let's say a study comes out that says milk causes baldness. That would cause the entire demand curve to shift to the left. At every single price, people are going to buy less, and so the curve shifts to the left. That's called a decrease in demand. The opposite is an increase in demand, and so at every single price, people want to buy more, so the demand curve shifts to the right. Now there's 5 shifters or determinants of demand. These are the things that cause the demand curve to shift. The first shifter of demand is tastes and preferences. For example, what if a new study comes out that says that kids who have milk in the morning before they go to school do better at school and they're smarter? Well, that would increase the demand. The demand curve would shift to the right. Another shifter would be the number of consumers. Right? If all of a sudden new customers come into town, that's going to increase the demand for milk. Another shifter is the price of related goods, substitutes and complements. For example, almond milk and cow's milk are substitutes for each other. It's a bad idea. So if the price goes up for almond milk and it's more expensive to buy this, then the demand's going to increase for cow's milk. If the price goes down for almond milk, that means people are going to move away from buying cow's milk, buy more almond milk, so the demand for cow's milk will fall. And of course, there's also complements. So when the price of cereal falls, that's going to increase the demand for milk. Now the next shifter is income. Income is a little tricky because it depends on the type of product. There's normal goods and inferior goods. So let's say that milk was a normal good. This means when there's an increase in income, the demand's going to increase. And when there's a decrease in income, the demand's going to decrease. An inferior good is just the opposite. When there's an increase in incomes, the demand falls. And when there's a decrease in incomes, the demand will go up. So whenever you see a question that involves income, make sure to read the question carefully to find out if it's a normal good or an inferior good. The last shifter of demand is a change in expectations. So for example, if you think the price of milk is going to decrease next week, you're going to buy less today, and so the demand would decrease. But if you think the price of milk is going to increase next week, you're actually going to buy a whole lot more today, and so that's going to increase the demand. Now it's time to cover a super important detail that you have to watch out for. It's the difference between a change in quantity demanded and a change in demand. So look at this graph for milk. Right now you see 3 points, A, B, and C. There's 2 ways to go from 10 to 20 units. Movement from A to B along the demand curve is a change in quantity demanded. So when the price goes down from $3 down to $2, the quantity demanded goes up from 10 to 20. Now A to C is a change in demand. Price doesn't change. Price stayed at 3, but people decided to buy more. Why? Well, because the 5 shifters. Like tastes and preferences. If people prefer and want more milk, then the entire demand curve will shift to the right. At that same $3 price, people want more, so that's a change in demand. It's a change in demand. So I got a question for you. What happens to the demand when the price goes down? Oh gosh, this is a bad idea. So the answer is nothing. When the price goes down, demand stays exactly the same. Price causes the quantity demanded to change. The only thing that changes quantity demanded is a change in price. And the only thing that changes demand is one of the 5 shifters of demand. Oh man, I think I'm lactose intolerant. I need those Cheerios. Last video we talked about demand using milk. And in this video, we're going to talk about supply using dairy farmers. Paul, this is just stupid. Why are we doing this? I look more like a cowboy than I do a dairy farmer. Actually, a cowboy is what a dairy farmer should be called. Cowboy, the way we know him, should be called a horse boy. And Dallas Horse Boys has a pretty nice ring. Know about it's dairy farming. Just joking, I don't know anything about dairy farming. But I do know about supply and the law of supply. The law of supply says there's a direct relationship between price and the quantity supplied. When the price increases for milk, that's going to increase the quantity of milk produced. This is because an increase in the price gives an incentive for dairy farmers to produce more because they want to make more profit. So a supply curve is upward sloping. When the price increases, the quantity supplied increases. And again, when there's a change in price, that moves along the supply curve. But the supply curve can also shift. Just like demand, an increase in supply is always to the right, and a decrease is always to the left. Using milk as our example, let's talk about the 5 shifters of supply. Man, I just filmed this after drinking all that milk. Oh my gosh, that was horrible. Woo boy. The first one is the change in the price of inputs or resources. So if there was a huge increase in the price of dairy cows, that would cause the supply of milk to decrease. Since you need cows to produce milk, an increase in the price of that key resource means we'd be producing less milk. The second shifter is number of producers. So if out of nowhere there's an increase in the number of dairy farmers, that would increase the supply of milk. The third shifter is a change in technology that would affect productivity. So new advanced milking machines would cause the supply for milk to increase and shift to the right. Another shifter is government involvement, such as taxes or subsidies. A subsidy is when the government wants firms to produce more, so they give them money to produce more output. This would cause the supply curve to shift to the right. A tax is just the opposite. This would take away producers' money, and since they don't have money to produce stuff, the supply would shift to the left and decrease. And the fifth and last shifter is future expectations. If a producer thinks they can make more profit on their products a few weeks from now, they'll hold back supply now and then supply more later on. So here's the question for you. What happens to supply when the price increases? Geez, that milk! Nothing. Remember, a change in price only affects quantity supply. The supply is not going to change. Remember, a change in price moves along the supply curve, and a change in something else, one of the 5 shifters, will cause the actual supply curve to change. Well, that Mr. Clifford really helps me understand these economic concepts. All right, now we finally have enough information to put supply and demand together. Over here we have the demand schedule and demand curve from the market we talked about in the previous video, the market for milk. Remember, demand goes to the dirt. Right here we have the supply curve for milk that we talked about in this video. And of course, supply goes up to the sky. Now they come together and they set the market equilibrium price and quantity, sometimes called the market clearing price and quantity. $3 is the one spot where the quantity demanded exactly equals the quantity supplied. Again, that's called equilibrium. But what if we're at disequilibrium? What if the price is way up here at $5? The quantity demanded is only going to be 10 gallons, right? When the price goes up, people don't want to buy as much milk. But when price goes up, producers want to produce more milk. And the quantity supplied is going to be right here at 50 gallons of milk. The result is going to be something called a surplus. A surplus is when the quantity supplied is greater than the quantity demanded. And how much is the quantity of the surplus? Well, in this case, it's 40 gallons of milk. It's the 50 gallons of milk that were produced minus the 10 gallons that were actually bought. Now, unless there's some sort of government involvement or something else weird happening in this market, a surplus is going to eventually fix itself. If producers were producing all this milk, but no one's buying at that high price, what are the producers going to do? Well, they're going to put all the milk on sale and they're going to lower it down to the equilibrium price. But what if price fell even further than that and it fell down to $1? So at a low price, consumers want to buy 80 gallons of milk. But producers don't want to produce very much, right? They're only going to produce 10 gallons of milk. And this creates a shortage. A shortage is when the quantity demanded is greater than the quantity supplied. And how much is the shortage in this situation? Well, it's 70 gallons. The quantity demanded of 80 minus the 10 quantity supplied. And again, unless something weird is happening in this market, the shortage is going to fix itself. Now, up to this point, we've only talked about how a change in price will move along the demand or along the supply curve. The next video is going to talk about the entire demand curve or supply curve shifting. You know, the law of demand says there's an inverse relationship between price and quantity. So when the price goes up for a product, people buy less. When the price goes down, people buy more. But the question now is, how much less or how much more do they buy? And that's the idea of elasticity. Elasticity shows how sensitive quantity is to a change in price. What happens to quantity when there's a change in price depends a lot on the type of product. First, we're going to talk about the idea of inelastic. Inelastic. Let's talk about gasoline. Gasoline has inelastic demand. This means when there's an increase in the price of gasoline, the quantity demanded decreases, but just a little bit. So when the demand is inelastic, the quantity is insensitive to a change in price. And it goes the other direction. When the price falls, the quantity demanded goes up, but just a little bit, right? You don't jump in your car when the price goes down and rev your engine and run stop signs. That's not what you do. So when the price goes down, you buy a little bit more. When the price goes up, you buy a little bit less. Insensitive to a change in price. The reason for this is because products that have inelastic demand have very few substitutes. When it comes to gasoline, there's nothing else I can put in my car, and God knows I'm not walking. I'm an American. That was a joke to all you guys who are environmentalists. I apologize. I don't want to hurt your feelings. I love trees. I will hug one. I love you. I love you so much. In addition to having few substitutes, gasoline is also a necessity, and it has an elasticity coefficient that is less than 1. Whoa, coefficients, no math, can't stand math. Listen, there's going to be a little bit of math in microeconomics, but it's nothing crazy. One of the things you got to watch out for is freaking out when you hear things like coefficient. It's not that hard. The elasticity of demand coefficient is the percent change in quantity divided by the percent change in price, which is not hard at all. All it's trying to say is that when there's a small change in quantity, when there's a big change in price, this number is less than 1. And if it's less than 1, it's inelastic demand. Real quick, we're talking about absolute value. Remember, when the price goes up, the quantity always goes down. So we're talking about the absolute value of the elasticity of demand coefficient. The point is, when there's inelastic demand, the quantity is insensitive to a change in price. So what if demand is elastic? Elastic! That means quantity is sensitive to a change in price. So right here, when the price goes up, the quantity decreases a whole lot. And when the price goes down, the quantity demand goes up a whole lot. So when the demand is elastic, it means that these products have many substitutes, or they're luxuries, or they have elasticity coefficient greater than 1. A big change in quantity as a result of a small change in price. Now, what if the percent change in quantity is exactly equal to percent change in price? Well, that's something called unit elastic. Unit elastic is the idea if the price goes up 20%, then the quantity goes down 20%, this pops out a 1. A 1 means unit elastic. What if the demand is a vertical straight line, or something called perfectly inelastic? Well, that means an increase in price has no effect on quantity. Quantity doesn't change. So the percent change in quantity is 0 whenever there's a percent change in price. And so the elasticity demand coefficient is 0. That's the idea of perfectly inelastic. And if the demand curve is horizontal, where a firm cannot change the price at all, if they change the price, no one's gonna buy, that would mean that the elasticity demand coefficient would be infinite. All this will make more sense when you see them side by side, so take a look at this. What you're looking at is 5 different demand curves. Perfectly inelastic, relatively inelastic, unit elastic, relatively elastic, and perfectly elastic. And you can see the elasticity coefficient is 0, less than 1, 1, greater than 1, and infinite. This shows you the more substitutes a product has and the more sensitive it is to a change in price, the greater the elasticity demand coefficient. Does it make sense? Bonus round! One of the most important topics you're gonna see is something called the total revenue test. So this tells you what happens to total revenue when there's a change in price if the demand curve is inelastic or elastic. It'll make more sense on a graph. Over here on the left, we have inelastic demand, and right here on the right, we have elastic demand. The total revenue is the price times the quantity. It's this box right here. Notice how the box on both graphs starts exactly the same size. When supply shifts to the left, that causes the price to go up. Notice that on both curves, the price goes up and the quantity goes down. Remember, the law of demand is at play here. When the price goes up, the quantity goes down. We're not analyzing that. What we're analyzing is the total revenue, the size of the box. So for inelastic demand, the price went up a whole lot, but quantity decreased just a little bit. And so the size of the box got bigger. That means when the demand's inelastic, the price goes up and the total revenue goes up. Or when the price goes down, the total revenue goes down. And that explains why gas stations never have sales, right? There's no reason for a gas station to have like a half-off gas sale, because if they lower their price, the total revenue is not going to increase. But let's take a look at elastic demand. When the price goes up, a whole lot of people don't want to buy it, and so the size of the total revenue box gets smaller. So when the price goes up, total revenue falls. When the price goes down, total revenue goes up. That's why products that have elastic demand will have sales all the time. Now, what you're going to see on a test is a question that says, if there's a given product, product X, and the price goes up and the total revenue goes down, what must be true? And the answer is it's elastic demand, right? If the price goes up and the total revenue, the box gets smaller, that's elastic demand. Bonus round! One of the things I do to help students understand the total revenue test is give them this thing to do with their hands. So if the price goes up for a product and the total revenue goes up, I look like an eye. If I look like an eye, the demand is inelastic, right? Price goes up, total revenue goes up. The other way to look like an eye is if price goes down and total revenue goes down. I look like an eye, I'm inelastic demand. If the price goes up and total revenue goes down, I don't look like an eye, I'm elastic demand. If price goes down and total revenue goes up, I'm not an eye, it must be elastic demand. So this is gonna help you on a test. If they say the price goes up for a product and the total revenue went up, you look at yourself, you look like an eye, inelastic demand. I hope this.
Remember, I made this video to summarize all the key concepts to get them back in your brain. So if you haven't already watched my elasticity video and my elasticity practice video, go watch those first, then come back and watch this video. Because in this one, I'm going to summarize everything and then give you a resource at the very end that's going to help you practice.
Thanks.
So you've already learned the law of demand, the idea there's an inverse relationship between price and quantity showing you a downward sloping demand curve. And you've already learned the law of supply showing you a direct relationship between price and the quantity supplied showing you an upward sloping supply curve. The whole idea of elasticity is to show you that the shape of these curves change depending on the market and the product. So let's talk about the 4 types of elasticity. The first one is price elasticity of demand. Then I have pizza for price elasticity of supply. Then I have a hot dog for cross price elasticity. And last, I've got some cup of noodles for the income elasticity of demand. Price elasticity of demand shows how sensitive quantity demand it is to a change in price. And it all depends on how many substitutes there are for that good. So obviously there's a lot of substitutes for hamburgers, so you expect the demand to be very elastic, or quantity is very sensitive to a change in price. This would result in a relatively flat demand curve, but keep in mind it depends on some other factors. Yes, in general, a steeper demand curve and supply curve is more inelastic, and a flatter demand and supply curve is more elastic, but it depends on the actual numbers. The same demand curve with the same slope can have different elasticity depending on where you are. So the point here is elasticity is not the same as slope. And the good news is the equation for all 4 types of elasticity is basically the same. For price elasticity demand, it's the percent change in the quantity demanded divided by the percent change in the price of that product. It's the same equation even for elasticity of supply. So the price elasticity of supply equation is the percent change in the quantity supply divided by the percent change in price. And it's the same idea for cross price elasticity. It's the percent change in the quantity demanded of one product, let's say hot dog buns, as a result of a price of a different product, let's say hot dogs. The only one that's really different is the one that's the income elasticity of demand. This one's a little different because it's the percent change in the quantity demanded resulting from a percent change in income. So it's basically the same equation over and over again, but remember it's the percent change in quantity and the percent change in price. It's not the raw change in quantity and the raw change in price. So make sure you know how to calculate percent change. Now for both price elasticity of demand and price elasticity of supply, that coefficient gives you some information. When that number is 0, that means the demand or the supply is perfectly inelastic. When it's less than 1, it's relatively inelastic. When it's 1, unit elastic. When it's greater than 1, that's relatively elastic. And the last one, it's perfectly elastic. In both cases, these numbers tell you what type of curve you're looking at. But it's not the same with these. In this case, we're not just looking at the number, we're looking at the positive and the negative sign. That's giving us information about these products. For example, if the price goes up for hot dogs and that causes the quantity demanded for hot dog buns to decrease, that's a negative number. One goes up, one goes down. Negative number means those are complements. But if the price were to go up for one product and people would buy more of the other product, that means those two things are substitutes. By the way, here's a trick to help you remember that. Look at the word substitutes. It has a bunch of T's in it. Those T's look like positive signs. And so just remember, if it's positive, those are substitutes. Now on the other side, if income goes up and the quantity demanded for a good falls, that makes it a negative number. That makes it an inferior good. And if incomes go up and people buy more of something, that makes it a normal good. So remember, positive sign is normal good, negative sign, it's an inferior good. So to put it all together, if you're looking at either of these, it doesn't matter what the sign is, positive, negative, it doesn't matter, it's just telling you the shape of the curve. For these, the sign totally matters. Positive or negative tells you if they're substitutes or complements, or normal or inferior.
Glad you came along, partner.
Now there's one more thing I have to talk about when we talk about elasticity of demand. There's another way other than calculating the elasticity demand coefficient of figuring out if the demand is elastic or inelastic or unelastic. It's called the total revenue test. Remember, this only works with demand. It does not work with supply at all. So this is another way you can figure out if the demand is elastic or inelastic. You look at the change in price, what happened to price, it go up or go down, and what happened to the total revenue. And if you saw the end of my elasticity video, then you remember there's a trick I gave you using your arms for the total revenue test. When the price goes up and the total revenue goes up, I look like an eye. If you look like an eye, that's inelastic. If price goes down, total revenue goes down, I still look like an eye, inelastic. But if price goes up and total revenue goes down, I don't look like an eye, that must be elastic. If price goes down, total revenue goes up, I don't look like an eye, then that makes it elastic.
That's crazy.
I'm about to give you a practice sheet that's going to help you practice in calculating all these numbers. Before we do so, let's talk about what's going to go on the wall behind me. As you know, every episode I add something to the wall. This one's quite obvious. I'm going to add in the burger for the price elasticity demand. We've got the pizza for price elasticity of supply, the hot dog for cross price elasticity demand, and of course, we've got the cup of noodles showing you income elasticity, the coefficient, how to calculate these. You're going to remember all that stuff by seeing this on the wall. But don't go anywhere. It's time for a pop quiz in public, and I get requests for shout outs on Twitter and on my channel. Anyways, last week I got an email from a student that, no joke, requested a lock of my hair.
My hair is not to be meddled with.
So what do you think? Should I give it to him? It's totally reasonable that I say no, because let's face it, this is pretty creepy. I mean, I don't know this person. Maybe he's taking my hair, he's gonna put it in a crime scene and frame me for murder. But if I say yes, I have to decide if I should give it to him for free or sell it to him. So obviously the cost of producing hair for me is zero, so maybe it makes the most sense just to give it to him for free, but I still have to cut my hair, go to the post office, and mail it out. And of course, he might not be the only person who values my hair. I don't know, maybe there's some other guy who's willing to pay $20 for it. If I just give it to this other guy for free, then I'm basically giving up that $20. My point here is even something that's free to produce, like hair, is not really free. There's always an opportunity cost. And if the guy that emailed me is gonna get my hair, then it makes sense that he cover my costs. So the explicit costs of getting a haircut and going to the post office and mailing out the hair, and the implicit costs of my time and my energy. And if I ask him for any money at all, that means I'm just selling him my hair. So I have to figure out what price to charge to him and maybe the next person that asks for my hair, which means I have to be able to understand and analyze a market. The market demand curve that you learn about in econ is actually made up of individuals. For example, let's say there's 4 students and they're all interested in getting a lock of my hair. So let's say the price is $100. The only person who would pay that much is Sam. He'd be willing to buy 1. Now if the price falls down to 80, then he'd still be willing to pay, but so would Tyler. So there'd be 2 people who want to buy my hair. And if the price fell even further, down to $60, then Sam, Tyler, and Sarah would all want to buy 1 unit. And if the price fell all the way down to 40, then Sam would buy 2, Tyler would buy 2, Sarah would buy 1, and this new person, Levi, would also want to buy 1. You get the idea. People are different, so they have a different willingness to pay. When you add up all these individual preferences, you get the market demand and can draw a downward-sloping market demand curve. And the market supply curve is created the same way. It's based on the costs and preferences of individual sellers. Now, in this case, I'm the only supplier of Clifford hair, but the same principles apply. If the price is anything below $20 and it's just not worth it, it doesn't cover my opportunity cost. If the price was $20, maybe I'd just sell 1 just for fun, but if the price goes up to 40, I'd sell 2. If it goes up to 60, I'll sell 3, and if it goes up to 80, then I'd sell 4 locks of my hair. Notice, as price increases, individual producers have an incentive to bring more products to the market, which results in an upward sloping supply curve. When you put the supply with the demand, you get equilibrium. That's easy, you learn that in your class. But what you probably haven't thought about is how ingenious and amazing this is for organizing society and distributing our scarce resources. Imagine instead that there wasn't a market and I randomly gave out locks of my hair to random students. The chances that I would pick the exact students that want my hair the most is pretty low. But a market solves that problem. Markets cause goods and services to flow to the consumers that want them the most. And they prevent the inefficient use of our resources. You might not think that's a big deal, but I'm telling you, it's like the biggest deal. Everything around you right now exists because of this market system. Your phone or your computer that you're watching this video on, YouTube itself, your clothes, your house, all this stuff exists because supply and demand allocated resources toward their production. If there was an endless supply of resources, then we wouldn't actually need markets. Every person would just get everything they want. But now let's go back to the numbers. Do you remember Levi? He was willing to pay $40 for a lock of hair, but he doesn't get a lock, and you might feel bad for him, but if somebody's gonna miss out because of scarcity, it's best that it's him. He values the hair the least. In fact, if he got one, that would be extremely inefficient because the value he places on it, that $40, is less than my opportunity cost of producing the 4th unit. In other words, markets tell producers exactly how much to produce. So they don't over-allocate resources towards things that people don't really value, which is amazing. Markets are awesome.
You can clap now.
In your standard microeconomics class, you have to be able to take this a step further and identify and calculate consumer and producer surplus. Remember that Sam was willing to pay $100 for a lock of hair, but he didn't pay $100, he paid the market equilibrium of $60. The difference, that $40, is Sam's consumer surplus. It's the difference between what individual consumers are willing to pay for a good or service and what they do pay. And it's not just Sam, it's also Tyler. Remember, he's willing to pay up to $80 for the lock of hair, but he didn't pay $80, he paid $60. So that $20 is Tyler's consumer surplus. Now, what about Levi? He was willing to pay up to $40 for a lock of hair, and the market equilibrium price was $60, so he didn't get the product. He gets no consumer surplus. Graphically, the consumer surplus is this triangle right here, and in some classes, you have to actually calculate it. So remember, it's just the area of a triangle, 1/2 base times height. In this case, the base is 3 units and the height is $40, so the consumer surplus is $60. I know I covered that quick. Make sure to watch the end of the video where I give you some practice multiple choice questions so you can do those calculations. Now, producer surplus is the exact same idea except we're looking at sellers. So it's the difference between the price and how much a seller is willing to sell a product for. For example, I'm willing to sell the very first lock of hair for $20, but I didn't sell it for $20. I sold it for the market price of $60. So that $40, that difference, is my producer surplus for that first unit. For the second unit, I was willing to sell it for $40, but I sold it for $60, so that $20 is my producer surplus for the second unit. What about the fourth unit that I had a super high opportunity cost? You had to pay me a lot to go sell the fourth unit. Where's the producer surplus? There is none. I wasn't actually able to sell that unit. So just remember, you can't get producer surplus or consumer surplus from units that were never bought or sold. The actual area of producer surplus is this triangle down here, and together consumer surplus and producer surplus make up this area, which is total surplus. And this shows why markets are so darn efficient. They allow as many buyers and sellers as possible to benefit from voluntary transactions. People who don't really want the product don't get it, and high-cost producers that have a high opportunity cost don't sell it. It's a super efficient way to organize society and distribute scarce resources. For example, let's say I produce only one lock of hair. This is inefficient because there's lost consumer and producer surplus, or total surplus is less. Economists have a really cool name for this lost efficiency when you're producing the wrong output. It's called deadweight loss. Trust me, you're gonna see it over and over again in a microeconomics class. You have to be able to identify it and calculate it. So don't be afraid of deadweight loss. Let's look at the other side. Let's say I produce 4 units. That too would be inefficient and cause deadweight loss. The reason why is because the cost of producing that 4th unit is greater than what society is willing to pay for it. So the market's saying, don't put your resources in producing more hair. Society doesn't want this. Stop producing, produce less. I'm sorry I get all geeked out on this, but markets are awesome, but except when they're not. There's a detail I left out from the email from the guy who wanted my hair. Reason why was because his teacher said he'd give him a perfect score in the class if he did. Weird. So now what should I do? Because there might be some unforeseen costs. So if I go with the market solution and sell this student my hair, then he's not really gonna learn economics. In fact, the only thing he's gonna learn is how to get around and cheat the system, which sounds to me like the making of a serial killer that would definitely frame me for murder. And never mind the fact that the teacher would probably get fired for this because, let's be honest, it's so against the rules. So now I have to decide, do I want a market that's efficient or do I want to be ethical? And that's exactly why sometimes markets need to be regulated or abandoned. For example, human organs, like the market for kidneys. A free market purist would point out there's people out there that are on dialysis that really want a kidney, and there's healthy people out there that at the right price are willing to sell a kidney. And they would argue that a market would maximize total surplus and result in the most efficient outcome. But there's a solid argument against selling kidneys for ethical reasons. But let me point out, this is not the norm. In the vast majority of cases, markets are the preferred way to allocate our resources. But is it what I should do here in this situation with this guy that wants my hair? I'm gonna let my viewers decide. So let me know in the comments if you think I should give him my hair or sell him my hair, or if I shouldn't do any of that. I wanna know what you think because I don't wanna be considered a sellout. But don't go anywhere because it's time.
In previous videos, you learned about demand and why it's downward sloping. You also learned about supply and why it's upward sloping. And of course, you understand the idea of equilibrium. That is the only place where the quantity demanded exactly equals the quantity supplied. You should also understand why when there's a change in price, that moves along the curve. For example, when the price goes up, the quantity supplied increases and the quantity demanded decreases, causing a surplus. When the price falls below equilibrium, the quantity demanded increases, the quantity supplied decreases, and that causes a shortage. And that's what happens when there's a change in price. It moves along the demand and supply curves. But what if there's a shift in the entire curve? Remember, we learned the shifters in previous videos. There's 5 shifters of demand and there's 5 shifters of supply. To understand what happens when there's a shift in demand or a shift in supply, let's take a look at a scene from the movie Frozen. In this scene, Princess Anna walks into Wandering Oaken's trading post, and we find out what happens when there's a change in a market.
Big summer blowout, half-off swimming suits, clogs, and a sunbalm of my own invention.
Using this example from Frozen, let's analyze the market for sunbalm. The point of learning supply and demand is to understand what happens to price or quantity when there's going to be a change in a market. So this graph helps us to predict what happens when we find out there's going to be a change. The change that happens is that summer suddenly becomes winter. So what's going to happen to the supply or the demand for a sun bomb? Well, it's definitely going to affect demand because it's going to affect consumers. It's going to have no effect on supply or the production of sun bomb. Now, is the demand going to go up or is it going to go down? Well, of course, the demand's going to go down because people don't want to wear sun bomb during the wintertime. They want to wear it during the summertime. So the demand is going to decrease or shift to the left. The new equilibrium is right here, and so the price and the quantity is going to fall.
Woohoo! Big summer blowout.
Now it's time for you to practice. I have 6 scenarios right here for hamburgers. Your job is to figure out if it's going to be an increase or a decrease in demand or supply, what shifter it is, and what happens to price and quantity for each scenario. So get a piece of paper and draw 6 supply and demand graphs, and show on each graph what happens for each one of these scenarios. And remember, for each one of these things, we're analyzing hamburgers. Make sure to pause the video and then I'll explain each one, all right? Good luck. For the first one, new grilling technology would cause the supply to shift to the right or increase. Now this is supply because this is something that's going to increase the production of hamburgers. And remember, technology is a shifter. The graph tells us the price will decrease and the quantity is going to increase. For number 2, an increase in the price of chicken sandwiches, a substitute, is going to cause the demand for hamburgers to increase. Remember, the price of related goods, substitutes and complements, is a shifter of demand. And if chicken sandwiches are more expensive, that means people are going to buy more hamburgers, so the demand for hamburgers shifts to the right, so price goes up and quantity goes up. One rocket, bro, For number 3, if the price of hamburgers decreases, that's not going to shift the curve. Remember, a change in price does not shift the curve, it moves along the curve. So if the price goes down, the quantity demanded is going to increase. The quantity supplied is going to decrease, and that's going to lead to a shortage. Don't forget, price never shifts the curve. For number 4, if the price of ground beef, a key resource in the production of hamburgers, increases, that means we're going to produce less hamburgers. So the supply will shift to the left, price will go up, and quantity will go down. And for the last one, if there's human fingers found in many restaurants, that's going to decrease the demand for hamburgers, right? So the demand shifts to the left, price goes down, and quantity goes down. So a real quick story. One time I was doing that example in class, and I had a student who said that it wasn't going to be demand, it was going to be a supply shifter. The supply would go down. So I walked up to him and I said, well, why do you think it's going to be a supply shifter, not a demand shifter? And this innocent student says, well, if your workers don't have any fingers, then that means they can't produce as much, and so that's going to decrease supply. Well, it's definitely going to be a demand shifter. If there's fingers found in food, people aren't going to buy it, demand's going to decrease. Now, whether you're in high school or college, you're taking microeconomics or macroeconomics, it's super important to understand supply and demand. Understanding this graph is not just good for class, it's also good for life. If you can predict changes in a market, it can help you if you're in business or if you're a consumer buying things, because you know what's going to happen to the price and to the quantity. Nice.
In 1971, the US economy had a serious problem with inflation. So to keep prices from going up even further, President Nixon did this.
I am today ordering a freeze on all prices and wages throughout the United States for a period of 90 days.
This was the first time that widespread price controls were used in the United States since World War II. But economists were the first to point out the policy was going to lead to a lot of unintended consequences, like murder chickens. One of the many problems was the price freeze didn't apply to all goods and services. So the price of chickens couldn't go up, but the price of agricultural goods and chicken feed could go up. And the result was chicken farmers that couldn't make a profit off selling those chickens, so they drowned them. In an introductory microeconomics class, you have to be able to draw what happens to consumer surplus, producer surplus, deadweight loss whenever the government intervenes in a market, specifically whenever they use price controls, subsidies, or taxes. There's plenty of times where government intervention actually helps society and markets. For example, when we're trying to stop pollution and help the environment, or we're trying to get rid of monopolies, or we're trying to help the poor and disadvantaged. We're going to talk about most of those concepts in Unit 6, but for now, let's talk about situations where the government comes in and messes things up. Let's just assume the equilibrium price of chickens is $20 and the quantity that we're going to have produced in the market is 30 million chickens. That's the socially optimal quantity where there's no deadweight loss and we've maximized consumer surplus and producer surplus. If the equilibrium price of chickens is $20, but the government says you can't raise the price of chickens above $10, the result is going to be a shortage. At a $10 price, consumers want to buy 50 million chickens. That's the quantity demanded. But producers have no incentive to produce them, so they're only going to produce 10 million chickens. This is a price ceiling. It's a government decree that keeps the price from going up to equilibrium. Now notice that it also changes the consumer and producer surplus. Now producer surplus is a lot smaller, consumer surplus is here, and that's going to lead to deadweight loss. The market is no longer producing the amount that society actually wants. So the result is a shortage and a bunch of murdered chickens. Okay, now let's switch it up. Let's say the government sets a minimum price at $30 and you can't sell chickens for anything less than that. Again, we're gonna be at disequilibrium. So producers wanna produce 50 million chickens, but consumers at that high price don't wanna buy them. They're only gonna buy 10 million, so we have a surplus. So consumer surplus would be up here, producer surplus would be right here, and again, we'd have deadweight loss. Notice that in both cases, whether it's a ceiling or a floor, quantity is going to be less than the original equilibrium. We're going to end up with deadweight loss. Now, one of the things you're going to have to watch out for here, because teachers and professors love it, is putting a price ceiling above equilibrium or a floor below equilibrium. In those cases, the floor and the ceiling are not binding. In other words, nothing will happen in the market. So for example, a price ceiling at $30 has no effect in the market. Nothing's going to change. Consumer produced surplus will be exactly the same as it would at equilibrium, because the price is going to stay at equilibrium. So just remember, to be binding, to have an effect on the market, a price ceiling has to be below equilibrium and a floor has to be above it. Now, policymakers and economists know the problems with price control, so a lot of times they move away from ceilings and floors and instead use subsidies. So let's analyze what's going to happen when the government gives a $10 per chicken subsidy to chicken farmers. So now each chicken can be sold for $10 less than before. So the supply curve shifts to the right by a vertical distance of $10. And on the surface, that looks great. The price has gone down, there's more chickens being produced, and everyone's happy. But there's some hidden costs here, because this graph doesn't show all the money that taxpayers are giving these chicken farmers. That new equilibrium price of $15 is how much consumers are paying for chickens, but don't forget, producers get another $10 on top of that. So how much the producers get to keep is $25. So that $10 per chicken subsidy times the 40 million chickens we're producing represents the amount that taxpayers have to pay the chicken farmers. And the biggest problem is we're still not producing the amount society wants. In fact, we're overproducing chickens. We have 40 million instead of 30 million. That subsidy was a bad idea. We have way too many chickens. And again, we'd have this idea of deadweight loss.
Someone get her out of here!
Okay, last one. Let's go look quickly at taxes. Let's say instead of a $10 subsidy, there's a $10 tax for each chicken that these producers make. Each chicken would cost $10 more, so the supply curve would decrease by a vertical distance of $10. So now the new equilibrium price is $25 and the quantity is 20 million, but that price of 25 is only what consumers are paying. It's not what producers receive. Because of the $10 tax, producers only get to keep $15. So that vertical distance times the quantity, that's the tax revenue. Unlike a subsidy, taxpayers and the government aren't spending money, they're actually getting money, but the result is still deadweight loss.
General, continue.
20 million chickens are being produced even though society wants 30 million chickens produced. So that's the area of deadweight loss, and that's the tax revenue that goes to the government. And of course, you need to be able to show and calculate consumer surplus and producer surplus. I went over that super fast.
The government takes efficiency breaks deep in the heart of taxes. About supply and demand and consumer surplus and producer surplus, it's time to put all those things together and talk about taxes. A per unit tax or an excise tax is a tax on producers. So right here, let's have the supply and demand for some random product. Let's say milk. Paul, why are we doing milk? No more milk. So we've got the supply and demand for milk, and let's say the equilibrium is right here at $3. If the government put a per unit excise tax on milk of $2 per unit, that would cause the supply curve to shift to the left. That would cause the supply to shift to the left. But there's some more details that you actually have to watch out for. As you can see, the price that consumers pay is now $4. But I want you to notice the price didn't go up to $5, right? It was a $2 tax, and the price before was $3, but the new price isn't $5. That's because the consumers and the producers pay a portion of this tax. The price that consumers pay is now right here, $4. But the producers don't get that $4. Remember, they have to pay a $2 tax. So they don't get $4, they get only $2. The way you can spot this is by looking at the vertical distance between these two supply curves. That tells you the per unit amount of the tax. So that vertical distance is $2, and so the producers only get to keep $2 of the $4 consumers pay. Where does the other $2 go? Well, to the government. That $2 tax times a new quantity of 80 represents the $160 of tax revenue that goes to the government. And the reason why there's this tax wedge is because now there's 3 people involved with this transaction. Before the tax, it was just consumers and producers. But now it's consumers, producers, and the government. So the total expenditures or spending on milk is $4 times 80. That big box is spent total on milk. And this right here, the $160, 2 times 80 is how much the government gets to keep. And the other $160 right there is how much the producers get to keep of the money consumers spent. Now let's ask a new question. What happened to consumer surplus when there was a shift in the supply and the price went up? Remember, consumer surplus is the difference between what people are willing to pay for something, what they actually did pay. So it's this triangle right here before the tax. After the tax, it's this triangle right here, right? When the price goes up, it screws over consumers. Producer surplus also got smaller, right? When the supply shifted to the left and the price that producers got was only 2, that producer surplus is right there. So the consumer surplus is there, producer surplus is there, and that right there is the government tax revenue. So what about this old triangle of consumer and producer surplus that used to exist? Well, that's called dead weight loss. If the government taxes something like milk and the quantity the society actually wants, the socially optimal quantity is 100, and they tax it, it's going to decrease efficiency. It's going to cause a decrease in total surplus. So taxes on some products will lead to inefficiency. Let's try it again, except this time I've changed the slope of the demand curve. I've made it more inelastic. As you can see, the original price was 12 and the original quantity is 12. Then the government came in and put a tax, causing the supply curve to shift to the left. Now I want you to answer these questions. Pause the video and I'll go over them. The first question is the tax per unit. To figure it out, it's the vertical distance between the supply curves. So this is a $3 tax. Don't assume it's a $2 tax because that's what happened to price, right? Price went up $2. Remember, consumers and producers share this tax. The tax revenue is $30. It's a $3 tax per unit times the 10 quantity, which is that box right there. The total amount of tax revenue paid by consumers is $20. This is the $2 more that consumers pay per unit times the 10 unit output. Since the total tax revenue is $30, then the tax that the producers must be paying must be $10. The producers used to get 12, now they only get 11, and so they get $1 less than before. 1 times 10 is the $10 of total tax revenue the producers pay. Notice that the consumers and the producers do not share this tax equally. It's because the demand curve is relatively inelastic compared to the supply curve. Total expenditures or spending after the tax is the $14 times 10, or $140. The total revenue to firms is how much firms get to keep. Well, they don't get to keep $14 per unit. Remember, they only get to keep $11 because the $3 per unit goes to the government. So $11 times 10 gives you $110 revenue that goes to firms. Bonus round! It's really easy to get confused by this idea of producers and consumers sharing a tax. You would think that if there's a tax, then consumers just pay all of it. But as you can see from the graph, that's not the case. To help you understand this concept, I'm going to show you some graphs. So let me get out of the way and I'll show you what's going on. Right now, you're looking at the demand curve with different elasticities. You've got perfectly inelastic, relatively inelastic, unit elastic, relatively elastic, and perfectly elastic. Now what I'm going to do is put a supply curve on each one of these demand curves that is unit elastic. And I'm going to put the same per unit tax on every single one of these demand curves. The boxes right here are the total tax revenue that goes to the government, and it shows you who's paying the tax. When the demand is perfectly inelastic, then the consumers pay all of the tax. Producers pay none of it. When the demand is relatively inelastic, the consumers pay the majority of the tax, just like the question we saw earlier. When the demand and the supply have the same elasticity, then consumers and producers share the tax equally. When the demand is more elastic than the supply, then producers are going to pay more of the tax. And when the demand is horizontal or perfectly elastic, the producers are going to pay all of that tax. The best way to remember all this stuff is just draw the graph. Show the different ideas of elastic and inelastic and draw that tax revenue box. Then you can look at it and it tells you who pays the majority of the tax. Dang, Mr. Clifford, this is awesome. Hey,
what did this guy McLean do? Well, it has to do with shipping.
Early on, goods were loaded onto ships in sacks, barrels, and wooden crates with scores of dock workers squeezing them on decks or in tight spaces below. Ships often spent more time at ports than sailing, and not much changed until 1956. That's when American truck driver Malcolm McLean stacked 58 metal boxes on a ship going from New Jersey to Houston.
His idea was simple. Instead of unloading individual products, you unload the entire container, and that makes things way more efficient.
That's a pretty good idea.
And his process, now called containerization, lowered transportation costs and created global markets. Since it's now easier and cheaper to ship things, there's no reason to produce something if another country can produce it cheaper.
Container shipping moves 95% of all manufactured goods around the world.
You learned about the benefits of trade back in Unit 1 when we did comparative advantage, but now we're going to show these concepts steps using supply and demand. So here's the graph, and for this example, let's use portable Bluetooth speakers. This shows the domestic demand and supply and the equilibrium price at $30. This is the price if we produce these speakers in our own country. But what if we can get speakers at a lower price from other countries? Let's say $10 is the world price. Before I jump into it and show you what happens, try to figure it out for yourself. Where's consumer surplus, producer surplus, and deadweight loss if we trade at that world price of 10? Now, if you think consumer surplus is here and producer surplus is here and deadweight loss is here, you made a mistake. A lot of students see the price here at 10, they go, well, there must be a shortage, we're only gonna produce 10 units, so we're gonna have some deadweight loss. But there's not gonna be a shortage, and there's not gonna be deadweight loss. If the price is at 10, the producer surplus will be right here, and that's $25. Remember, the equation is 1/2 base times height. The base is 10, the height is 5. 5 times 10 is 50, cut in half, 25 is producer surplus. So the producer surplus got smaller, and it's actually the same if this was a price ceiling. But when there's a ceiling, we're only producing 10 units and there's a shortage. But in this case, we're filling the shortage with imports. At the price of $10, domestic producers can produce 10 units. But people want 90 units, so we're going to import those 80 units. So again, the amount we're going to produce in our own country is here. The amount consumers are actually going to get is here. So that means consumer surplus is going to be a whole lot bigger. It's going to be this whole area right here. The actual calculation, it's the base, which is 90, times the height, which is 55 minus 10, so 45, times 90, cut in half gives you 2,025. But the big idea here is to understand that consumer surplus got bigger. This shows the benefits of trade. And it also shows you who doesn't like trade: domestic producers, because producer surplus got smaller. Total surplus, the consumer and the producer surplus, was this before trade, and now it's this after trade. All the people that are willing to pay $25 or $20 or $15 before trade didn't get the speakers, but now with trade, they can get the speakers. International trade is good, and it mostly benefits consumers. But what happens on the graph when the government gets involved, when there's quotas and tariffs? Assume we're buying things at a world price at $10 and we're importing 80 units. The government comes in and says, listen, we're going to put a quota. You can't bring in more than 40 units into the country. So we can't import 80 units anymore. So instead, we only do 40 units. The result is a price that's right here at $20. In that case, consumer surplus would get a little bit smaller and domestic producer surplus would get a little bit bigger. And the same thing happens when there's a tariff. If the international price was back here at $10 and the government says, listen, we're going to put a $10 tariff on every single unit you import, that's going to change the price to $20. Again, like a quota, consumer surplus gets smaller and producer surplus gets bigger. But do you see the box of tariff revenue generated by the government? It's this box right here. That's the tariff revenue generated by the government by putting on the tariff. Remember, it was a $10 tariff and we're importing 40 units. 10 times 40, $400. So to put it all together, after the tariff, we have consumer surplus, producer surplus, tariff revenue, and these two triangles, deadweight loss. It's lost consumer or producer surplus that doesn't exist because of this policy. So there it is. Back in Unit 1, you learned about comparative advantage and why countries should specialize in trade. And here in Unit 2, you're showing that concept on a graph, showing that consumers benefit from international trade. And now that's happening more than ever because of Malcolm McLean. So what object am I going to put on the wall behind me to help you remember the idea of international trade, consumer, producer surplus, and Malcolm McLean? Well, it's this: a shipping container. Many of the things around you right now were once in a shipping container, and you got them at a lower price than if you had to produce them yourself. Not only did you have more consumer surplus, but you had money to go buy other things to make your life better off.
Dang. It's a sledgehammer.
In this video, we're looking at the relationship between inputs, the resources to produce things, and outputs, the things that producers make. For example, when a pizza company hires more workers, what happens to the number of pizzas they can produce? Before we jump into it, there's a few details we have to cover. First, keep in mind that there's two types of resources: fixed resources and variable resources. Fixed resources are fixed. They don't change as you produce more, like a pizza oven. If you produce one pizza or 500 pizzas, you still need that one oven. Variable resources do change with the more that you produce. produce. So the more pizzas you make, the more workers, dough, and cheese you need. When it comes to producing things, economists like to differentiate between the short run and the long run. Now, it's not a set amount of time, like 2 weeks. It's more like an idea. A company is in the short run when they have at least one fixed resource. So today, right now, a pizza restaurant is in the short run because they only have one oven. The long run is more about what could potentially happen in the future. So in the long run, all resources are variable. So what if the company had 2 ovens, or 3 ovens, or 10 ovens? The long run also has the idea of economies of scale, which I'll cover in a different video. So in this video, I'm going to talk about production in the short run, when there's at least one fixed resource. Okay, here we go. When you hire no workers, you get no output. But when you hire one worker, they have to do everything on their own. They can't specialize. 2 workers can split up the work and produce a whole lot more together than any one of them could on their own. This shows the benefits of specialization, right? 2 heads are better than 1. In this case, 2 hands are better than 1. But specialization has its limits. As you add more and more variable resources, eventually you're going to get less and less additional output. This is the idea of one of the most important concepts in economics, the law of diminishing marginal returns. As you continue to add variable resources to fixed resources, the additional output will eventually decrease. Notice that I said that it will eventually decrease. It can increase because of specialization, but you keep hiring more and more workers, eventually you get less and less output. Here's some made-up numbers to help you understand the concept. Right here, this first column is number of inputs, in this case workers. The second column is the number of output, the pizzas they can produce in 30 minutes. These numbers show the law of diminishing marginal returns, but it's easier to see them by calculating something called the marginal product. That's the additional output generated from hiring one additional worker. Okay, pause the video, see if you can calculate the marginal product on your own. When you're a jet all the way from your first cigarette to your last dying day. The first worker can produce 5 pizzas, so the additional output they make is just those 5 pizzas. But when you hire 2 workers, they can produce 15. So the additional output from the second worker is an additional 10 pizzas. This shows the benefits of specialization. 1 worker can produce 5 pizzas on their own, but 2 workers can more than double that output. 3 workers can produce a total of 20 pizzas, but the additional output produced by that 3rd worker is 5 pizzas. And of course the 4th worker adds an additional 2 pizzas, and the 5th worker adds an additional 0. But now at the 6th worker, the total output actually falls. So the marginal product is -4. Now keep in mind, this is not because the workers are lazy or dumb. It's because of fixed resources. Okay, here's a question. With which worker does the law of diminishing marginal returns set in? I want to be in America. I want to be in America. I have to be in America. Now it's not the 6th worker, it's the 3rd worker. Notice the marginal product has been falling ever since the 3rd worker. That's diminishing returns. It's not when it actually goes negative. That's negative returns, a completely different concept. Actually, there's 3 stages of returns. Right here is stage 1, where the marginal product is increasing because of specialization. Total product is increasing at an increasing rate. Right here is stage 2, because the marginal product is falling because of fixed resources and the law of diminishing marginal returns. Total product is increasing, but at a decreasing rate. Right here is stage 3, and the marginal product is negative, which means the total product is actually falling. This is because the workers are in each other's way and they're fumbling over each other, and there's just way too many cooks in the kitchen. Bonus round! Okay, now hopefully you understand it with all the numbers. Let's take all this information and put it on a graph, right? Economists love graphs. Okay, right here is the total product curve, and right here is the marginal product curve. Now you should be able to spot the 3 stages of returns by looking at the graph. Right here is stage 1, because total product's increasing at an increasing rate, and the marginal product is going up. Right here is stage 2, because the total product is going up, but at a decreasing rate, and the marginal product is falling. Right here is stage 3, and the total product is falling because the marginal product is negative. Practical application round! It's important to keep in mind that we're talking about economic theory here. The numbers in real life are never as perfect as the textbook. But the idea of diminishing marginal returns is super important for anyone who just wants to run a business and figure out how many workers to hire, to a government official trying to figure out the best economic policy. Think of a farmer fertilizing their land, right? A little bit of fertilizer, that helps. More fertilizer maybe gives you a little bit more output, but you can't get more and more output from more and more fertilizer. In fact, eventually the more fertilizer you put, the less output you're going to get. The same idea might apply to the government. A little bit of environmental regulation might help the environment a whole lot. But more and more regulation will eventually do less and less additional benefit to the environment. Anyways, it's important to understand this is just not textbook stuff. This actually can help you make decisions in your life, alright? Thanks for watching. Till next time.
About learning microeconomics, it's cost curves. I mean, no one gets excited about cost curves. They might not be exciting, but cost curves are super essential. Now, someday you might own a business, and it's important to understand the cost of production. Calculating your costs is going to help you figure out your profit, but it also helps you figure out how many units to produce. And you're going to be doing these calculations for costs and drawing the cost curves a whole lot in microeconomics. So although it seems kind of bland, it's time to get excited about costs. So let's go over the different types of costs. Every company has two different types of costs: fixed costs and variable costs. Fixed costs are the costs that don't change with the amount produced. Like if you're a pizza company, the oven, right? You only have one, it's a fixed resource. It doesn't matter how many pizzas produced, you still have to pay for the oven. Another example might be the manager's salary, right? You still need a manager whether you produce 1 unit or 1,000 units, and so the manager's salary is a fixed cost. So variable costs do change with the amount produced. So if you produce more output, you're gonna need more resources. So raw materials, labor, electricity are all examples of variable resources, and that's variable costs. If there's only two types of costs, fixed and variable, then total cost must be fixed plus variable cost. And there's also marginal cost. Marginal cost is the additional cost of producing one more output. If you're a pizza restaurant, it's the cost of producing one additional pizza. It's the change in total cost divided by the change in output. So now you understand the total cost. There's total fixed cost, total variable cost, total cost, and marginal cost. Now let's see if you can calculate them on your own. Right here I have the cost for a given firm. Right, we have 0 output, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 units that they could produce. I've also given you the variable cost and the fixed cost producing no output. I want you to copy this chart on your piece of paper and finish off these columns. Calculate the fixed cost, the total cost, and the marginal cost. Pause the video and then do those calculations and I'll go over the answers. What's the fixed cost of producing 1 unit? Well, it's $10. For 2 units, it's $10. For 3 units, it's $10. Why? Because it's fixed. It doesn't matter how many units produced. You still pay $10 fixed cost. Total cost is the variable plus the fixed cost. So when you produce nothing, you still have a total cost of $10. Remember, that's because you have to pay that fixed cost. For 1 unit, it's $20. For 2 units, it's $27. Then 35, 50, 70, and 120. And it's really that simple. Variable cost plus fixed cost equals total cost. The marginal cost is the change in total cost from producing an additional output. So if the total cost of producing nothing is $10 and the total cost of producing 1 unit is $20, the additional cost of that first unit must be 10. Since the total cost of 2 units is 27, the additional cost of that second unit must be an additional $7. So again, the marginal cost is the change in total cost divided by the change in output. So it's $8, $15, $20, and $50. Now that you can calculate these costs, let's calculate the per unit costs. There's average variable cost, average fixed cost, and average total cost. The average variable cost is the total variable cost divided by the quantity. Average fixed cost is the fixed cost divided by the quantity. And the average total cost is the total cost divided by the quantity. Most of the time when you see these, you're going to see them by the acronym. So ABC, AFC, and ATC. Get used to that. Now let's go see if you can actually use those equations and calculate the average cost curves. I want you to calculate the average total cost of 6 units, the average fixed cost of 2 units, the average variable cost of 4 units, the average total cost of 1 unit, and calculate all three, the average variable, average fixed, and average total for 5 units. So go back to your paper, number 1 through 7, and make sure to calculate each one of these. Pause the video and I'll go over them. Alright, the average total cost of 6 units is $20. That's because the total cost is $120 and we're producing 6 units. So if the total cost is $120 and you produce 6 units, how much did each one cost on average? Well, $20. The average fixed cost of 2 units is $5, right? It's the $10 fixed cost divided by 2 units. That gives us $5. The average variable cost of 4 units is the $40 variable cost, total variable cost, divided by the 4 units that we produced. So it's going to be $10. The average total cost of 1 unit is $20. If 1 unit costs a total of $20, then on average, that 1 unit costs $20. Now let's take a step back and find out something you might not have noticed first time around. Notice that the average variable cost plus the average fixed cost equals the average total cost. For example, for 5 units, the average variable cost was $12, the average fixed cost was $2, and the average total cost was $14. 12 plus 2 equals 14. That's how it is for every single one of these. The average variable cost plus the average fixed cost equals the average total cost. Actually, this is not that bad. I kind of like cost curves. The next thing you're going to do is going to take all these costs from the chart and you're going to put it on a graph. To learn more about that graph and to find out how to use it, you got to watch the next. I define the different types of costs: fixed cost, variable cost, total cost, and marginal cost. You use the chart to calculate each one of these, and you also calculated the average cost curves. average variable cost, average fixed cost, and average total cost. If you haven't seen that video, make sure to go back because you're gonna need that for what we're gonna do right now. Because right now, we're gonna find out what these cost curves look like on the graph. If you plotted the total cost, you'd come up with a graph just like this. Right here, the horizontal line is fixed cost, and then right here is variable cost. Now, since fixed cost plus variable cost equals total cost, the total cost curve would look like that. You might see this graph on a test, but really it's not as important as the per unit cost curves. I'm talking about marginal cost, average total cost, average variable cost, and average fixed cost. The per unit cost curves look like this based on the calculations we did in the previous video. First is the average fixed cost. Notice how it keeps getting smaller and smaller and smaller. It's an asymptote. That's because you're taking the fixed cost, which is a set amount, and dividing it by larger and larger quantities. So the average fixed cost is going to keep getting smaller and smaller and smaller. Next up is the marginal cost curve. Marginal cost always goes down and up because of the law of diminishing marginal returns. Average variable cost goes down and up, and it hits marginal cost at average variable cost minimum point. The average total cost also goes down and back up, and it hits marginal cost at ATC's minimum. Notice the vertical distance right here is the same as the vertical distance right there. That's because the average fixed cost plus the average variable cost equals the average total cost. Now let's talk about how you're gonna actually use this graph. You might get a question on a test that says, how much does the fifth unit cost? To figure that out, just go straight up from 5 units. The graph tells you the marginal cost of producing 5 units is $20. The average total cost of 5 units is 14. The average variable is 12, and the average fixed is 2. Again, remember, the average fixed of 2 plus the average variable of 12 equals the average total of 14. But the best part of this graph is the fact that you can use it to calculate total costs. For example, you know that each one of those 5 units costs $14 on average. Well, how much does 5 units cost in total? What's the total cost of 5 units? Well, it's $70. It's that box right there. That's the total cost. Of that $70, how much is variable and how much is fixed? To figure that out, all you gotta do is go up to the average variable cost at 5 units, which is $12. 12 times 5 is 60. So that box right there of $60 is the variable cost of producing 5 units. If the variable cost is 60 and the total cost is 70, then the fixed cost must be 10. That's the average fixed cost of $2 times 5 units gives me $10 of fixed costs. That's the box right there. Yeah, all right, I kind of like this. I'm getting into cost curves. I kind of like it. Yeah, cost curves. Woo! Cost curves, cost curves, cost curves. You're going to be using these cost curves a whole lot, so feel very comfortable calculating the total, variable, and fixed costs. What you're going to find out is that not all 4 of these curves are equally important. The real important ones are marginal cost and average total cost. Those are the ones you're going to be drawing a whole lot. I hope this video I showed you the per unit cost curves. We've got average fixed cost, average variable cost, average total cost, and marginal cost. By now, you should be able to use that graph to calculate the total cost at any given quantity. So as the quantity increases, the box of total cost is going to look like that. In this video, I'm going to explain why these cost curves look the way they do. Why does marginal cost go down and up? And why ATC goes down, hit a minimum, and then go back up. First, let's start with marginal cost. Take a look right here. On the very top, you have the graph that you saw earlier in this unit. This is the marginal product curve. As you hire more inputs, like workers, the additional output produced by those workers is going to go up and eventually start going down because of the law of diminishing marginal returns. As workers specialize, the additional output they produce goes up and up and up. But because of fixed resources, the additional output produced by these workers will eventually start to fall, causing the marginal product to go down. It turns out that's the reason why the marginal cost is U-shaped. Look down here. This is the number of units produced and the cost of those units. As you produce more units, the additional cost of each additional unit begins to fall. That's because those units are produced by workers that are specializing and producing more additional output. So the additional cost of those units is falling. But as each worker produces less and less additional output, the additional cost of those units are going to start going up and up. Okay, I got it. Next up, why does the average total cost go down, hit a minimum, and then go back up? This is because the relationship between marginal and average. If the marginal cost is below the average total cost, it's going to pull the average total cost down. When the marginal cost goes above the average total cost, it's going to pull the average total cost back up. Let me give you an example to help you understand the idea. Let's say there's some people in a room and the average weight is 150 pounds. Let's say that the next person who walks in the room, the marginal person, weighs 100 pounds. What's that going to do to the average? Well, when the marginal is below the average, it's going to pull the average down. Let's say the next person who walks in the room is only 50 pounds. Well, again, the marginal is less than the average, so it's going to pull the average down. Now let's say the next person who walks in the room is 60 pounds. Notice 60 pounds is higher than 50, So the marginal weight is actually going up. But the average weight is still gonna fall because 60 is less than the average. As long as the marginal is less than the average, it's gonna keep pulling the average down. Now, when the next person who walks in the room weighs 300 pounds up here, that's gonna pull the average right back up. And it's the same thing with cost curves. When the additional cost is below the average, it pulls the average down. So that's why the average total cost curve goes down and up. But it's also the reason right there is the minimum point of the ATC curve. Now this also applies to the average variable cost. It too gets pulled down when the marginal is below and pulled up when the marginal is above. So when it comes to the AP test, whenever you draw marginal and average, make sure you have the average hit a minimum and then go right back up. Now I hope this video into it. Keep in mind that economists differentiate between the short run and the long run. In the short run, at least one input or resource in the production process is fixed. I made a video about it, check it out. In this video, I'm going to talk about production in the long run, when all resources are variable. Let's start by looking at what happens to output as a company adds more and more resources. If a firm were to double its inputs, there's only three possible things that could happen to their output. Their output could more than double, it could double, or it could less than double. That's the idea of returns to scale. If output more than doubles, then a firm is experiencing increasing returns to scale because getting bigger is better. This happens because they can use mass production techniques that smaller firms can't. Now, if the output doubles, then that company has constant returns to scale. So they've kind of maxed out on the gains of getting bigger. And if that output less than doubles, then they're experiencing decreasing returns to scale and they're just too big. So returns to scale show what happened to production in the long run, but what happens to costs? Well, have you ever seen the TV show How It's Made? It shows how companies produce stuff, and it's absolutely fascinating. Think of two bread companies, with one producing bread like this, and the other one producing bread like this. Now, here's the question. Which one of these two companies has higher costs? Obviously this one. That's millions of dollars of equipment they're using to produce the bread. So their total costs of producing are way higher. But what about their average cost of producing each loaf of bread? It's way lower, and that's the idea of economies of scale. The long-run average costs fall as more output is produced. Economies of scale is the idea that getting bigger is cheaper. It happens because of increasing returns to scale and other cost-saving measures. Companies that are producing at a larger scale can afford super productive machines and also buy resources in bulk. Again, the total cost might be a lot higher, but the average cost is lower. And that brings us back to those movies. Several of the Twilight and Harry Potter movies and all the Lord of the Rings movies were shot at the same time. The total cost of producing 3 movies is a lot more expensive than just producing one, but if you produce them all at the same time, the average cost is going to fall. When they made the Lord of the Rings, they didn't have to ship their cast and crew to New Zealand over and over and over again. So producing multiple movies all at once meant that they had economies of scale. But often costs don't keep falling and falling in the long run. Like production, they often level off, and this is called constant returns to scale. So when you're producing bread, there's just no way to get your cost below a certain amount per loaf. And eventually it's possible for the average cost to start going up as more is produced. And that's called diseconomies of scale. In that situation, a company becomes so big and is producing so much that they have to hire extra managers and they have to add a cafeteria to their factory, so their average costs start going up. Now you might be thinking that a firm wants to produce where they have the lowest long-run average cost, but it's not that simple. The amount a firm should produce doesn't just look at costs. It also looks at consumer demand. I mean, think of your local pizza restaurant. The goal isn't to minimize their costs, make as much pizza as possible. Their goal is to maximize profit. Think about it. They could have advanced pizza making robots that do all the work, but they don't sell enough pizza to make it worth it. The point is, concepts like economies of scale are ideas that help producers make decisions. They don't tell producers exactly how much to make, because in real life, one size doesn't fit all. Thanks for watching. The best way to explain this stuff is with an example. So let's assume that Kevin starts a business selling ice cream cones.
Ice cream. Good ice cream.
He has fixed costs like the cost for his business license and the cart, and he has variable costs like the cost of ingredients and cones. The business license was $100, the used cart was $500, and the ingredients in the cone cost him 50 cents per ice cream cone. And let's assume he sold 500 cones for $2 each. So with just this information, how much profit is he earning? Seriously, stop the video and do the calculation.
Do you know how to make ice cream?
No.
It's $600 for the fixed cost, plus another 50 cents for each one of the 500 cones, so that's $250, so a total of $850 total cost. His total revenue is just the price times the quantity, so $2 times 500 for $1,000 total revenue. And of course, profit is total revenue minus total cost, so $1,000 minus $850 is $150 profit. Not bad.
Nice.
But wait, there's a problem. What about all the time he spent making and selling the ice cream cones? He could have spent that time earning money by working for someone else or working on his other business making chili. Point here is the costs we've looked at so far just include his explicit costs, his out-of-pocket costs for running a business. They don't include other things you need for making decisions like his opportunity cost, his implicit costs. So let's add in his opportunity cost, which is the value of his time and energy, the foregone income, and the money he could have earned by putting the money into Tesla stock instead of buying the ice cream cart. In other words, the total dollar value of what he could have done with his money and his time. So let's assume that the total value of what he could have been doing with his time and his money comes out to $500. And when we go back and recalculate profit, he didn't make $150, he actually made a loss of $350.
What?
This example shows you the difference between accountants and economists. Accountants just look at the explicit costs of running a business. So Kevin's total revenue minus just his explicit costs is his accounting profit. On the other hand, economists factor in explicit costs and implicit costs, the opportunity cost of your decision. So in this case, Kevin's economic profit is negative $350. He's actually losing money when you factor in his opportunity cost. In real life, calculating your implicit cost is more complicated because it's subjective. What's the dollar value of the time you could have spent with your family instead of running your business? Hey, sorry guys, I'm videotaping. You can't bounce right now. I'm sorry. Please? I only need to videotape for like 20 more minutes. But even though they're hard to calculate, implicit costs should still be factored in when you're making decisions. And that's why from now on in this class, if you see a cost, it includes both explicit and implicit costs. So if you see a question that says the total cost is $2,000, inside there is both explicit and implicit costs. Which means if the total revenue is also $2,000, then the total economic profit would be zero, but the accounting profit would be positive. But wait, how much would the accounting profit actually be? You don't know, and you don't care because you're not in an accounting class, you're in economics. Unless your teacher or professor is asking you questions about how to calculate explicit and implicit costs, you're never going to be asked to calculate accounting profit. But there's one more big idea here that I have to mention. Notice that making no economic profit is not a bad thing. If the total cost, including implicit cost, is $2,000 and the total revenue is $2,000, you make no economic profit, but you are making accounting profit. This means you're making enough money to cover all of your explicit costs and have money left over that covers your opportunity costs, which is... For you to do well in your microeconomics course and exam, there's two skills that you absolutely have to master. You're gonna have to be able to maximize and calculate profit using both the graph and the chart. So let's jump into it with the most important concept in all of microeconomics, the profit maximizing rule. You always produce where the MR equals the MC. In other words, you keep producing as long as the additional revenue from selling an additional unit is greater than the additional cost of producing that unit. If you do that, you're gonna maximize profit. Let me explain it all using a graph. Now here's the marginal cost curve that you learned earlier. Notice it goes down and up because of the law of diminishing marginal returns. As you produce more pizza, the additional cost of producing each additional unit will be greater than the previous unit. So the marginal cost goes up. And let's assume that you can sell every single pizza for $10. So the price is $10, and that's the same as the marginal revenue. Which makes sense if the price is $10 and the additional revenue that you get from each pizza is $10. But how many units should you make? If you stop producing right here, the additional revenue is greater than the additional cost. You can still get more profit if you produce more units. So you keep producing as long as the additional revenue is above the additional cost, and you stop right here. And you never produce over here where the additional cost is greater than the additional revenue. That's producing too much. You want to produce less back where MR equals MC. And that's it. That's the profit maximizing quantity, and you're using the profit maximizing rule. Notice that I didn't even add an average total cost curve. You actually don't even need it to figure out the profit maximizing quantity. So whether the ATC is down here or up here, you're still going to produce where MR equals MC. I'll say it again. You don't need the ATC to figure out the profit maximizing quantity, but you do need it to actually calculate the profit. So let's say the ATC is down here and we're producing this quantity. The price times that quantity is the total revenue, which is that box, and the total cost is the average total cost times the quantity, which is that box. The difference between them is the profit, which is there. Because you're producing where MR equals MC, that is the biggest this box can possibly get. If you increase the quantity or decrease the quantity, the box is gonna get smaller. That's why it's called the profit maximizing rule. But if the ATC is up here, you're gonna be making a loss. But since you're making a loss anyways, it's best to produce where MR equals MC because the profit maximizing rule is also the loss minimizing rule. This is a loss, but it's the smallest possible loss that you can get. If you produce more output or less output, you're going to end up with a bigger loss. So you always produce where MR equals MC. Kinda. If your loss becomes really, really big, then you should actually not produce where MR equals MC and produce nothing at all and just shut down. But this is not the same thing as permanently leaving the market. You're just shutting down in the short run and trying to wait things out.
Sorry, folks, we're closed for 2 weeks to clean and repair America's favorite family fun park.
To help you remember this idea, think of it like an inverted stoplight. Anytime the price is above here, above ATC, you're definitely going to want to produce because you're going to make economic profit. And if there's low barriers to entry, other companies are going to see you making profit and they're going to want to jump into the market. In the long run, other firms are going to want to jump into this market because they want to make profit too, and that competition is going to drive down the price, bring it down to here. But remember, this isn't a bad thing. Your total revenue covers both your explicit costs and your implicit costs, your opportunity cost. So you'd be making accounting profit plus extra money that covers your opportunity cost. So in competitive markets with low barriers to entry, you end up with no economic profit, and that's called normal profit. But what happens if the price falls even further? It's not green, but it's still yellow, which means you keep producing, except you're making a loss. And when firms are making a loss, eventually some of those firms are going to leave the market because they want to go make money somewhere else, and that'll cause the price to go back up because there's less competition. And that'll put us back at no economic profit or normal profit in the long run. But what happens if the price keeps falling down? At what point do you just shut down and stop producing? Well, it's right here at the minimum AVC. If the price falls below that, you produce nothing, you shut down, you tell your workers to go home. And that's called the shutdown rule. To explain why, let's go back and look at the relationship between the cost curves. Remember, the difference between the average total cost and the average variable cost is the average fixed cost. And if that's the average fixed cost, then this box right here is the total fixed cost. This is the cost of your oven, your rent, and your insurance. Even if you produce no output, you're still gonna have to pay your fixed costs. When the price is below the average total cost, but above the average variable cost, you're gonna make a loss, but at least you're covering some of your fixed costs. But if the price keeps falling and falls below the average variable cost, then eventually that loss is gonna be bigger than your fixed costs. Instead of continuing to produce and having that huge loss, it makes more sense to shut down and take your fixed costs as your loss. So whenever the price falls below the minimum AVC, you should stop and produce nothing. You should shut down. Again, you're not leaving the market, you're just shutting down in the short run.
Sorry, folks, park's closed. The moose out front should have told you.
And that's what's happening on the graph. If the price is up here, we're doing great, we're making a lot of profit, things are good, okay, still making, oh, price is falling, okay, well, still making, oh, and I'm making no economic profit. I'm breaking even, my total revenue equals my total cost, including my oh, price is falling, okay, well, now we have a loss, but at least we're covering some of our fixed costs, stay open, shut down. Again, notice how it looks like an inverted stoplight. So for competitive firms, the marginal cost curve above the average variable cost is the short run supply curve. As the price goes up, they produce more, and as the price falls, they produce less, but if it falls below a certain point, the minimum ABC, they shut down and produce nothing. Now to help you remember this concept, I'm gonna add this to my wall. If you're making economic profit, start producing. If you're making a loss, that's okay, keep producing. If the price falls below ABC, shut down. But remember, doing this on a graph is only one of the 2 skills that you have to master. You have to also be able to do it on a chart. So you're gonna have to watch the other video I made and practice calculating total revenue, total cost, and profit. But before you do that, there's 2. Like I said, there's 4 market structures, and I promise you that your teacher or professor is going to ask you about their characteristics. Here in Unit 3, we're going to learn about perfect competition. The other 3 we're going to learn in Unit 4. A perfectly competitive market are the kind of markets we've been analyzing all the way back since Unit 2. The supply and demand graphs that you've been drawing assume that this is a market that has many small firms and there's a lot of competition. And that there's low barriers to entry. So if there's profit being made, other firms are going to jump in the market and the supply curve would shift to the right, lowering the price. And each firm in this market is producing the exact same product. They're perfect substitutes for each other. So these are commodities. So it could be corn or rice or milk. There's thousands of small dairy farmers. Each one of them is really small and they sell exactly the same product as all the other firms, which means that they're price takers. They have to take the price that's set by the market. So your teacher is going to have you draw side-by-side graphs showing the market and an individual firm in the market. And I finally get to introduce someone to you. This right here is Mr. Dark. It's actually an old school toy called Stretch Armstrong, but this is going to help you remember perfect competition. Especially since in Unit 5, we're going to learn about his cousin, Senor Merck. Each individual firm takes the price that's set by the market, so the demand for the firm is perfectly elastic. And that means that it's Mr. DARP. It's the marginal revenue, the demand, the average revenue, and the price. And when you add in the cost curves that you learned at the beginning of this unit, you can start calculating total revenue, total cost, and profit. Remember, you always produce where MR equals MC, so that gives you the quantity. The price times that quantity gives you the total revenue, which is right there. The average total cost at that quantity times the quantity gives you the total cost, and the difference between total revenue and the total cost is the profit. And if the ATC was up here, you'd be making a loss. You'd produce where MR equals MC, price times quantity is the total revenue, average total cost times the quantity is the total cost bigger than the total revenue, you're making a loss. But like I mentioned in the last topic video, you're only gonna make profit or loss in the short run. If you're a perfectly competitive firm and you're making a profit, other firms are gonna see that profit and jump into the market. That would increase the market supply curve, decrease the price, and you'll make no economic profit in the long run. This is called long run equilibrium. Eventually, every firm in the market is gonna make no economic profit. But remember, that's not a bad thing. Their total revenue is covering all their explicit costs and their implicit costs. And if firms are making a loss, eventually some of those firms are gonna leave. That would cause the market supply curve to shift to the left, and we end up in the long run. And there's a detail I'm gonna mention here, even though it's not gonna fully make sense until you get to Unit 4. Unlike monopolies and the other market structures you're gonna learn in Unit 4, perfectly competitive firms are extremely efficient. They have both allocative and productive efficiency. They're allocatively efficient because the price equals the marginal cost. In other words, how much people want to pay for the product equals the cost of producing that last unit. You'll see later on with monopolies that the price is greater than the marginal cost, and basically society says, we value this, make more of them, but they're not producing as many, and they're causing deadweight loss. But here, perfect competition, there's no deadweight loss. And in the long run, perfectly competitive firms are productively efficient because they're producing at the lowest possible cost. The quantity that they're making is at the lowest point of the ATC curve. And again, this is only in the long run. In the short run, they're not productively efficient. They're not producing at minimum ATC. Now, going back to the skills that you need to do well in your class, I guarantee your teacher or professor is going to have you draw side-by-side graphs and calculate total revenue, total cost, and profit. And to help you, I made an exclusive perfect competition practice video. It's inside the Ultimate Review Packet. You definitely want to watch that video and practice. And the Ultimate Review Packet has practice sheets and practice exams to help you as well. Now let's go back to the graphs. There's only 3 things that your teacher is going to ask you to do. Draw side-by-side graphs with a market and a firm making a profit, a firm making a loss, or a firm in long-run equilibrium. And they might ask you to draw what's going to happen in the long run if there's profit, or in the long run if there's a loss, or if we're already in the long run, what happens to get us into the short run, and then how do we get back to the long run? The point is you have to feel really comfortable drawing and shifting these side-by-side graphs. So if your teacher asks you to draw side-by-side graphs with the firm making a profit, you would draw this. There's profit being made, so in the long run, firm's gonna enter, the supply curve's gonna shift to the right, price is gonna go down, and we'll be in long run equilibrium. And if your teacher asks you to draw side-by-side graphs with a firm making a loss, it would look like this. In the long run, eventually firms would leave, supply would shift to the left, price would go up, and we'd be back in the long run. And if your teacher asks you to draw side-by-side graphs in the long run, it would start like this, and they say, okay, what would happen if the demand goes up for milk? The demand curve would shift to the right for the market, the price would go up for the individual firm, and they start making profit. Eventually, in the long run, other firms are gonna want some of that profit, so they're gonna jump into the market, causing the supply curve to shift to the right, putting us back in the long run. But this is assuming that this is a constant cost industry. This means when other firms entered the market, it didn't increase the price of milk machines and bottles and hay and other things you need to produce milk. Again, this is called a constant cost industry, and it's because the price didn't increase when other firms entered. It stayed exactly the same because the costs didn't go up. But let's do it again looking at an increasing cost industry. We start here in long run, there's no economic profit, demand goes up for milk, price goes up, now we're making profit in the short run. Firms realize there's profit, they want to jump in the market, but that increases the cost to all the other firms, increasing the price of milking machines and everything else, so the average total cost and the marginal costs go up, supply shifts to the right, but we're now at a new price that was higher than the original long-run equilibrium price. In other words, from long run to long run, the price didn't stay the same like a constant cost industry, the price increased. The vast majority of the time, your teacher's gonna have you draw a constant cost industry, but you should know about the other ones. Like I said at the beginning of this video, of the 4 market structures, perfect competition is the most important one, because it's the first one you're gonna learn, and if you get it really well, you're gonna understand the other 3. And to help you remember, I'm gonna add Mr. DARP to the wall behind me. This is gonna help you remember there's a horizontal demand curve, and it's a price that's set by the market. And it's also going to help you remember that whenever there's a perfectly competitive market, eventually, in the long run, it's going to return to long-run equilibrium. But
Today we're going to be talking about imperfect competition. Now in Unit 2 you learned all about perfectly competitive markets. That's the supply and demand graph. And in Unit 3 you learned about perfectly competitive firms, the individual businesses within a perfectly competitive market. But the reality is that most markets are not perfectly competitive. In fact, most markets are imperfectly competitive. So let's talk about the different types of imperfectly competitive markets. The first type is a monopoly. That's where one business dominates an entire market. And that's the imperfectly competitive market that most people already know a little bit about. But there are two other imperfectly competitive markets. The first one of those is an oligopoly. That is a market structure where just a few large firms dominate the market. And the last imperfectly competitive market is the market structure most businesses find themselves competing within. That is monopolistic competition. That's a market structure where there's lots of businesses that differentiate their products and have lots of competition. Now, since this video is an introduction to imperfect competition, we're going to talk about each of these three imperfectly competitive markets briefly. So first, we're going to talk about monopolistic competition. Here, as I said, we have many sellers within this market. We are also going to have low barriers to entry as well. That means it is relatively easy to enter or exit this market. And it is because of those low barriers to entry that firms within this market structure are going to earn zero economic profit within the long run. Monopolistically competitive firms have that in common with perfectly competitive firms, because when there's economic profit, firms are going to enter the market and compete that profit away. And when there are economic losses, firms are going to exit the market. And as a result, firms are going to break even or earn zero economic profit or a normal profit in the long run. The distinguishing factor between monopolistic competition and perfect competition is that products are different rather than identical like they are in a perfectly competitive market. Shoes are an example of a monopolistically competitive market. Products are differentiated but highly substitutable. And it is that differentiation, the difference between the products, that gives these firms some pricing power. That means they aren't price takers like perfectly competitive firms. They are price seekers and have some influence on the price they charge. The next imperfectly competitive market structure is an oligopoly. Here we have a few sellers dominating this market. And the reason we only have a few sellers dominating this market is because barriers to entry are extremely high. That means it is difficult for firms to enter this market and compete. Barriers to entry include things like high startup costs, government regulations, and established customer loyalty. And for oligopolies, it is those high barriers to entry that give them pricing power. The last imperfectly competitive market is a monopoly. In fact, it's the least competitive of markets. In a monopoly, just one seller dominates the market. And barriers to entry are so high that it is impossible for any firms to enter this market and compete. If a competitor does enter the market and break through those barriers to entry, then the market is no longer a monopoly, but an oligopoly instead. In a monopoly, the product is unique. That means there are no close substitutes to compete with. And for a monopoly, it is those high barriers to entry and the uniqueness of the good that give this firm pricing power. In fact, another term for pricing power is monopoly power. And that's because monopolies have so much of it. Next, we're going to talk about the demand curves that firms face within imperfect competition. And we're going to compare it to the demand curve that perfectly competitive firms face. So as we know, perfectly competitive firms are price takers. And that's because the market supply and demand set the equilibrium price, and that is the price that the firm gets for all units of output they can produce. That means the firm within a perfectly competitive market is going to have a horizontal demand and marginal revenue curve. If a perfectly competitive firm increases the price above the equilibrium price from the market, they will sell 0 units of output. If a perfectly competitive firm decided to lower their price below the market equilibrium, they will still sell as much as they can produce and lose profit as a result. Imperfectly competitive firms, on the other hand, are price seekers, and they have a typical downward sloping demand curve, which means as they increase the price, they will sell fewer units of output. And if they decrease the price, they will sell more units of output. So given the downward sloping demand curve we just saw, we know that a firm in an imperfectly competitive market must lower the price if they wish to sell more units of output. And that gives us a different relationship between the demand curve and the marginal revenue curve for an imperfectly competitive firm. Let's take a look at this table here showing the different units of output and the different prices that an imperfectly competitive firm can charge. This firm can sell 1 unit of output at a price of $10. That means the total revenue is going to be $10 and the marginal revenue is going to be $10 for that first unit of output. But if this firm wants to increase production to 2 units of output, they are going to have to lower the price to $9. That means the total revenue is now $18 and the marginal revenue, or the change in the total revenue, is only $8. So that marginal revenue is now below the price. If this firm wants to sell a 3rd unit of output, they have to lower the price to $8. That makes our total revenue $24 for those 3 units, and that makes our marginal revenue just $6. And so once again, the marginal revenue is below the price. And if we graph this out, the quantity and price are our demand curve, but the quantity graphed with the marginal revenue is our marginal revenue curve. And since the marginal revenue is less than the price, that means marginal revenue is going to be below the demand curve. And this is what it looks like on the graph. We've got our downward sloping demand curve with a marginal revenue curve below the demand. It's technically twice the slope as the demand curve. So when you draw these graphs, make sure you put marginal revenue below the demand. Next, we're going to talk about efficiency for imperfectly competitive markets. If you remember back to perfectly competitive firms, they are going to price at marginal cost. They produce where MR equals MC, and at that quantity, the price is equal to the marginal cost. That means this firm is allocatively efficient. They're producing where the marginal cost equals the marginal benefit. The marginal benefit is the demand curve here. Now, if we take a look at that demand and marginal revenue curve we just saw and add in the marginal cost curve that you learned in Unit 3, we can determine if an imperfectly competitive firm is going to be efficient or not. Just like with perfectly competitive firms, an imperfectly competitive firm is going to produce where MR equals MC. Here, though, they're going to price up at the demand curve. And since the price is above the marginal cost at this profit maximizing quantity, this firm is not allocatively efficient. They are underproducing and overcharging. The allocatively efficient quantity here is where the marginal cost intersects the demand curve. And since we aren't producing the allocatively efficient quantity, we have deadweight loss. And there you have it. Today we're going to be talking about monopolies. Now, in the last unit, we learned about perfectly competitive firms. Here we're going to learn about imperfectly competitive firms, and the first of those is the least competitive, monopolies. Monopolies have some specific qualities, and the first one is that monopolies have just one seller within the market. That means the market is the firm, and the firm is the market. We also have high barriers to entry. Those barriers to entry are so high, it prevents new businesses from entering the market. Because if new firms enter to compete, we no longer have a monopoly. The product that monopolies sell is unique. That means there are no close substitutes. And as a result, monopolies have a lot of influence on the price they can charge. They are what's called price seekers. And they don't have to just take the price from the market like a perfectly competitive firm has to. Next, we're going to talk about the demand curve for a monopoly and its relationship to the marginal revenue curve. Since the market is the firm and the firm is the market, the monopoly firm is going to see the entire market demand curve. That market demand curve is also going to be the average revenue and the price for the firm. And since that firm demand curve is downward sloping, that means as a monopoly increases output, it must lower the price on the units it sells. So if they produce low quantities of output, they can charge a higher price. But at higher quantities of output, the price must fall. If we convert that demand curve to a table with numbers, we can see that the price for the first unit and the marginal revenue will be equal. But as the firm produces more units of output, the price is going to have to fall. That means the total revenue increases by a smaller amount than the price, $8 in this case. And as more units continue to be produced, the price is going to fall further. But the marginal revenue is going to fall faster than the price. When we graph out the demand curve, the quantity column and the price column make that demand curve. But the marginal revenue curve is the same quantity with the marginal revenue column. And if we head back over to the graph, since our marginal revenue was always less than our demand, that means that the marginal revenue curve will go below the demand curve on the graph. And as you may have already learned back in Unit 2, that marginal revenue curve tells us about the elasticity of the demand curve above. Where marginal revenue is positive, the demand curve above is elastic. Where marginal revenue intersects the x-axis, that's where total revenue is no longer increasing, and that's the unit elastic point on the demand curve above. Then, as marginal revenue becomes negative, we enter the inelastic range of the demand curve above. And again, the reason the marginal revenue is below the demand curve is because the monopolist must lower the price on all units of output as it produces more. Now, in our next video, we will learn about price discriminating monopolies, and price discriminating monopolies don't have to lower the price. in which case we will have a different relationship between the demand curve and the marginal revenue curve. Now we're going to take a look at the graph for a monopoly and learn how to draw this graph. First of all, we need our x-axis and our y-axis. The y-axis is labeled P for price, and the x-axis is labeled Q for quantity. We have the downward sloping demand curve with marginal revenue below, as we just saw. And next we're going to add in the marginal cost curve. It looks the same as the marginal cost curve you learned about for perfectly competitive firms. And just like perfectly competitive firms, they are going to produce where MR equals MC. Find that intersection between those two curves, drop down to the x-axis. That is the firm's profit maximizing quantity. At lower units of output, the marginal revenue will be greater than the marginal cost, so the firm should produce more units of output. At higher quantities, the marginal revenue will be less than the marginal cost, so the firm will actually make more profit by producing less. It's at MR equals MC where all firms profit maximize. Now to find the profit maximizing price, we aren't going to head over to the price axis here. We're actually going to move up to the price curve. The P in DARP stands for price. So move all the way up to the demand curve above the MR equals MC point, and then head over to the y-axis. That is the price the monopoly charges for this quantity of output. Now, most of the time when you draw this graph for a monopoly, the monopoly will be earning economic profits. And when that's the case, the average total cost curve will go below that price quantity point on the demand curve. So let's draw in our average total cost curve below the average revenue curve, which is the demand curve. And since the average total cost is less than demand, that means this firm is earning economic profits. And you can find the profit box in that rectangle right there. It's the gap between the average revenue or demand to the average total cost curve all the way over to the y-axis. And if there were numbers here, you could calculate the area of that rectangle to find the amount of economic profit this firm earns. And since the barriers to entry for a monopoly are so high, this firm is going to earn economic profits in the long run because firms cannot enter the market and compete this profit away. If instead we were to put the average total cost curve at the price quantity point on that demand curve, then since the average total cost curve equals the price, then this firm is earning zero economic profit, which is the same thing as a normal profit or breaking even. If we move the average total cost curve up higher, now the firm is going to be earning economic losses because the average total cost curve is greater than the price. And if we find the gap between the average revenue curve and the average total cost curve, then move all the way over to the price axis, that rectangle right there is the amount of economic loss this monopoly faces when the average total costs are greater than their price. And again, if we had numbers here, you could calculate the area of that rectangle to find the amount. Next, we're going to talk about efficiency when it comes to monopolies. Now, one thing monopolies often have going for them is that they capture economies of scale. That's because at the profit maximizing quantity, the average total cost curve is downward sloping. And since monopolies are always in the long run, thanks to high barriers to entry, that average total cost curve is the long run average total cost curve. But since that average total cost curve is still downward sloping at the profit maximizing quantity, this firm is not going to be productively efficient. Productive efficiency is found at the minimum of the average total cost curve, so it's the quantity where the average total cost curve intersects the marginal cost curve. Also, since this firm's price is greater than the marginal cost, this firm is not going to be allocatively efficient. And as a result, they will have this triangle of deadweight loss. And we could once again calculate the amount of deadweight loss by calculating the area of that triangle if there were numbers. Next, we're going to compare a monopoly to a perfectly competitive market. Here we have a perfectly competitive market with a downward sloping demand curve, upward sloping supply curve, and the competitive market quantity and price mark. If we want to turn this market into a monopoly, we just have to remember that the supply curve is the marginal cost curve above the minimum of the average variable cost. And with a monopoly, that demand curve is also the average revenue and price, with a marginal revenue curve below the demand. Monopolies produce where MR equals MC, and that is a lower quantity than we have with the perfectly competitive market. And the price the monopoly charges is all the way up at the demand curve above, and so a monopoly charges a higher price than a perfectly competitive market. So in the end, monopolies charge higher prices and produce lower quantities. Next, we're going to talk about some other important aspects that you need to know about monopolies. First of all, we have some other areas on this graph you may need to know. The total revenue for this firm is the price times the quantity. It's that area right there. It's the quantity they're producing up to the average revenue curve over to the price axis to make that rectangle of total revenue. Next, we have the total cost of production. It's from the quantity they're producing up to the average total cost curve over to the price axis. And we have the consumer surplus, which is the price that is being charged over to the demand curve up to the demand curve above to create a triangle. And if we have a straight marginal cost curve that connects down to the axis, we can find the producer surplus as well. It's that area right there. It's from the price that's being charged over to the quantity produced down to the marginal cost curve below. Other important quantities you need to know about is the socially optimal or allocatively efficient quantity. It's found where the price equals the marginal cost. Right there, it's the intersection between the marginal cost curve and the demand curve. And that's where we will have zero deadweight loss. Where the average total cost curve equals the marginal cost, that's the productively efficient quantity. And where marginal revenue equals zero, that is the revenue maximizing quantity. Finally, we need to talk about a natural monopoly. Now, there are a few different ways you can draw a natural monopoly, but this one's my favorite. It has a horizontal marginal cost curve and a downward sloping average total cost curve that never quite touches the marginal cost. The important thing to know about a natural monopoly is that the average total cost curve constantly downward slopes through all relevant quantities. And that means a natural monopoly will always capture economies of scale. And in Unit 6, you will learn about regulating natural monopolies to reduce deadweight loss. And there you have it. Today we're going to be talking about price discrimination. Now, first of all, we need to know what price discrimination is. Price discrimination is when a firm sells different units of output at different prices. That means it's the same product, but it's being sold at one price for some consumers and other prices to other consumers. In order to be able to price discriminate, the first thing a business must be able to do is divide its customers by willingness to pay. Customers who have a higher willingness to pay will get charged higher prices, and customers with a lower willingness to pay lower prices. And a consumer's willingness to pay is equal to the elasticity of their own personal demand curve. Customers with elastic demand are more sensitive to changes in price, and as a result, firms that price discriminate will charge these customers lower prices. Customers that have an inelastic demand are less sensitive to a price change, and they will be charged higher prices as a result. Another thing that is helpful for businesses that price discriminate is to have the ability to prevent resale of the item that they are price discriminating on. One of the businesses that is notorious for price discriminating is the airline industry. If you buy a ticket to Hawaii well in advance, you will pay one price. But if you wait to the last minute, you will pay a much higher price. And that's because airlines know that their customers get less sensitive to price changes as the date of the flight approaches. So as the consumers get more price inelastic, they pay higher prices. And these different prices that are charged by the business do not reflect different costs of production. They simply reflect their different customers' willingness to pay for their product. Now, there are three different types of price discrimination. We're going to start with the third one first, and that is third-degree price discrimination. And here, businesses are charging different groups of people different prices. You might see kids eat free advertisements for restaurants because businesses know that families have more price sensitivity, and so they make it cheaper for families to eat at their restaurants. You've also, I'm sure, seen senior citizen discounts, which is the same thing as charging young people more. But of course, you students also get discounts as well as the military, and that is price discrimination by group. The next form of price discrimination is called second-degree price discrimination. That is where you charge different prices for different quantities of a product. It's essentially bulk discounts. For example, if you buy one of those small containers of hand sanitizers, you might pay 78 cents per ounce. But if you buy a larger package of that hand sanitizer, you would pay only 31 cents an ounce. And if you get the biggest size option, you're going to pay just 20.3 cents per ounce. So even though these containers have the exact same hand sanitizer, the price per ounce varies by the size. This is one form of price discrimination. The people who are willing and able to buy in bulk pay a much lower price than the people who buy smaller portions here. So let's take a look at the monopoly graph. That's where you're going to see price discrimination in AP Microeconomics. It's the monopoly graph where we put it. And let's see how charging different groups of people different prices looks on that graph. Now we know that the MR equals MC quantity is the profit maximizing quantity, 65 here. And we have a profit maximizing price of $29. This is a single price monopoly. That means they are charging the same price for all units of output. And that's the typical monopoly you're going to see in microeconomics. And here is our profit box for this monopoly. But if this firm price discriminates, it can charge some of these consumers, the ones on the higher portion of that demand curve, higher prices because that demand curve shows their willingness to pay. And those consumers were willing to pay much more than $29. So here we see those first 15 units, we had $41 as the potential price that consumers were willing to pay. If they charge $41 for those first 15 units, assuming they can figure out who's willing to pay that price, we would have this additional area of economic profit. And the next 20 units, all the way up to unit 35, we have $35 being the maximum price for those next 20 units. And if this monopoly was able to identify those consumers and charge them the $35 for those next 20 units, that would increase their profit by that box right there. And so by dividing their consumers into 3 distinct groups and charging them the higher price that they're willing to pay, they can increase their economic profit from $390, where it was when they were just a single price monopoly, all the way up to $690, which is what we've got here, shaded in green. Now, next we're going to talk about perfect price discrimination. This is what's called first-degree price discrimination. And it's probably just a theoretical model here, but you might be able to imagine a scenario where a firm is able to figure out exactly how much every one of their consumers is willing to pay and charge them that maximum price. Unfortunately, for many of you who are watching this video, some of the best price discriminators in this economy are colleges. The official sticker price or tuition price for colleges keeps going up, but the price that people actually pay is not increasing as much. And the reason is price discrimination. Through financial aid packages, colleges are able to price discriminate and charge people pretty close to the highest amount that they are willing to pay. And while colleges might not be true, perfect price discriminators, we're going to go ahead and assume they are for the purposes of this example moving forward. Here we have a table with the numbers of different quantities of students that could go to college and the prices that they would pay for tuition. And for the purposes of our numbers and our graph, we're going to assume this is a monopoly. Of course, that's not really true when it comes to colleges, but this is the model you need to know for an introductory microeconomics course. So here we have a table that has all of the different quantities that would go to college at each of the different prices of college tuition. And these numbers are for a single price monopoly, no price discrimination. And as you know, based on your monopoly graph, and you can see it in the table here, the marginal revenue is going to fall faster than the price. And that's because as they lower the price of the next unit of output, they are going to have to lower the price on all previous units. That makes marginal revenue fall faster than the price. But if this firm perfect price discriminates and charges the first student $10,000, the second student $9,000, and the third student $8,000, and so on, we would see the total revenue change, and with that, the marginal revenue is going to increase to being equal to the price being charged. And if we graph out those two columns, of course, the quantity and price, that is the demand curve here. And when we graph the quantity with the marginal revenue, that gives us the marginal revenue curve. And so over on the graph, that means when a firm perfect price discriminates, that marginal revenue curve is going to merge upward and become equal to the demand curve. Now the perfect price discriminating monopoly is going to produce where MR equals MC, QF is that quantity, and PF is the profit maximizing price. But this is the profit maximizing price for just the last unit produced. And that's because the firm has actually charged every price along the demand curve for every quantity being produced. Because that demand curve shows consumers maximum price they are willing to pay. And since the price of the last unit produced is equal to the marginal cost, this firm is now allocatively efficient. And as a result of being allocatively efficient, there is no deadweight loss for this firm when they perfectly price discriminate. Now, it might appear that this box here is the amount of economic profit, but we must remember that all of those consumers up to QF were actually charged the maximum price they were willing to pay. And that means we have this additional triangle of economic profit. This firm has essentially turned all of the consumer surplus into economic profit for the firm. So when a monopoly is able to figure out exactly how much their consumers are willing to pay for each unit, if they're able to perfectly price discriminate, the marginal revenue curve merges with the demand curve, the firm becomes allocatively efficient, and economic profit for the firm dramatically increases. Today we're going to be talking about monopolistic competition. So first we need to talk about what monopolistic competition is. Qualities of a perfectly competitive market include many sellers within the market. That means it is highly competitive. Also, we are going to have very low barriers to entry. Remember, barriers to entry is anything that makes it difficult to start a business and enter the market. Those are things like high startup costs, customer loyalty, or government regulations. And since there are low barriers to entry in monopolistic competition, we are going to have zero economic profit in the long run. That means firms are going to break even or earn a normal profit in the long run. And in that regard, it is similar to perfectly competitive markets. But there's a very important distinction between perfectly competitive markets and monopolistic competition, and that is that goods are different. These differences could be merely just name brands, or some products within the market will have different qualities. And since goods are differentiated but substitutable, we are going to have a downward sloping demand curve. And that's because of the substitution effect. And because firms within a monopolistically competitive market have a downward sloping demand curve, they are going to have some impact on the price they can charge for their product. If they raise their price, they will sell fewer units of output, but it might actually increase their profit. Next, we're going to talk about the demand and marginal revenue for a monopolistically competitive firm. When we draw out the graph, we're going to have the price on the y-axis and the quantity on the x-axis, just like most other graphs in this class. Now, each firm has a downward sloping demand curve. And this isn't the overall market demand curve like you see with a monopoly. This is this firm's portion of the market. It's essentially the customers that they have available to them. And since it's downward sloping, an increase in the price means that consumers will buy substitutes. And an increase in output will mean that the price will necessarily fall. Now, just like with a monopoly, we have a difference between the demand and the marginal revenue for a firm. Here we see a table to illustrate the point. If this firm produces 1 unit of output at a price of $11, the total revenue and marginal revenue will be $11. That's equal to the price for that first unit. But if the firm produces a second unit of output, they are going to lower the price on that second unit and the first unit. That means the total revenue is going to be $20 and the change in the total revenue or marginal revenue is $9. The marginal revenue is now less than the price. If we graph out these first two columns, that is the quantity demanded and the price, that gives us our demand curve. And if we graph the quantity demanded with the marginal revenue, that will give us our marginal revenue curve. And we can see that the marginal revenue is going to be less than the price or the demand. And so just like a monopoly, we are going to graph the marginal revenue below the demand curve. So here's our demand. It's also our average revenue and price. And we are going to draw in the marginal revenue below the demand curve. And just like you could with a monopoly, you can determine the elasticity of the demand curve above through the value of the marginal revenue. When the marginal revenue is positive, the demand curve is elastic. Where marginal revenue is 0, that is the unit elastic point on the demand curve above. And when marginal revenue is negative, that is the inelastic range of the demand curve above. So when it comes to monopolistically competitive markets, they have both short run and long run. In the short run, they can earn economic profits. Let's see how to graph that here. We've got our axes labeled price and quantity. Let's throw in our demand curve, average revenue and price. That is our downward sloping curve there, and our marginal revenue curve below. Next, we need to throw in our cost curves. First of all, the marginal cost curve. And with our marginal cost, we can now find our MR equals MC quantity. That is the profit maximizing quantity for all firms. Find that point where MR equals MC, drop down, that is the profit maximizing quantity. The firm will then price all the way up at the demand curve above. PF is the profit maximizing price. You find the profit maximizing price just like you do with a monopoly. And since this firm is going to be earning economic profits, the ATC must be lower than the profit quantity point right there. So let's draw in that average total cost curve below the demand curve at the profit maximizing quantity. And this firm is earning an economic profit. And we know that because the average total cost curve is less than the demand at the profit maximizing quantity. From that profit maximizing quantity, find a point at the average total cost curve above and the demand curve above that. Go all the way to the axis, and that rectangle there is the amount of economic profit for this firm. If there were numbers here, we could calculate the amount of economic profit by finding the area of that rectangle. Monopolistically competitive firms can also earn economic losses in the short run. To draw that graph, we're going to again start off with our axes labeled, draw in our downward sloping demand, average revenue, and price curve with our marginal revenue below. Throw in our marginal cost curve also, then find the marginal revenue equals marginal cost. At that point, drop down. That is the profit maximizing quantity labeled QF. Price all the way up at the demand curve above. I'm going to label that price PF right there. And because this firm is going to be earning economic losses now, we need to have an average total cost curve that is above the price or the demand curve at the profit maximizing quantity. So draw in that average total cost curve up high, and that is economic losses. To find the box of economic loss, go up from the profit maximizing quantity until you hit that demand curve. Keep going up till you hit the average total cost curve, and then bring those 2 points all the way to the axis to find the amount of economic losses. Again, if there were numbers here, we could calculate the area of that rectangle to find the amount of economic loss. And just like with other firms you've learned about, this firm will still operate in the short run as long as their price is greater than the average variable cost. And so if we draw in the average variable cost curve, we can see that at the profit maximizing quantity, the price is above the average variable cost, and that means this firm will actually lose less money by continuing to operate in the short run. And that's because if this firm shuts down, they will lose their fixed cost, which is the gap between the average variable cost and average total cost all the way to the axis. And that's the area of that rectangle right there, which is much more than the economic loss that this firm will face while operating. Next, we're going to talk about long-run equilibrium with a monopolistically competitive firm. Just like with perfect competition, monopolistically competitive firms are going to break even in the long run because of low barriers to entry. So let's see how to draw zero economic profit. Let's start off with our axes here. Add in that downward sloping demand, average revenue, and price, along with the marginal revenue below the demand curve. Draw in the marginal cost curve. Find the MR equals MC, profit maximizing quantity. Drop down to the axis. There is our profit maximizing quantity labeled QF. They price all the way up at the demand curve. And since this firm is going to be breaking even in the long run, the average total cost is going to be equal to the demand curve or the price at the profit maximizing quantity labeled QF. And that means the average total cost curve must be tangent to that price quantity point on the demand curve there. Draw in that average total cost. Be sure when you draw this in that the minimum of the average total cost curve is intersecting that marginal cost curve. And now this firm is breaking even in the long run because the average total cost is equal to the average revenue. Make sure you practice drawing this graph. It is the hardest graph to draw accurately. Drawing in that ATC can be a little tricky because it cannot drop below the demand curve at any point. And this situation is called long-run equilibrium. Monopolistically competitive firms are always going to break even in the long run, and the graph is going to look like this. So next we're going to talk about how we get to long-run equilibrium from economic profits and economic losses. Here we have an economic profit, and we're going to move from that profit to the long run. In the long run, firms are going to enter the market seeking that economic profit, and that is going to shift the demand and marginal revenue to the left, because as firms enter the market, there are going to be more substitutes available. That's going to decrease the market share or the size of the market for each individual business that is within this market. When that demand curve shifts to the left, the demand curve is now going to be tangent to the average total cost curve at the profit maximizing quantity. And now the firm is breaking even in the long run. A little side note, that demand curve is also going to become more elastic as firms enter the market, and that's because more substitutes means we have a more elastic demand curve. Next, we have a monopolistically competitive firm that is earning economic losses in the short run. In order to move from that economic loss to a long run breaking even, we are going to have firms exit the market as a result of fleeing the economic losses. When that occurs, each firm that remains within this market will have a bigger share of the market, and that will mean more consumers for each of the businesses remaining. That increases the demand, dragging with it the marginal revenue curve until the firm breaks even at a new, higher profit maximizing quantity. And since firms exiting the market means there are fewer substitutes available within this market, the demand curve is going to become less elastic. Next, we're going to talk about the efficiency of monopolistically competitive markets. When it comes to productive efficiency, monopolistically competitive firms are not. And that's because they produce on the downward sloping portion of the average total cost curve. And that is called excess capacity. When it comes to a monopoly, the downward sloping average total cost curve is often referred to as economies of scale. And that's because the monopoly ATC is the long run average total cost curve. For monopolistically competitive firms, we call this excess capacity. Essentially, firms can reduce the average cost of production by increasing production. And that's because most monopolistically competitive firms are going to have resources that are sitting idle that could be employed if the business chose to use them. And so if this firm was going to be productively efficient, it would be producing at QP right there, which is found at the minimum of the average total cost curve, or where the average total cost curve equals the marginal cost. Monopolistically competitive firms are also not allocatively efficient, and that's because they price above the marginal cost curve. We call the difference between the marginal cost and the profit maximizing price markup. If monopolistically competitive firms were allocatively efficient, they would produce where the price equals the marginal cost. That's because allocative efficiency means we're producing where the marginal benefit equals the marginal cost. That price curve, or the demand curve, is also the marginal benefit curve. And since this firm isn't allocatively efficient, it has deadweight loss. You can find the deadweight loss triangle by finding the marginal cost of the quantity we're currently producing at QF, then find the marginal benefit, which is on the demand curve above, and the marginal benefit equals marginal cost allocatively efficient point. Right there. Those 3 points give us our triangle of deadweight loss. And again, if we had numbers on this graph, we could calculate the value of that deadweight loss as well. So when it comes to monopolistically competitive firms, it's easy to think that they're as inefficient as monopolies. Perfectly competitive firms are allocatively efficient, but in a perfectly competitive market, all products are the same. And if chocolate was perfectly competitive, we'd get really bored of our chocolate selection quickly. But since chocolate bars are actually monopolistically competitive, we have lots of variety to choose from when it comes to our chocolate bars. And so when it comes to monopolistic competition, we have one big important benefit. And that benefit is the variety that comes with product differentiation. And those product differences have real value to consumers. And so the value of the variety that we get might negate the inefficiency we see from monopolistically competitive firms. Finally, we're going to talk about changes in costs and how those changes impact monopolistically competitive firms. First, let's talk about a change in fixed cost. An example of a fixed cost change could be a lump sum tax from the government, a lump sum subsidy from the government, perhaps a change in rent that the entrepreneur must pay to a landlord, or businesses may engage in advertising as well, which is a fixed cost. And monopolistically competitive firms often advertise in an attempt to shift the demand for their product to the right and decrease the elasticity of their demand curve, which would make their consumers less sensitive to a price increase, allowing them to increase profits. Over on the graph, if we see an increase in fixed cost, that's going to shift our average total cost upward. It doesn't change our profit maximizing quantity or profit maximizing price. All it does is create economic losses. If we see a decrease in fixed costs, on the other hand, that again isn't going to change the price or the quantity, only create economic profits. And both of those changes are short-run changes because, again, in the long run, these firms break even. If we see changes in variable cost, like a per unit tax or a per unit subsidy, or the change in the price of an input, like changes in wages, then we are going to see shifts in both the average total cost and marginal cost curves. So over on the graph, we could see an increase in variable cost, which will shift the average total cost and marginal cost curves upward. That's going to give us a new MR equals MC point at a lower quantity and higher price on the demand curve above. And in addition to the change in the output and the price, we are also going to see economic losses now. If, on the other hand, we had a decrease in variable costs, that's going to shift the marginal cost and average total cost curves downward. And that's going to give us a new higher profit maximizing quantity and lower profit maximizing price. And we are now going to see economic profits for this firm in the short run. Today, we're going to be talking about oligopolies. So first, let's talk about the basics of an oligopoly. An oligopoly is a market structure that has very few sellers within that market. Now, there's no specific number, but let's say fewer than 10 sellers within this market. We are also going to have high barriers to entry, which means that it is incredibly difficult for new firms to enter this market and compete with the existing firms. Those are things like high startup costs, customer loyalty, government regulations, and things like that. And since there are so few firms within this market, the firms are going to be mutually interdependent. That means the actions of one firm will impact the outcomes of the other firms. And since these firms are interdependent, that means their actions will have some impact on the price they charge, just not as much control as a monopoly does. Some examples of oligopolies within the United States include cell phone service providers and airlines. Very few sellers within those markets, and they're competing for market share. So here's the graph for an oligopoly. It's got a kink demand curve, and other than that, it looks a little like a monopoly graph. But you're not going to need to know that graph on the AP Microeconomics exam. And that's because that graph is not how we primarily analyze the behavior of oligopolies. Before we get into how we do analyze oligopoly behavior, let's talk about efficiency of oligopolies. Oligopolies are not going to be allocatively efficient, and that's because they will price above marginal cost. They will have higher prices than a perfectly competitive market and produce lower quantities than a perfectly competitive market. As a result, we will see deadweight loss within this market. Oligopolies are also not going to be productively efficient. That means they won't be producing at the minimum of the average total cost. They will be operating on the downward sloping portion of their average total cost curve. When it comes to oligopoly behavior in AP Microeconomics, game theory is how we understand it. Game theory is a method for understanding interdependent strategic behavior. In this case, strategic behavior between small numbers of firms. In your psychology class, you may learn about the prisoner's dilemma. It is one of the ways that people teach game theory. Game theory has applications across all different disciplines, and the prisoner's dilemma shows why it might be impossible for two prisoners to work together when it's in their best interest to do so. Instead, both will likely confess, and as a result, both will end up in prison for a very long time. We're not going to go into all of the prisoner's dilemma, but you can read about it at reviewecon.com. Instead, we're going to jump right into the economics and apply oligopoly behavior to game theory. Here we have a game theory payoff matrix. We have two businesses. That means it's a duopoly. A duopoly is an oligopoly with just two firms. And the firms we have here are Simmer's Sandwiches and Ryan's Rubens. And you are likely to see a payoff matrix similar to this one on your next AP Microeconomics exam. So we're going to go through how to read this payoff matrix next, and then we'll talk about answering the questions you're likely to see. First, we have the strategies within this payoff matrix. Both of these firms can choose to either lower their price or raise their price in this example. You could see all different possible strategies within a payoff matrix, and on the payoff matrix you're likely to see on your exam, you'll see one of those sets of strategies on the top there and one over there on the left of the payoff matrix. The ones on top are the ones that Simar has to choose from, and the ones there on the left are the ones that Ryan's Rubens has to choose from. Now, the numbers within the matrix are the payoffs for each of these firms. These are the amounts of economic profit the firms could earn depending on the outcomes. And since there are 4 quadrants within this payoff matrix, that gives us 4 possible outcomes. Up here in the upper left, we have Simmer's Sandwiches lowering the price and Ryan's Rubens also lowering price. Over there on the upper right quadrant, we have Ryan's Rubens is going to lower the price and Simmer's Sandwiches is going to raise the price. If we end up in that lower left quadrant there, Ryan's Rubens is raising their price and Simmer's Sandwiches is lowering their price. Now, the first question you could be asked about in a payoff matrix question is what the collusion outcome would be. A collusion outcome is the outcome that is best for both firms together. It's essentially the monopoly outcome. If these firms were functioning as one business, which quadrant would they choose to end up in? When you get that question, it's a pretty easy question to figure out. You just find the quadrant with the highest combined profit. And in this example here, that's going to be that upper left quadrant. The combined profit there is $1,500, and in no other quadrant could these two firms earn that amount of combined profit. Now, since oligopolies and collusion are illegal thanks to antitrust policies, which prevent monopoly power in oligopolies, we're not likely to see that outcome play out. To find out the outcome that is most likely, we need to work through this payoff matrix. Let's go through that step by step right now. The first thing we're going to do is pick one of these firms to be. We're going to be their brain. First, we're going to start off with Ryan's Rubens. Let's think about what Ryan Rubin will want to do. But remember, since these firms are interdependent in regards to their behavior, Ryan's Rubens doesn't just think about what's best for them. They have to think about what Simmer's Sandwiches might do and use that information to determine what their best action in response should be. So the first decision Ryan's Rubens needs to make is what they should do if Simmer's Sandwiches chooses to lower their price. In that case, Ryan's Rubens is choosing between lowering their price, earning $800, and raising their price to earn $600. Since $800 is greater than $600, Ryan's Rubens is going to choose to lower their price if they expect Simmer Sandwiches to also lower their price. And so I'm going to put a star right there next to Ryan's Rubens' best choice if Simmer Sandwiches lowers their price. Now we're going to decide what Ryan's Rubens should do if they think Simmer Sandwiches is going to raise their prices. Here, Ryan's Rubens is deciding between $400 economic profit and $200 economic profit. Since $400 is greater than $200, it is clearly the best choice for Ryan's Rubens to again lower their price. So we're going to put another star right there, indicating the best choice for Ryan's Rubens if Simmer Sandwiches is going to raise their price. Now that leads us to the next definition you need to know, and this is a dominant strategy. A dominant strategy is an action that one of these two firms will take regardless of what the other firm does. So getting back to our payoff matrix, we see that Ryan's Rubens is going to lower their price regardless of whether or not Simmer Sandwiches raises their price or lowers their price. As a result, the dominant strategy for Ryan's Rubens is going to lower the price. If we were going to explain the answer to this question, we would use the numbers we looked at before. 800 is greater than 600 and 400 is greater than 200. That's how you would answer this if there was an explain point here. And now we're going to switch brains to Simmer Sandwiches and help them decide what they should do. Remember, they don't make their decision in a vacuum. They must consider what Ryan's Rubens might do and then, based on that information, decide what's best for Simmer Sandwiches. So we're becoming Simmer Sandwiches here and we're looking at what they might choose if they think that Ryan's Rubens is going to lower their price. In that case, Simmer Sandwiches is looking between $700 and $800 of economic profit. Since $800 is greater than $700, they are going to choose the $800 of economic profit. So let's go ahead and put a star there because that is the best choice for them if they think Ryan's Rubens is going to lower their price. And now if Simmer Sandwiches thinks Ryan's Rubens is going to raise their price, Simmer Sandwiches is choosing between $500 of economic profit and $400 economic profit. Which one is better? Clearly, $500 is greater than $400 and more profit is better. So Simmer Sandwiches is going to choose to lower their price if they think Ryan's Rubens is going to raise theirs. And so we're going to put a little star once again for the best choice for Simmer Sandwiches. So the next question here is, does Simmer Sandwiches have a dominant strategy? Since Simmer Sandwiches chooses to raise their price when Ryan's Rubens lowers theirs, and Simmer Sandwiches chooses to lower their price when Ryan's Rubens chooses to raise theirs, Simmer Sandwiches does not have a dominant strategy. And that's because their best move is dependent on what Ryan's Rubens does. If this was an explain point, again, you would use numbers here. You would say that 800 is greater than 700 and 500 is greater than 400. That's the explain point, and you need to use those numbers. And so that leads us to what's called the Nash equilibrium. The Nash equilibrium is the most likely outcome within this market. For a duopoly payoff matrix, the Nash equilibrium is the quadrant with two selected choices for these firms. We see that by the two stars we've put in there, up in that upper right quadrant. That is the Nash equilibrium, and it's the most likely outcome we're likely to see. Simmer Sandwiches is going to raise their price, and Ryan's Rubens is going to lower theirs. Along with that, Simmer Sandwiches is going to earn $800 economic profit, and Ryan's Rubens is going to earn $400 economic profit. You'll notice this isn't the best outcome for these two firms, but through the payoff matrix and game theory, we know it's the most likely outcome. And what makes this the Nash equilibrium is that if either firm chooses to deviate from this quadrant, that firm will be worse off. If Ryan's Rubens decides to switch strategies, they will actually move from $400 economic profit down to $200 economic profit. That is not in their best interest to do, and so they will stay at this Nash equilibrium. Simmer Sandwiches, on the other hand, if they choose to lower their price as opposed to raise their price, their economic profit will fall from $800 to $700. And losing that $100 of economic profit would not be in their best interest, and so they will stay at that Nash equilibrium. And since there's no incentive for either firm to deviate from this Nash, both are going to stay there, and this Nash equilibrium is the most likely outcome we will see within this market. Next, we're going to talk a little bit more about specifically what you're likely to see on your AP Microeconomics exams regarding game theory. Here's a payoff matrix from the 2019 Microeconomics exam. Well, the Nash equilibrium we have in this question, there was actually two of them. So be aware that there could be two Nash equilibria. In this case, we saw it in 2019's question number 3, set 1. I made a review video for that question, so check it out if you want to see it. So you might notice that the payoff matrix we see here is a little bit different than the one I showed you earlier. As a result, you might have some trouble reading this one compared to the ones you see in some of the examples and review books. So how do you read these payoff matrices? Well, it's important to understand that the first amounts you see there are the economic profits for the firm that is on the left. So I have them all underlined in green there. All of those numbers of the payoffs and the strategies belong to Patrick's pie in this example. The second numbers listed within the quadrants on the payoff matrix, along with the strategies that are listed above the payoff matrix, belong to the firm that is on the top of the payoff matrix. Those all here belong to D's Pizzeria, and you would want to keep that in mind when you are going through these problems. I usually underline at least one of the firm's payoffs and strategies along with the name of that firm to help me keep it all straight. And there you have talking about factor markets. If after watching, now factor markets are like any other market where buyers and sellers come together to exchange something. In previous units, you learned about product markets where goods and services were being purchased and sold. Here we have factors of production or resources that are being bought and sold. In factor markets, businesses are going to purchase resources from households. That means the suppliers and the demanders within the factor markets are different from suppliers and demanders in the product markets. In factor markets, the demand curve is comprised of businesses demanding resources. And those resources are supplied by households within the market. In macroeconomics, you see that illustrated with the circular flow diagram of the economy. And when it comes to the resources that are being purchased within factor markets, we have three productive resources that we focus on. First productive resource we're going to talk about is land, and monetary payments for land are called rent. Our second resource is labor, and payments for labor are called wages. Finally, we have physical capital. Businesses usually have to take out loans in order to pay for physical capital, and so payments for physical capital are called interest. Now in AP Microeconomics, the resource we focus on most is labor. And with that, we focus on wages as the payment for that labor. And so labor is going to be our examples for this video moving forward. But be aware that all of these examples could apply equally to land and physical capital purchases. Now, when it comes to understanding labor markets, it's important for us to remember the production function that we learned back in Unit 3. Remember, a production function shows us all the different quantities of labor that can be hired by a particular firm and the amount of physical product that can be created by those workers. Here we have the quantity of labor in this table, along with the marginal product, which is the change in total physical product with each worker hired. And remember, thanks to the law of diminishing marginal returns, the marginal product curve is going to increase at first due to specialization, and then marginal product is going to decrease as more workers are hired because of diminishing marginal returns. Eventually, marginal product becomes negative because of negative returns. And if we take the wage that these workers are being paid and divide by the marginal product of these workers, it gives us the marginal cost of labor. And if labor is the only variable output for this firm, that marginal cost of labor will be the firm's marginal cost curve. It's a flipped upside down version of the marginal product curve. When marginal product is rising, marginal cost is decreasing, and when marginal product is decreasing, marginal cost is rising. Now, in order to understand the demand for labor, we have to understand the marginal revenue product of labor. In order to find the marginal revenue product, we are going to take the marginal product of each worker hired and times it by the marginal revenue of the units produced. Here we have the marginal revenue being $10 for each unit. That means this firm is selling their products in a perfectly competitive market because the price doesn't change as they produce more units of output. So the marginal product of that first worker is $9 times the $10 of marginal revenue gives us $90 worth of marginal revenue product for that first worker. The second worker has $130 of marginal product. It's the 13 marginal product times the $10 of marginal revenue. The third worker has $100 worth of marginal product. And if we keep on going, multiplying the marginal product by the marginal revenue, we have those marginal products for each additional worker. Now, the marginal revenue product for all of these quantities of workers is the demand for this firm's labor. And that's because the marginal revenue product is the maximum a firm would be willing to pay for a particular quantity of workers. If our wage was $50 and this firm was trying to decide how many workers it would hire, the third worker has a marginal revenue product of $100. That means it increases revenue by $100. And that is much more than the $50 this worker costs. And so profit would increase by $50 for hiring this worker. So this worker would be hired. That fourth worker produces $70 worth of marginal revenue product, and that means the profit will increase by $20 by hiring this worker, and so this worker would also be hired. That fifth worker, on the other hand, only increases revenue by $40, and so hiring that worker would actually decrease economic profit by $10. So the profit maximizing quantity of workers hired by this firm will be 4 workers. Because just like everything else in this class, Benefit maximization occurs when you do something as long as the marginal benefit, in this case the marginal revenue product, is greater than or equal to the marginal cost. In this case, that marginal cost is the wage. And so that marginal revenue product graphed with the quantity of workers hired is the demand for labor for this firm. Now you could see a question that refers to the value of the marginal product. The value of the marginal product is a slightly different formula. It's the price of the product times the marginal product. But most of the time, the value of the marginal product and the marginal revenue product are going to be equal, because most of the time, the firm is going to be selling into a perfectly competitive product market where prices and marginal revenue are equal. So on this chart, the marginal revenue is the price, because this firm is selling in a perfectly competitive market. When it comes to graphing out the demand for labor for an entire market, we're going to have the quantity on the x-axis and the wage on that y-axis, because the wage is the price of labor. The demand for labor is downward sloping because there is an inverse relationship between the wage and the quantity of workers that businesses hire. At high wages, businesses hire few workers, and at lower wages, businesses hire more workers. And if the wage increases, the quantity of workers hired will decrease. And that demand curve we see there is the sum of every firm's marginal revenue product curve, at least the downward sloping portion. So you should know that that demand curve from the market is the sum of every firm's marginal revenue product curve. And remember, businesses within this market are the demanders, not the suppliers like you've seen in previous units. That labor demand curve will shift with anything that will change the marginal revenue product for these workers. It could be the price of the actual product, the demand for the product itself, the productivity of the workers, because more productive workers have a higher marginal revenue product. We could also have the price of a substitute resource, like machines that can replace workers. If there's an increase in the demand for these workers, we're going to see a rightward shift, just like we've seen with other demand curves. And if there's a decrease in the demand for labor, we're going to see a leftward shift of that demand curve. And remember, that downward sloping demand curve is the marginal revenue product of the workers hired by these firms. Now, the demand for labor is often referred to as a derived demand. That means the demand for the resource comes from the demand of the product itself. So if there's an increase in the demand for houses, there will be an increase in the demand for carpenters. And if there's an increase in the demand for medical care because our population is aging, there will be an increase in the demand for nurses as well. And when there is a decrease in the demand for cars, we should see a decrease in the demand for auto workers. And so the demand for labor, in part, is derived from the demand for the product itself. Next, we're going to talk about the supply of labor. The supply of labor is still going to have the wage on that y-axis and the quantity on the x-axis. And when we graph in the supply of labor, it's going to be an upward sloping curve, just like most supply curves within this class. And that's because there's a direct relationship between the wage and the quantity of workers that are willing and able to work. At low wages, we have a low quantity of workers supplied, and when wages rise, more workers are willing to work. But if that wage decreases again, the quantity of workers supplied will also decrease. And remember, the households are the suppliers of labor. That means average everyday consumers are likely to be in that supply curve. And that's different from other supply curves where we have mostly been the demand curve. And remember, that supply curve is the number of workers that are willing and able to work at each possible wage. One key term you could see in regards to the buying and selling of resources is economic rent. Economic rent is sort of like economic profit or producer or consumer surplus that you've already learned. Essentially, it's any amount above the minimum needed to bring a resource into use. Essentially, it is the wage minus the opportunity cost of a particular worker. If a teacher earning $50,000 quits their job, losing that $50,000, to become a rock star earning $1 million a year, that means this former teacher will have $950,000 worth of economic rent. So it's essentially any amount above the opportunity cost for that worker, because the teacher would need more than the $50,000 in order to quit teaching and become that rock star. So getting back to our supply of labor, we need to remember that the labor supply curve can also shift just like our demand for labor can. The number of workers within a labor market, the availability of workers within a market, the population's age as far as whether they're close to retirement or far away from retirement, the value workers place on leisure, and skill requirements of a job will impact the quantity of workers that are available at each particular wage. If there's an increase in the number of workers willing and able to work, that will shift our supply to the right. And if there's a decrease in the number of workers willing and able to work, it will shift our supply curve to the left. When we put our supply for labor and demand for labor together on the same graph, it gives us our equilibrium wage, found at the intersection between the two curves. Our equilibrium quantity is down below on the x-axis, and the equilibrium wage is on the y-axis. And just like with other markets, equilibrium is determined through interaction between the supply curve and the demand curve. And that establishes the wage that most workers are going to be paid within this market. And this labor market functions just like product markets you learned about in Unit 2. A little note that you need to be aware of: when we are at equilibrium, the quantity of workers that businesses want to hire at that wage equals the quantity of workers willing to work at that wage. So there is no unemployment when we are at equilibrium. The quantities of workers to the right of our equilibrium quantity wanted higher wages than our equilibrium wage in order for them to work. And the businesses were only willing to hire those workers for a lower wage than the equilibrium. And as a result, those workers are not considered unemployed. Next, we're going to briefly look at the impact of a minimum wage on a competitive labor market like this. A minimum wage is a price floor for a wage. That means if it's effective or binding, it will go above the equilibrium wage there. And when we are at a higher than equilibrium wage, the quantity demanded of workers hired by businesses will be less than the equilibrium quantity. And the quantity of workers willing to work at that higher wage will be higher than the equilibrium. The gap between that quantity supplied and quantity demanded are unemployed workers. So minimum wage in a competitive labor market could cause some levels of unemployment, but the amount of the unemployment will be impacted by the elasticity of the supply and demand curves for labor. And that elasticity will also impact the total wages earned by the workers. But as you're going to learn later on in this unit, that might not be true when it comes to monopsonies, which is a non-competitive labor market. Next, let's take a look at changes within the labor market. If we have shifts of either curve, it's going to shift our equilibrium quantity and wage. If businesses begin to demand more workers, that will shift our demand curve to the right, increasing our equilibrium wage and quantity of workers hired. Next, let's take a look at some examples of changes within the labor market. Let's say that the pandemic that we've all been living through causes workers to value leisure more. What would that do to the supply or the demand curve? Well, an increase in the value of leisure is going to make workers less willing and able to work at each wage. That will shift our supply of labor to the left, and as a result, we should see an increase in wages and decrease in the equilibrium quantity of workers hired. If instead we saw the price of the product increase, that would increase the marginal revenue product of all the workers within this market, and that would mean that our demand curve shifts to the right, because the demand is the marginal revenue product for every firm added together. The increase in demand is going to increase our equilibrium wage and increase the equilibrium quantity of workers hired. If automation technology that replaces workers with machines gets more cheap, then labor is going to appear relatively more expensive. That will decrease the demand for workers, and with that, decrease the wage and equilibrium quantity of workers hired. And a little side note, because we are still at equilibrium, just a new equilibrium, there will not be any unemployment at this new equilibrium quantity, because the workers who are no longer being hired don't want to work at the lower wage, given the upward sloping supply curve. Finally, for our last example, if there's an increase in the working age population, that's going to increase the supply of workers within this market. And with that, we are going to see a decrease in the wage and increase in the equilibrium quantity of workers hired. Today, we're going to be talking about firms within perfectly competitive factor markets. So first, let's review the labor market for just a little bit. And remember, we're going to be focusing here on labor, but this actually is going to apply to other resources. So these same concepts can apply to the employment of physical capital and the employment of land as well. So here are some qualities of a perfectly competitive factor market. First, we're going to have many different businesses within this market competing for labor. And the workers within this market are going to be identical as far as their skills are concerned. We're also going to assume that there is perfect information and labor mobility. That means workers have knowledge of all their opportunities and can easily move from one opportunity to the other. And because of these qualities, firms within a perfectly competitive factor market are going to be wage takers. They are going to have no influence on the wage they pay their workers. Next, we're going to talk about the marginal resource cost for the firm. Here we have the market for labor, and we have an equilibrium wage of $10. The marginal resource cost is also known as the marginal factor cost. You could see MRC or MFC on your exam. But whether you see marginal resource cost or marginal factor cost, it is the cost of hiring an additional unit of labor. And since firms in a perfectly competitive factor market pay the equilibrium wage for all workers they hire, the marginal resource cost is going to be equal to the wage. In this case, it's going to be $10. Let's take a look at the numbers to see what I'm talking about. Here we have the different quantities of labor a firm can hire, and we see that the wage is $10 for every unit of labor. The total resource cost is going to increase by $10 with each additional worker. And as a result, that marginal resource cost, which is the change in total cost, is going to be equal to the wage. So here's that market graph once again, and we have the equilibrium wage for labor at $10. And as we just saw, this firm can hire as many workers as it wants at that equilibrium wage of $10. That means that the equilibrium wage is going to move on over to the firm graph. So for firms in a perfectly competitive factor market, you're going to be drawing side-by-side graphs, just like you did for firms with perfectly competitive product markets. So that $10 wage is going to come on over and create the marginal resource cost. That is the supply of labor for the firm. It's perfectly elastic because this firm can hire any quantity of labor at the equilibrium wage. And again, that marginal resource cost comes from the equilibrium wage from the market. Next, we're going to talk about the marginal revenue product. Marginal revenue product is the benefit of hiring an additional unit of labor. It's the money that is brought in as a result of selling the products that a new worker creates. The marginal revenue product is the marginal product times the marginal revenue. For most questions on your exam, the firm is likely selling their product in a perfectly competitive market. And if you remember, in a perfectly competitive market, the marginal revenue is going to be equal to the price. A little side note, you could see the term value of the marginal product. That is the VMP, and that is the price times the marginal product. For a firm selling its output in a perfectly competitive market, the value of the marginal product and the marginal revenue product are the same. But the marginal revenue product is what we're focused on here. If we assume that the price of the product here and the marginal revenue are $20, then the marginal revenue is going to be $20 for all units produced. You times the marginal revenue of $20 by the marginal product for each of these workers hired, and that gives us the marginal revenue product of each of these workers. And with the marginal product and the marginal revenue product, we can see the different phases of the law of diminishing marginal returns, which means that the marginal product and the marginal revenue product are going to be the same shape. As marginal product increases, we are experiencing increasing marginal returns. Of course, that's because of specialization. Then diminishing marginal returns sets in and marginal product begins to fall for these workers. And eventually, marginal product becomes negative and we get negative returns. And since we can see the same pattern in the marginal product as we see in the marginal revenue product, the marginal product and the marginal revenue product are the same shape. Here's our marginal product curve, and here is our marginal revenue product curve. As I said, they're the same shape. And when it comes to the marginal revenue product, that is the highest wage that a firm would be willing to pay a particular worker. Obviously, they'd like to pay less, but this is the maximum they would pay a worker. That third worker has a marginal revenue product of $70, and that's the maximum wage they'd be willing to pay for 3 workers. And since the marginal revenue product is the highest wage a firm would pay, the marginal revenue product is the firm's demand for labor. So there's our marginal revenue product curve again, and we are going to add that it is equal to demand. And since a firm will always hire workers as long as the marginal revenue product is increasing, I often do not even draw in that upward sloping portion of the demand curve. I just use the downward sloping portion. If your professor or teacher wants you to draw the upward sloping portion, you should do it, but that's why I don't, because they always would hire those workers. So when it comes to the profit maximizing quantity of labor that a firm is going to hire, we have a rule. The firm is going to hire the quantity of labor where the marginal revenue product equals the marginal resource cost. Once again, we're seeing an application of marginal analysis here. The marginal revenue product is the marginal benefit to a firm for hiring more workers. And the marginal resource cost is the marginal cost of hiring more workers. And as we've already learned, benefit maximizing behavior is where the marginal benefit equals the marginal cost. So let's try to figure out how many workers this firm will hire. The wage is $45, and that's why we have a marginal resource cost of $45 for this firm. And this firm is always going to hire those first few workers where the marginal revenue product is increasing, and then they will hire as long as the marginal revenue product is greater than or equal to the marginal resource cost. That third worker has a marginal revenue product of $70 and a marginal resource cost of $45. Hiring that worker makes sense because that marginal revenue product is greater than the marginal resource cost, and it increases profit by $25. That fourth worker still has a marginal revenue product that is greater than the marginal resource cost, so they should hire them, and that's because hiring that worker will increase profit by $5. Now, as we mentioned before, the profit maximizing number is where the marginal revenue product and marginal resource cost are equal, but they are never equal in these numbers. But we will never hire when the marginal revenue product is less than the marginal resource cost. So if we take a look at that fifth worker, the marginal revenue product is only $30 and the marginal resource cost is greater than that at $45. Hiring that worker will decrease profit by $15. And so for this firm, the profit maximizing number of workers to hire is 4 workers. Getting back to our graph now, we're going to add in the marginal revenue product curve, or the demand for labor. I usually don't draw in the upward sloping portion, as you can see. And here at low quantities of labor, we are going to have our marginal revenue product being greater than the marginal resource cost. So this firm should keep on hiring. At high quantities of labor, the marginal revenue product is less than the marginal resource cost. So this firm should hire less. The profit maximizing number of workers is found at the intersection between the marginal revenue product and marginal resource cost curve. Drop down below, we've got QF. That's the quantity of workers this firm will hire, because that's where MRP equals MRC. Now, of course, we can have changes in this graph. If we have a change within the market, that is going to move the firm's marginal resource cost. Let's say the market, but not the firm, have an increase in the demand for labor. That's going to shift that demand curve to the right. We're going to see the equilibrium wage and equilibrium quantity of workers increase, and that wage is going to go on over to the firm graph and become a new higher supply or marginal resource cost. And now we have a new MR equals MC point. That means we have a lower quantity of labor that's going to be hired. You could be asked what happened to the marginal revenue product of the last worker hired as a result of the change in the wage. Well, the marginal revenue product of the last worker has increased, and that's because we are now hiring fewer workers, and we are on a higher point on the marginal revenue product curve. QF1 has a higher marginal revenue product than QF. If instead we saw an increase in the supply of labor, that's going to drive the equilibrium wage downward. That new lower wage is going to shift that marginal resource cost downward for the firm, and that's going to result in a higher profit maximizing quantity of labor. And now at this new higher quantity of labor, we have a decreased marginal revenue product for the last worker hired. And that's because at QF1, we are at a lower point on the marginal revenue product curve. You could see changes that only impact the firm. Perhaps we have an increase in the productivity of just the firm's workers. That's going to shift the demand for labor, but only for this particular firm. An increase in productivity will shift the marginal revenue product for the firm to the right, and that's going to increase in a higher profit maximizing quantity where MRP equals MRC. And with this change, the marginal revenue product of the last worker hired didn't change. And that's because the marginal revenue product of the last worker hired is always going to be equal to the wage. And since the wage didn't change, neither did the marginal revenue product of the last worker hired. Now we're going to shift gears just a little bit, and we're going to talk about combinations of resources that can be used to produce products. And if you remember back to Unit 1 when you learned about utility maximizing combinations, this is going to be just like that. But now we're talking about resources that can be used to make products. A firm might be trying to decide how much labor they should use to produce their product and how much capital they should use to make their product. You're going to take the marginal revenue product of the resource and divide it by the price of that resource to give you a marginal product per dollar ratio. Let's assume that the marginal product of labor is $45 and the price of labor is $15. The marginal product of capital, on the other hand, is 100 units, while the price of capital is $50. If we take the marginal product for labor and divide it by the price of labor, we get 3 units of output per dollar spent on labor. And for physical capital, the marginal product divided by the price is 2 units of output per dollar spent on capital. And that brings us to the least cost combination rule. The least cost combination is the marginal product of labor divided by the price of labor should equal the marginal product of capital divided by the price of capital. They aren't equal here, so the question is, which one should they employ more of? As they employ more of one of these resources, the marginal product per dollar is going to decrease, and as they employ less units of a particular resource, the marginal product per dollar is going to increase. And so if we want to make these two equal and bring them closer to the least cost combination of resources, we want less capital to be employed and more labor to be employed. And that's because 3 units per dollar is greater than 2 units per dollar. You could also see the profit maximizing combination rule as well, and that is the marginal revenue product of labor divided by the price of labor will equal the marginal revenue product of capital divided by the price of capital. So let's get back to the example we just had and find the profit maximizing combination of labor and capital. If the marginal revenue of this product is $10, then we're going to just multiply the marginal product by 10. So the marginal revenue product is $450 and the price of labor is $15. The marginal revenue product of capital, on the other hand, is $1,000 and the price of capital is still $50. And when we plug in the numbers and do the math, we find that there is $30 worth of marginal revenue product per dollar spent on labor, and there is $20 worth of marginal revenue product per dollar spent on capital. And so to increase profit, we would still want to employ less capital and more labor. Of course, you could see questions on your exam where you have to use some algebra and work backwards. It's going to happen at some point. And let's see if we can do that with a firm that is already employing the least cost combination of resources. And that means that the marginal product divided by the price of labor already equals the marginal product divided by the price capital. If we know that the marginal product of labor is $75 and the price of labor is $15, while the marginal product of capital is $125, we could use algebra to find the price of physical capital here. Plug in the numbers that we know and we can solve for X here. If we do the math, we see that the marginal product per dollar for labor is 5, which means that the marginal product per dollar for capital must also be 5. 125 divided by 5 gives us a $25 price for capital. Today we're going to be talking about monopsony. Not monopoly, monopsony. So let's go over the qualities of a monopsony. Like a monopoly, there's only one firm within this market, but instead of there only being one seller within this market, there is only one buyer within this market. On the AP Microeconomics exam, we focus on the purchase of labor regarding a monopsony. So within a labor market, you're going to have only one employer for all people looking for jobs. And as a result, there are no alternative employers within this market. You're also going to have high barriers to entry, and that means that no other firms are going to enter this market and compete for this labor. A historic example of a monopsony would be a mining town. In mining towns, only the mine employed everybody. Whether you worked for the mine or the town store, you were employed by the mining company. And while pure examples of a monopsony are rare today, there are still some areas within the United States where a single industry may dominate a market. And with that, you could have some businesses with monopsony power. So the next thing we're going to do is look at the supply of labor for a monopsony and how that relates to the marginal resource cost for a monopsony. Remember, there is only one single buyer of labor within a monopsony market. And so that means the firm's supply curve is going to be the market supply curve. It's going to be upward sloping, and we will see a positive relationship between the wage and the quantity of workers that are willing and able to work at those wages. So at low wages, we're going to have low quantities of workers willing and able to work. And so if the firm wants to increase the quantity of workers hired, it's going to have to raise the wage to incentivize those workers to give up leisure time and go to work. And remember, this is different from a firm that hires labor within a perfectly competitive market. Those firms can hire as many workers as they want at the market wage. But for a monopsony, more workers will require higher wages for those workers. And since the monopsony must raise wages when it hires more workers, that's going to give us a different relationship between the supply curve and the marginal resource cost compared to the one that we saw with perfectly competitive factor markets where the supply equals the marginal resource cost. Let's take a look at this table here. It has the quantity of labor and the wage that these workers are paid. As you can see, the wage increases as we hire more workers. And if we multiply the wage times the quantity of workers hired, we get our total resource cost. The change in that total resource cost is the marginal resource cost. That's the cost of hiring one more worker. And for that first worker hired in this table, the wage is $10, so the total resource cost and the marginal resource cost for that first worker are both $10. But if this firm wants to hire additional workers, it's going to have to increase the wage, not just for that second worker hired, but for both workers hired. So with 2 workers, we increase the wage to $11, and that gives us a total resource cost of $22. And the marginal resource cost is not the $11 that these workers are being paid. It's actually $12. And that's because the additional dollar of wage is not just given to the second worker hired, it's also given to the first worker hired. And so the marginal resource cost is greater than the wage. If we hire a third worker here, the wage is going to increase to $12, and now the total resource cost is $36, and the marginal resource cost, the cost of that additional third worker, is actually $14. And so once again, the marginal resource cost is greater than the wage. And if we graph the quantity of labor hired with the wage, that gives us the supply of labor for this firm. And when we graph the quantity of labor with the marginal resource cost, that gives us our marginal resource cost curve for these workers. And so we see that the marginal resource cost is going to be greater than the supply of labor. Here's what it looks like on the graph. We have our quantity of labor on that x-axis, and on the y-axis we have the wage. Let's put in our upward sloping supply of labor. That's both the market supply and the firm supply of labor. And for the firm, we have a higher marginal resource cost. And that's because as the firm hires more workers, wages increase on all workers hired. That's why we have that marginal resource cost higher than the supply curve here. Next, we're going to talk about a monopsony's demand for labor. And once again, we have a table here. Here we have the quantity of labor hired and the marginal revenue for the units this firm produces. Most of the time, this is going to be the same thing as the price of the product because most firms on your AP Microeconomics exam will be selling their products in a perfectly competitive market. And there, the price and the marginal revenue are equal. The demand curve for labor comes from the marginal revenue product of the workers that are hired. The marginal revenue product is the marginal revenue times the marginal product of the last worker hired. For our first worker on that table, the marginal revenue is 10 and the marginal product of that worker is 9. So the marginal revenue product is $90. For our second worker, we have $130 worth of marginal revenue product. That's 10 times 13. And then for our third worker, we have 10 marginal product times the $10 marginal revenue, and that gives us $100 worth of marginal revenue product. There's the rest of them there for us, and that shows every marginal revenue product for each quantity of workers hired. And so when we graph it out, that quantity of labor graphed with the marginal revenue product gives our demand for labor, which is equal to the marginal revenue product for this firm's workers. And so that marginal revenue product curve is the firm's demand curve because the marginal revenue product is the most this firm would be willing to pay for that quantity of workers hired. If we put it on the graph, we're going to have a downward sloping demand for labor, and that will be equal to the marginal revenue product. And that's because, like all demand curves, there's an inverse relationship between the price, in this case the wage, and the quantity demanded. That gives us the downward sloping curve. At high wages, we have low quantities of workers hired, and at low wages, we have higher quantities of workers hired. So we're going to take that downward sloping demand curve and add it to the graph we've already started with our supply curve and marginal resource cost above that supply curve. That gives us a downward sloping demand, and those are all 3 curves you're going to need to put on this graph when you draw it out. All right, now let's go over how we're going to make this graph from start to finish. First off, we're going to have our axes. The quantity is down there on that x-axis and the wage is on that y-axis. We're going to first put in our supply of labor with our marginal resource cost above and our downward sloping marginal revenue product. Now, just like a firm in a perfectly competitive factor market, this firm is going to hire the quantity where the marginal revenue product equals the marginal resource cost. So we find that point right there, drop down, that is the quantity this monopsony is going to hire. Now, when it comes to the wage that's going to be paid, that supply curve below the MRC equals MRP intersection is where we are going to find the wage this monopsony will pay. And that's because the supply shows the wage that workers are willing to accept for that quantity of workers. Head over to the y-axis, and that is the wage that this monopsony is going to hire. Next, we're going to compare a monopsony to a perfectly competitive factor market. The quantity hired and the wage are found at the intersection of the supply and demand. This is a perfectly competitive market, and we can turn it into a monopsony by adding a marginal resource cost above that supply and remembering that the demand curve there is the marginal revenue product of these workers. This firm is going to hire where the MRP equals MRC and pay a wage that is down there at the supply curve. And so we can see that a monopsony is going to pay lower wages and hire fewer workers than a perfectly competitive market would. And as a result, we are going to have some dead weight loss. And if we had numbers here, you could calculate the area of that triangle to get the value of the dead weight loss. Next, we're going to take a look at the impact of a minimum wage on a monopsony. Now remember, in a perfectly competitive factor market, an effective minimum wage will actually decrease the number of workers hired and cause some unemployment. But that isn't necessarily going to be the case when it comes to a minimum wage on a monopsony. If the government imposed a minimum wage that was equal to a competitive market wage for this market, we would find that minimum wage at the intersection of the demand and supply there. At that minimum wage, the first workers hired would actually have a marginal resource cost that is equal to that minimum wage, because each additional worker would cost the minimum wage. But once that minimum wage hits the supply curve, the marginal resource cost will shoot upward, joining the marginal resource cost where it was before. And so with a minimum wage, this curve, that yellow one right there, would be the marginal resource cost for this monopsony with that minimum wage. And so with the minimum wage, that yellow line is now our marginal resource cost. It makes our marginal resource cost horizontal until it hits the supply curve. So now we have a new MRC equals MRP quantity, and that is found right there. With that minimum wage, we will actually see both the wages and the quantity of workers hired increase. If the government imposed a minimum wage that fell anywhere between the monopsony minimum wage and the marginal resource cost, any of those wages in between those two would actually increase the quantity hired and the wages paid. Today I'm going to be introducing you to market failures. Now, so far in this class, we've been learning about how amazing free markets are. They are very efficient at allocating our scarce resources when there are no externalities and those markets are competitive. But today we're going to talk about market failures. And market failures occur when a free market fails to achieve an allocatively or socially optimal outcome. Now, we have a few different sources of market failures. One of those is monopoly power. As you already know, monopolies underproduce and overcharge, and they are not allocatively efficient. But we also have externalities. Externalities occur when there are costs or benefits that fall on people who don't produce or purchase a product. And we'll learn about the impact of externalities more in our next video. If there are negative externalities that have costs on people who don't purchase or produce the product, like pollution, we are going to overproduce the product in the free market. And if there are positive externalities where benefits fall on people who don't buy or produce the product, we are going to underproduce that good or service. Positive externalities come from things like security cameras in your neighborhood. Now, the reason why we are concerned with market failures is because they don't create social efficiency. You've already learned a little bit about social efficiency when you learned the term allocative efficiency in previous units. In this unit, when we refer to allocative efficiency, we often call it socially optimal. But they're the same thing. It means that we're producing where the marginal benefit equals the marginal cost. In Unit 3 and 4, we said that the price equals the marginal cost when we were talking about firms. Because when firms produce where the price equals the marginal cost, they are allocatively efficient or socially optimal. But in previous units, we were looking at the costs and benefits for the people buying or selling the product. Here, we're not looking at just the individuals within the transaction, but we're looking for the cost for society and the benefits for society as a whole. So we're going to be looking at the marginal social benefit and the marginal social cost. And so the socially optimal, allocatively efficient, or socially efficient outcome is where marginal social benefit equals marginal social cost. It means the quantity that we're getting for society is where all marginal benefits equal all marginal costs. So if we graph it out, we have the marginal social cost curve sloping upward, the marginal social benefit curve sloping downward. If we produce below the intersection between those two curves, the marginal social benefit is going to be greater than the marginal social cost, and we are underproducing within this market. At this quantity, our marginal social cost is right there, the marginal social benefit is there, and the marginal social cost equals marginal social benefit point is right there. Those 3 points give us a triangle of dead weight loss. But if we produce more than that intersection there, we are going to have the marginal social cost being greater than the marginal social benefit. There is the marginal social cost of that quantity. There's the marginal social benefit of that quantity. There's our marginal social benefit equals marginal social cost point. And those 3 points give us a dead weight loss triangle for overproducing this product. It is at the intersection of those two curves where we see the marginal social benefit equaling the marginal social cost. And that's where we see the socially optimal outcome. So just like we've learned with individuals, society should act as long as the marginal benefit, or the marginal social benefit in this case, is greater than or equal to the marginal cost, or marginal social cost in this case. Now the best place to be is where the marginal social cost equals the marginal social benefit. But sometimes you won't have numbers that bring you to that point. But you keep on acting as long as that marginal social benefit is greater than the marginal social cost. But society should never act when the marginal social benefit is less than the marginal social cost, because that makes us less efficient. This is just another variation of the marginal analysis stuff that you've already learned before in previous units. Here we're just looking at all costs and all benefits for society as a whole. So here are some examples. If we're trying to decide whether or not we should build another park, if the marginal social benefit is greater than the marginal social cost, yes, build that park. If we're trying to decide how many trees we should cut down to build houses, the answer is we should cut trees until the marginal social benefit equals the marginal social cost, and then stop. If we're trying to decide how much pollution we should clean up, well, the answer is we should clean up until the marginal social benefit of cleaning equals the marginal social cost of cleaning, and then stop. Of course, in reality, it's going to be difficult to figure out the marginal social costs and the marginal social benefits of these things, but if we can figure them out, that would be the socially optimal outcome. Now, when it comes to competitive markets with no externalities, they are socially optimal. And that's because the marginal social cost curve is the supply curve when there are no externalities. And that demand curve is the marginal social benefit curve when there are no externalities. And if we underproduce, we're going to have deadweight loss. We will also have deadweight loss if we overproduce. But when we have a free market with no government intervention, we will reach equilibrium. And that's where we are allocatively efficient or socially optimal. Because at the equilibrium quantity, the marginal social benefit equals the marginal social cost. And there is no market failure when we reach equilibrium. Next, we're going to take a look at efficiency for individual firms. First, let's look at perfectly competitive firms. If this firm produces less than the profit maximizing quantity, where MR equals MC, we will have that red triangle of deadweight loss. If they produce more than the profit maximizing quantity, we will have that triangle of deadweight loss. But when this firm profit maximizes, they produce where MC, which is the marginal social cost when there's no externalities, equals the demand curve, which is the marginal social benefit as well. We usually say price equals marginal cost when a perfectly competitive firm is allocatively efficient or socially optimal. And so there is no market failure for a perfectly competitive firm that is profit maximizing. But when it comes to imperfectly competitive firms, there will be some deadweight loss at the profit maximizing quantity. And that's because the price is greater than the marginal cost at that profit maximizing quantity. The socially optimal quantity will be where the marginal cost equals that demand curve, QS, right there. And that's because imperfectly competitive firms underproduce and overcharge at the profit maximizing quantity. And they are not socially efficient as a result. When it comes to labor markets, a monopsony is also not allocatively efficient. And they have that triangle of deadweight loss. If a monopsony was socially optimal, it would hire QS for the workers and pay WS for the wage. But they aren't socially optimal because they underhire and underpay compared to a competitive market. Today we're going to be talking about externalities. First thing we've got to do is go over some definitions. An externality is a cost or a benefit of any product, good or service that falls on people who don't buy or produce the product. Those externalities can be negative or positive. Now, the first thing we're going to talk about is those negative externalities. Those are those external costs that fall on people who don't make or produce the product. It could be pollution, traffic congestion, odd smells, and countless other things where there is a cost or a drawback that people who don't buy or produce the product face as a result of this product. Negative externalities are sometimes called spillover costs. Positive externalities, on the other hand, are external benefits that fall on the people who don't buy or produce the product. Those positive externalities could come in the form of beautiful music filling a local park, the renovation of a neighborhood, or local security cameras that monitor an area. Positive externalities are sometimes called spillover benefits, and that's because they spill over out of the market and onto people who aren't involved in the purchase or sale of these products. Now, when it comes to positive and negative externalities, one way they could be produced is a result of the consumption of a product. These are called externalities in consumption. That means that the spillover costs or benefits will be caused by the consumption of a particular good or service. Some examples of externalities in consumption are the leftover cigarette butts after somebody finishes a cigarette. It could be the smog created by people driving their cars. And we could have a positive externality in consumption in the form of the beautiful landscaping that your neighbor puts in. And finally, vaccinations provide some protection to those nearby who don't get the vaccination. All of these are examples of external benefits or costs that are created as a result of consumption of a good or service. And as a result, we call them externalities in consumption. We also have externalities in production, and those are spillover costs or benefits that are created by the producers of a product. We could have negative externalities in the production in the form of factory pollution and pesticides that are used by farmers. And we have positive externalities in production like bees pollinating a nearby orchard as a result of producing honey. And job safety training programs that lead to greater safety for the rest of society. Now it's time to put these externalities on the graph. We're going to start off with a regular old supply and demand graph. And if you remember from Unit 2, you may have seen some AP economics questions talking about how there are no externalities within a market. And that's because up to that point within this class, we were assuming that they didn't exist. Now we're acknowledging the reality that some products have externalities. And so we now have a negative externality in production that we're going to graph out. So we're going to start off with a regular old market with quantity on that x-axis and price on the y-axis. Downward sloping demand curve labeled D, upward sloping supply curve labeled S, and our equilibrium price and quantity found at the intersection of the supply and demand curves. Now, since we're graphing a negative externality, that demand curve is going to also be the marginal private benefit, or MPB, as well as the marginal social benefit, because all benefits for this product fall on the people that are buying the product. Now, the supply curve is going to be the marginal private cost. That's the cost that producers face as a result of producing this product. But there is an external cost to people who don't buy the product. That external cost is going to be added to the marginal private cost to give us a marginal social cost curve that is above the supply curve. Now, the allocatively efficient or socially optimal quantity is not found at that equilibrium point where supply equals demand. The true socially optimal quantity is going to be found at the intersection between the marginal social cost and that marginal social benefit. So find that intersection and drop down, and that gives us QO here. That's our optimal quantity. And without any government intervention, we aren't going to be at that allocatively efficient quantity. We're going to be at the equilibrium quantity here. So that means we're going to have some deadweight loss. We can find that deadweight loss with 3 points on this graph. First, from the current quantity, the market quantity, we find the true marginal social benefit, and then we head up until we find the marginal social cost. That gives us 2 points. The third point is the point where the marginal social cost equals that marginal social benefit. That gives us the 3 points of deadweight loss. You'll notice that the deadweight loss triangle always points to that allocatively efficient quantity, QO, right here. And if we had numbers on this graph, we could calculate the value of the deadweight loss by finding the area of that triangle. Now, so far on the AP Microeconomics exam, that is the graph that you have seen most in regards to negative externalities. But there is another graph you could see, and that is a negative externality in consumption. On this graph, we're going to take the marginal social benefit curve and subtract that external cost. And that's because the consumers are producing that negative externality. So we are going to subtract that external cost to give us a net marginal social benefit. That is the true benefit of this product once we subtract the external costs created by the consumption from those demanders in the demand curve. And so again, you find that allocatively efficient quantity where the marginal social cost equals the marginal social benefit right there labeled QO. And again, we are overproducing within this market as a result of this negative consumption externality. We can find that deadweight loss again at the market quantity. You find the marginal social benefit of that quantity, the marginal social cost of that quantity, and then the allocatively efficient point where marginal social cost equals marginal social benefit. That gives us our triangle of deadweight loss. Now we're going to move on to positive externalities, and we're going to first start off with the more common graph. These are positive externalities in consumption. Here we have the marginal social cost and marginal private cost up there on the supply curve, and that demand curve down there is the marginal private benefit for the consumption of this product. And since the consumers are the ones producing this positive externality and it results from their consumption, we are going to add this external benefit to the demand curve here to give us a higher marginal social benefit curve that is above the demand. And we can see our allocatively efficient quantity or socially optimal quantity is where that marginal social benefit equals the marginal social cost, labeled QO here again. And to find the deadweight loss, you once again find 3 points. First, the marginal social cost at the quantity that we have within the market, the marginal social benefit for the quantity within that market, and the third point is the marginal social cost equals marginal social benefit point. That gives us 3 points of deadweight loss. If there are numbers and you can calculate the area of that, that gives us the value of the deadweight loss. And when it comes to positive externalities, so far in the AP Microeconomics exam, that's the graph that you've seen most. There is another way of graphing positive externalities, and that results from positive externalities that are caused by the production of a product. And when we graph out a positive externality in production, we are going to subtract that external benefit from the supply curve to give us a lower marginal social cost curve. Because there are external benefits resulting from the production from those suppliers in the supply curve, it gives us a lower marginal social cost curve. And once again, that allocatively efficient quantity is found where the marginal social benefit equals that marginal social cost. QO, right there. And once again, we have deadweight loss, and you find it from the market quantity, the marginal social cost curve, the marginal social benefit curve, and then the third point being where the marginal social benefit equals the marginal social cost. And again, that is our deadweight loss triangle. So when it comes to externalities, we have a clear market failure. The free market has failed to achieve the allocatively efficient outcome. And we have deadweight loss as a result. We have overproduction with negative externalities and underproduction with positive externalities. And we can correct that misallocation of resources through some government intervention. When it comes to negative externalities, the government can have quantity restrictions on the production of a product. There could be pollution permits that are issued called cap and trade, and we could have per unit taxes. When it comes to the AP Microeconomics exam, the preferred answer is going to be per unit taxes on the production of these products. Let's take a look at how those per unit taxes can achieve that socially optimal outcome on the graph here. If we put a per unit tax on this product that is equal to that external cost, the gap between the marginal social cost and the marginal private cost, that will cause the supply curve to shift to the left, the vertical distance of that tax. And that will give us the new post-tax quantity that is the allocatively efficient quantity. The new price of the product paid by consumers is going to be PT right there, and the price the sellers receive after paying the tax is down there labeled PS. Most importantly, this per unit tax will eliminate deadweight loss if we can get the tax just right. We could do the same thing in the negative externality and consumption graph as well. And we could actually put the tax on the consumers and shift that demand curve also. Either way, we are trying to shift the quantity to be that allocatively efficient quantity through a per unit tax equal to that external cost. When it comes to correcting for positive externalities, we could again have some regulations from the government. We could also have some public provision. That means the government actually provides the product. Or we could have per unit subsidies to the producers of this product. And the preferred answer on the AP Microeconomics exam is going to be per unit subsidies. Let's take a look at how those appear on the graph. This is a positive externality and consumption graph, and if we grant the consumers of this product a per unit subsidy that is equal to that external benefit, that's the gap between the marginal private benefit and that marginal social benefit curve, that will shift the demand curve to the right until it merges with that marginal social benefit curve. And then our new post-subsidy quantity will be that allocatively efficient quantity labeled QO for socially optimal right there. The out-of-pocket expense that consumers pay for this product will be found there at PC, and the price that sellers receive after the subsidy is up there at PS. And once again, that per unit subsidy is going to eliminate deadweight loss if we can get that subsidy just right. And of course, we could also grant that subsidy to the producers of this product and shift that supply curve instead, bringing us still to that allocatively efficient quantity. Today we're going to be talking about public goods. Now this is our market failures unit, and public goods result in a specific type of market failure. And in order to learn what public goods are, first we have to understand what rival versus non-rival goods are. A rival good is a good that gets used up as it is consumed. That means as one person uses it, there's less available for future consumers. An example of a rival good is a donut. If one person consumes the donut, there is one less donut for future consumers. Non-rival goods, on the other hand, are goods that are not diminished in quantity as a result of some consumers purchasing or using the product. That means countless consumers can consume the product at the same time. An example of a non-rival good is streaming music services. When I listen to my Spotify playlist, there isn't less music for you to listen to at the exact same time. Now, because non-rival goods have shared consumption and you can have countless people enjoying the good at the exact same time, the marginal cost of production for non-rival goods is going to be zero. So if we draw a demand curve with marginal revenue below, this would be for a monopoly or monopolistically competitive firm. If they produce a non-rival good, then the cost of production will be along the x-axis there. That is where the marginal cost is zero. This firm will produce where MR equals MC and price at the demand curve above. That is the unregulated price and quantity for this firm. But the socially optimal price and quantity is at PS and QS there. And since this firm will not choose to produce the socially optimal quantity, we have this triangle of deadweight loss. And that deadweight loss is so big because this good is non-rival. Next, we're going to talk about excludable versus non-excludable goods. An excludable good is a good where it's possible or practical to prevent people from enjoying the good if they haven't paid for it. A concert that is held in a stadium is an excludable good. Only people who purchase the tickets can get into that concert. Non-excludable goods, on the other hand, are goods which can be enjoyed without paying for them. An example of a non-excludable good would be a public fireworks display. Since those fireworks are launched into the air, anybody who is nearby with a view of the sky can see and enjoy the fireworks without paying for them. And that's because public fireworks displays are non-excludable. Now, the problem with non-excludable goods is they suffer from the free rider problem. Free riders are people who enjoy the benefits of a good without paying for them. And non-excludable goods have a free rider problem. And the reason free riders are a problem is because it causes goods to be underproduced. There is little incentive for people to buy the product when they can enjoy it without paying for it. And as a result, the demand for this product will be abnormally low. And that demand will be much lower than the marginal social benefit of the product. If we were to graph it out, we've got our marginal social benefit there. Our marginal social cost is the supply curve as well, but our demand is much lower than the marginal social benefit. And so the free market equilibrium quantity labeled QE will be much lower than the socially optimal quantity labeled QS. And we're going to have that triangle of deadweight loss as a result of underproducing this product. And if enjoying this good without paying for it is so easy, it's actually possible that there could be no demand at all. And if there's no demand at all, that means the market will produce 0 units of output. And we would actually have that giant triangle of deadweight loss as a result of having no units produced. Now we're going to look at the ideas of rival versus non-rival and excludable versus non-excludable to classify goods into 4 different categories. First, we have our private goods. Private goods are both rival and excludable. That means using the good uses it up, and it's possible and practical to prevent people from enjoying the product without paying for it. Your wireless phone is both rival and excludable. When you have your phone, there's one less for somebody else, and you can't get that phone until you've paid for it. A bean burrito from my favorite restaurant is also going to be a private good. If I eat the bean burrito, there's one less for somebody else, and the restaurant won't give me the burrito unless I paid for it. Next, we have natural monopoly goods, sometimes called club goods. These are goods that are non-rival and excludable. The marginal cost of production for these goods is 0, but the fact that they are excludable means we're going to have a natural monopoly. Video streaming services are both non-rival and excludable, and internet service providers are also non-rival and excludable. And while neither of these may be true monopolies, the natural monopoly graph with a very low marginal cost is what this graph will look like. Third, we have our public resources. Public resources are both rival and non-excludable. That means using the resource is going to use it up, but it's impossible or impractical to prevent people from using the good. Fish in our ocean are both rival and non-excludable. As fishermen catch fish, there is less fish for future generations, and it's very difficult to actually prevent people from fishing in the oceans. Also, lumber in our forests is both rival and non-excludable. And as a result, it's a public resource. Public resources can fall victim to the tragedy of the commons. And as a result, governments usually impose regulations in an attempt to make those resources excludable. And that can help these resources from being overexploited and prevent the tragedy of the commons. Finally, we have the public goods. And these are the goods that this video is supposed to be all about. And this is the type of good that shows up most on the AP Microeconomics exam. Public goods are both non-rival and non-excludable. That means public goods are going to suffer from the free rider problem, and marginal cost of production will be 0. An example of a public good is national defense. When I feel protected from foreign invaders by our military, that doesn't make my neighbor feel less protected. At the same time, it's not possible for people in the country to be protected who want to pay for it while not protecting those who don't. So we all pay taxes, and the government pays for the national defense, whether we want to or not. Tsunami warning sirens are also an example of a public good. They are both non-rival and non-excludable. When one person hears the siren, there isn't less siren for somebody else to hear, and it's not possible for us to prevent people who didn't pay for the sirens from hearing them. So when it comes to public goods, we usually have a public provision. That means that the government is paying for the product and providing it for everyone. Because we know the free market is going to fail to produce the socially optimal quantity, so the government might be able to create a more efficient outcome. Today we're going to be talking about government intervention. Now first let's talk about the economic reason for government intervention. Ideally, government intervention is going to improve efficiency. That means it is going to alleviate some of the market failures that you're learning about in this unit. One of those market failures, of course, is a natural monopoly, which underproduces, overcharges, and creates deadweight loss. Through properly designed government interventions, we could reduce or maybe even eliminate that deadweight loss. Antitrust legislation is one of those regulations that could be used to help alleviate some of those market failures. In this case, we are trying to promote competition, prevent the formation of monopolies, and prevent collusion with oligopolies. That is going to limit monopoly power both with monopolies themselves and with oligopolies. That should increase the quantity produced, decrease the prices charged, and prevent that market failure that exists when price is greater than marginal cost that we see with monopolies and oligopolies. The next government regulation we're going to look at is price floors. Here we have a perfectly competitive market with a supply curve and a demand curve, and we're going to put a price floor on that market. Remember, the price floor goes above equilibrium if it's going to be effective. If the price floor is below equilibrium, it will be non-binding and the market will seek the equilibrium of PE and QE that we see marked here. But if we have a price floor that is above equilibrium, it is going to cause the quantity demanded to be less than the quantity supplied, and we are going to have a surplus. That means QD down there is the only quantity that's going to be sold, and we're going to have, as a result of this government intervention, a creation of deadweight loss. So with an effective price floor in a perfectly competitive market, we're likely to see a decrease in efficiency as a result of this government intervention. If, on the other hand, we have a price ceiling that goes below equilibrium, if it's effective, then that is going to cause a shortage. The quantity demanded is going to be greater than the quantity supplied, and again, the quantity that is sold will be lower than the equilibrium quantity, and at that lower quantity, we will have that triangle of deadweight loss. Again, the government intervention has created inefficiency here. Next, let's talk about natural monopolies. A natural monopoly is a case where a government intervention of a price ceiling could actually reduce deadweight loss and improve efficiency. Here we have an unregulated natural monopoly. Remember, a natural monopoly always captures economies of scale and has a constantly downward sloping average total cost curve through the relevant range. Real-world examples of a natural monopoly include the local power company that provides electricity within your home and the infrastructure from our railroads. Now, if this natural monopoly is unregulated, we are going to see a low quantity of QU and a high price of PU. That's going to give us this massive triangle of deadweight loss. Now, with a price ceiling, the government could actually limit that deadweight loss. If the government were to impose what is called a fair return price, that would mean that the price would be equal to the average total cost curve. We would find that where the demand curve intersects that ATC. And if the government did that, we would see QF, that's the fair return quantity, and PF is the fair return price. So with this government price ceiling, we would have a higher quantity produced and a lower price as well. But we still aren't allocatively efficient because the price is still above the marginal cost. And as a result, we still have deadweight loss, but it is a much smaller triangle of deadweight loss that we see there. Now, if the government wanted to eliminate all deadweight loss, they could put a price ceiling at the allocatively efficient point, and that would be where the price equals the marginal cost. There would be our price at marginal cost, and we have the QA as the allocatively efficient quantity. Now there is no deadweight loss, but you'll notice the average total cost curve is above the price at that quantity being produced now. And so we will have this rectangle of economic loss for this natural monopoly. So if this natural monopoly is going to stay in business, it must be compensated for that economic loss. And so the government is going to have to provide a lump sum subsidy if this business is going to remain open while producing the allocatively efficient quantity. Of course, this is just one way to draw a natural monopoly. There is this one right here where the marginal cost curve does eventually intersect the average total cost curve. And here's one here where the average total cost curve and marginal cost curve never intersect, but the marginal cost curve is downward sloping. So you could see any of these three ways of drawing the natural monopoly. If you are practicing drawing a natural monopoly, choose which one your teacher prefers most. Next, we're going to talk about the government imposing an effective minimum wage in a perfectly competitive labor market. Here we have a labor market with a fairly inelastic demand curve. If we put an effective minimum wage above equilibrium, that will cause some level of unemployment. That's the difference between the quantity of workers willing to work, the QS, and the number of workers that businesses are willing to hire, QD, at that minimum wage. And so even with an inelastic demand curve, we do see some level of unemployment in a perfectly competitive labor market. If, on the other hand, we have an elastic demand curve for labor within a perfectly competitive labor market, then an effective minimum wage that is above equilibrium will cause a large amount of unemployment. And so an effective minimum wage in a perfectly competitive labor market will have a bigger negative impact if the demand for labor is elastic, and a smaller negative impact if the demand curve is inelastic. Of course, labor markets are not, if ever, perfectly competitive. Sometimes they could be more like a monopsony. Here's a monopsony graph that you should have already learned in Unit 5. Monopsonies are going to underhire and underpay workers. And as a result, we're going to have some deadweight loss without any government intervention. Now, in this case, an effective minimum wage could increase efficiency. If we put a minimum wage at the intersection of the supply and demand, that would give us this higher quantity of workers hired. Workers would both be paid more and hired more. And if the government is able to get this minimum wage just right, it would eliminate the deadweight loss. Next, we're going to talk about taxes and subsidies. Here we have a perfectly competitive market, and as you should remember, a tax on this market is going to shift that supply curve, the vertical distance of the tax. That's going to give us a higher price that buyers pay and a lower price that sellers get after they've paid the tax. We also have a new lower tax quantity, and as a result of this government intervention, we have deadweight loss. It's inefficient if there weren't any externalities. Now, if we do have externalities, in this case a negative externality, the unregulated market is going to produce QE right there. The allocatively efficient or socially optimal quantity will be QO right there. Since the free market is not going to be producing that quantity, we are going to have some deadweight loss unless we get some government intervention to improve efficiency. Now, if the government were to impose a per unit tax that is equal to the vertical distance between those two curves, it's going to eliminate the deadweight loss because it will shift that supply curve, the vertical distance of that tax, merging that supply curve with the marginal social cost. And then we will actually get that new after-tax quantity as being that socially optimal quantity. Now, when it comes to subsidies, it would cause deadweight loss if there is no externality, but eliminate deadweight loss if there's a positive externality. Here we have a graph with a positive externality because the marginal social benefit is greater than the marginal private benefit, and there is our socially optimal quantity, and we have this triangle of deadweight loss. If we put a per unit subsidy that is equal to the vertical distance between those two curves, it's going to shift our demand curve over, and that will give us our allocatively efficient quantity of QO, and that would eliminate our deadweight loss. So the last thing we're going to do is talk about lump sum and per unit taxes and subsidies and how they impact individual firms. And we're first going to focus on per unit taxes and subsidies. That means that the firm either pays a tax for each unit of output they produce, or they get paid a subsidy by the government for each unit they produce. Those taxes and subsidies are going to shift the average total cost curve and marginal cost curves up when it's a tax and down when it's a subsidy. If we have a per unit tax on this perfectly competitive firm, it's going to shift that marginal cost and average total cost curve upward, and that's going to decrease the profit maximizing quantity of output. If we have a per unit subsidy, on the other hand, it will shift both the average total cost curve and marginal cost curves downward. And again, we're going to see a change in the quantity of output. This time, it's an increase. And if we make those changes with a monopoly graph, we have a per unit subsidy here. That's going to increase the profit maximizing quantity and decrease the profit maximizing price as a result of the average total cost curve and marginal cost curve shifting downward. If we have a per unit tax, on the other hand, it's going to shift both of those curves upward. The profit maximizing quantity is going to decrease and the price is going to increase. Now, if we have lump sum subsidies and taxes, that means that the government is charging a flat amount for a tax, regardless of how many units of output the firm produces, or the government could be receiving a flat amount in the form of a subsidy just because they are a producer. But again, it doesn't matter how many units of output they produce. And with lump sum subsidies and taxes, there is no change in the quantity of output or the price. And that's because only the average total cost curve is going to be moving and not the marginal cost. So if we have a lump sum tax charged to this perfectly competitive firm, it only shifts that average total cost curve upward and doesn't change the profit maximizing quantity. And if we have a lump sum subsidy, that average total cost curve is going to fall. But again, no change to the price or the quantity. And on the monopoly graph, the average total cost curve will shift upward with a lump sum tax, and it will shift downward with a lump sum subsidy. But either way, that profit maximizing price and quantity isn't going to change. And there you have it. That's everything you need to know about government intervention in all the different markets that you are likely to see on your next AP exam. If you want to practice this with the 2017 number 3 microeconomics exam question, this is one of those curveballs that show up on the AP exam every once in a while that take all of the concepts and put them together in a new way. I suggest you check it out to see the impact of government intervention. Today we're going to be talking about income and wealth inequality and what can be done about it. The United States is the richest nation in the world, and yet we still have a surprisingly large number of people living in poverty. Now, I'm going to focus mostly on income inequality, but these ideas apply to wealth inequality as well, because accumulated income inequality leads to wealth inequality. First, we're going to talk about some of the non-market reasons that economists identify for income inequality. Differences in motivation could cause some people to earn more incomes than others. Inheritance is also a contributing factor. Access to credit and financial markets. Social mobility or a lack of social mobility can change income as well. We also have differences in the ability to bargain for higher wages and income. And the final non-market reason for differences in income is discrimination. Of course, since this is economics, we are going to be focusing mostly on the market reasons for differences in income. Because in this class, we focus on supply and demand. First, let's look at some of the supply reasons for differences in income. Education is first, and that's because the more education you have, the fewer workers there are with your human capital. And as a result, people with higher educations tend to be paid more. Depending on the skills that a particular worker has, that will also decrease or increase the supply of that particular labor. And government licensing requirements can also impact the supply of a particular type of labor. When there is a low supply of a particular type of labor, those workers are going to tend to have high pay. And when there is a high supply of a particular type of labor, those workers will tend to have low pay. On the other side of the equation, we have the demand for resources that also impact people's wages. Education is also over on the demand side of things because educated workers tend to see a higher demand for their skills. We also have human capital or skills and knowledge. The more skills and knowledge a worker has, the more demand there is for their services. We also have the marginal product of workers. Marginal product is, of course, the additional units of output that a new worker adds to the total of output, which means that the more productive a worker is, the more valuable their labor is, and that increases the demand for their labor. And finally, we have the marginal revenue product. Remember, marginal revenue product is the marginal product times the marginal revenue, often the price. And so if the price of the product also changes, that will impact the demand for the worker. And the two biggest factors that contribute to the changes in the demand for a particular type of labor are, of course, the marginal product and the marginal revenue product. In fact, the marginal revenue product is the demand for labor, as you learned back in Unit 5. And of course, when there is high demand for a particular type of labor, there will be high pay for that particular worker. And when there's low demand for a particular type of labor, there will be low pay for that worker. Now that we know some of the reasons why we have wealth and income inequality, let's look at how we measure income and wealth inequality. In this class, we measure wealth and income inequality using this thing called the Lorenz curve. And we have this data here for the United States in 2018. We are going to be comparing cumulative percentages of households and the cumulative percentage of income that is earned by those households. The bottom 20% of Americans in 2018 earned 5.2% of the nation's income. The bottom 40%, so we're adding the next 20% to the original 20%, the bottom 40% earned 15.5% of the nation's income. The bottom 60% earned 30.5%, and the bottom 80% earned 53.2%. And since we are adding each additional quintile or 20% group of people, the bottom 100% are going to earn 100% of the nation's income. Now we're going to turn this into a graph. We have here a Lorenz curve. On that x-axis, we are going to have the cumulative percentage of households, and on the y-axis, we have the cumulative percentage of income. We have a 45-degree angle line going up through the middle there, and that is the line of equality. The closer that Lorenz curve is to the line of equality, the more equal the distribution of income is within an economy. And if we graph out the data we had from that previous table, here is the Lorenz curve for the United States in 2018. Of course, like most of the graphs we have in this class, the Lorenz curve can be drawn without any numbers. There is our Lorenz curve, and as the Lorenz curve moves inward towards that line of equality, the income distribution is becoming more equal. As it moves away from that line of equality, the income distribution is less equal. Now, the Lorenz curve can be used to calculate a Gini coefficient. That is another way of measuring income inequality. And the Gini coefficient comes from the Lorenz curve. We take the ratio of A divided by A plus B to give us a number. And if that number equals 1, that is a country with complete inequality, where one person owns all of the income. And if we have a coefficient of 0, that is complete equality, where every bit of income is evenly distributed. Of course, every economy in the world falls between those two. And here we have some different Gini coefficients for 2018. Which of these countries do you think has the most equal distribution of income? That's right, it's Australia, and that's because they have the lowest Gini coefficient. And which country over here has the least equal distribution of income? That's right, it's Brazil, with the highest Gini coefficient. Now, taxes, of course, can make distributions of income more equal or less equal. And we have different ways of categorizing different types of taxes. All of these categories are based on the percentage of income they make up for the payers of those taxes. The first type of tax is called a regressive tax. Regressive taxes have a lower percentage of income for the rich and a higher percentage of income for the poor. Sales taxes are one type of tax that appear to be proportional. We'll talk about those in a moment, but they're actually regressive. If I buy an item with $1 of sales tax and Bill Gates buys the same item with $1 of sales tax, that is a much higher percentage of income for me than it is for Bill Gates. And that's why sales taxes are considered regressive. Gas taxes, tobacco taxes, and many other taxes are also regressive. Progressive taxes are the opposite of regressive taxes. Progressive taxes have a higher percentage of income for the wealthy and a lower percentage of income for the poor. United States income taxes are progressive, and that's because marginal tax rates increase as incomes increase. We have estate taxes, also called inheritance taxes, as well as interest taxes, investment taxes, and other things that are all considered progressive taxes. And the last category of taxes are called proportional taxes. Proportional taxes take the same percentage of income for rich and poor. And although we don't have a lot of examples of proportional taxes in the United States, there have been some proposals to change our income tax system to a proportional, also called flat tax system. Now let's take a look at this hypothetical data here. We have some different amounts of income and some different amounts of tax that people are charged with those incomes. What type of tax structure do we have here? Now this may at first look like a proportional or flat tax system since it's the same amount of money, or $100, from each level of income. But if we calculate the percentages of the income, that's the tax divided by the income, we see that the percentage actually decreases as the income increases. And as a result, this is a regressive tax system. Here we have another example. Here we have different levels of income and different amounts of taxes. Is this one progressive, regressive, or proportional? Well, if we take the dollar amount of tax and divide it by the income, it gives us the percentage for each of these levels of income. And as we can see, the percentage doesn't change with the level of income. As a result, this is a proportional or flat tax system. So let's take a look at the impact of different types of taxes on the income distribution through the Lorenz curve. Proportional taxes are going to leave the income distribution the same, and as a result, the Lorenz curve is not going to shift. Progressive taxes, on the other hand, will decrease income inequality and shift the Lorenz curve toward that line of equality. Regressive taxes, on the other hand, are going to shift that Lorenz curve outward because they are going to increase income inequality. Transfer payments are another tool that governments can use to mitigate income inequality. When people receive transfer payments, income inequality is going to decrease. Anytime the government gives citizens money, we call those payments transfer payments. Examples of transfer payments include Social Security, unemployment insurance, and food stamp programs. And there are many others, including your Pell Grant for college financial aid. The impact of those transfer payments can also be seen on our Lorenz curve. Increases in transfer payments are going to shift that Lorenz curve inward as they decrease income inequality. And decreases in transfer payments are going to increase income inequality, shifting that Lorenz curve outward.